Welcome everybody to Longford Football Ground. It's the NTJFA Grand Finals, and here come the under-12 Div 2 Tigers running through their banner and entering their home turf. I'm Aaron Roberts here on Duff TV. Welcome to the coverage today. It's about 9 degrees. We've got Launceston under-12 Div 2 about to enter the ground. There's their banner there, just to the right of the lovely heritage-listed grandstand. And here are umpires for the day. It's a little bit of dew on the ground. Should dry out in the next hour or so. Here come the Blues. Well, there's already a good atmosphere just in front of us in the commentary position, with several hundred families gathered waiting for this Division 2 Grand Final to kick off. As we mentioned, a little bit of dew, but the ground is rock hard after what's been a wet few weeks. Absolute rock hard. There's a bit of rain coming later, but it won't have any impact. May make it a bit slippery, but there's no mud. It is much harder, and that wind's been good. So we hope you enjoy the action today. There's Johnny Dodd, the president, and also the under-12 coach. And we're going through the standard non-dynamic warm-ups of under-12 footy. Well, welcome to the viewers that have just joined us here on Duff TV, NTJFA Grand Final here at luscious Longford. Under-12 Div 2 to kick us off, with Longford going to the right-hand side of the screen. They're actually head off 3 minutes early. This is how keen the kids are today. They've actually started a couple of minutes early as Kitchen takes a mark. He looks upfield. He's got a lead on. He's going to go laterally and find Wing. Wing drops the football. He gets some pressure applied, dusts off the pressure. Then he gets a free kick. The umpire bring it back. He just got caught on his left shoulder. We'll see here in the replay. There it is there. And the umpire was happy to give him another chance. Ground in. Good nick. The duel burn off. It's a wide lead. They've decided to handball. It's gone in towards Dodd. Dodd goes back to ground. Now Launceston trying to get the ball on the outside. A scrubby pick by Hay. Down under that first is Wright. Wright's going to get a bump coming from the side from Perkins. Standing up at the tackle is Riley Armstrong, the captain of Longford. Now into space in front of the grandstand with a good amount of parents already. Kitchen, his second touch. Rush kick out by Ray. But in contesting was Barron. The umpire let that one go. Good decision. Chasing it down is Healy. Healy might get it back here. He's going to have to lay a bit of pressure here because Bright's in there as well for Longford. And we're going to see a little bit of this today. The ball being booted off the turf as players endeavour to move the ball into their territory. Swinging onto his left is Mason Dabner, one of the stars of this under-12 competition. Dean with a flicky handball. It goes past him again. Now that is a clever handball. Out the back by Wright. That might be a push to the back. The umpire says it is, so free kick here.
Very tight early. Very tight.
Welcome to Martin Duffy, who's on the V-Mix. We'll be doing some camera work, and the Duff TV crew have had a busy day at the AFL game yesterday.
Yeah, great game apparently.
One of the best games I've seen all year, I reckon.
Great.
Two Launceston players trying to raffle out. Billy Watson, the star from Launceston. Really scrappy footy early, and there is one Longford kid standing all, actually, in fact, he's got a Launceston mate next to him. There's 6 players combined, but halfway here. So this ball's going to stay inside this Longford territory for some period of time. A lot of rush footy. Now it gets forward. Longford with their first opportunity. They can keep this in, Longford, because they've got numbers here just in the middle of the ground. But some good defensive work there from Launceston. And they'll get a free kick. And umpire says play on advantage. Down through centre wing. 2 on 1 here. Over the back is Hay. They can't win it. Just on the edge of that, trying to win it out was Billy Watson, the captain. Maybe just grabbed without the football. Was Beams a little aggressive, but the umpire was on the wrong side, and we're going to have a throw. Wright was bashed off it. You can hear the fans, and that's ricocheted off the boot and over the boundary line. So it could be a slugfest here in this first game. Still in play. How's that? Just out of our view here. We can just stick our head outside of our commentary position. In fact, there's a player just standing on the edge. He was always going to get that in the end, Dabner. He's got a booming boot on him too, Mason. What a year he's had. And some very passionate parents. Maybe their excitement is because Longford are going to have their first shot on goal. Well, that's interesting because he just played on. Long shot on goal, over the back and cut off. So Hazel's kick was a fraction short. Maybe coming back again. There's Boyle. This is him. Beams is on the edge, willing the ball forward. Watson was defending. And they're going to have a throw in. Right pocket. A lot of players around it. Dodd turns. Dodd misses for a score. Now some run out the back half. Billy Watson, who loves to lope across the turf, but it's just squirted out to Frost. Frost in. Waiting under that one for a long time was Reed. Reed's going to have to work with Healy. And the players are doing a good job just to stay upright. First to that ball is Oliver Green. He decides off the turf's the best option. On to Jordan Dunn. Scooping the ball into his hands was Wing. Wing was turned around in the tackle, which just meant his disposal was a little inaccurate. Now it moves in. The numbers here with the Blues. Hay first. Hay at the back to Healy. They've had a lot of touches. And we've got some people going to join us today in the commentary position. And one of the new Duffettes, Lockie, welcome, mate.
Good morning, Peachy. How are you?
Very good. Now, mate, I hope you're rugged up. We're a bit chilly up here in the commentary position. We'll do anything for a game of football on Duff TV, though.
Oh, mate, we're on the other half of winter. It's all clear skies in the future.
Is it the other half of winter? It's nearly spring, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Rightio. So you had a big day yesterday filming some of the AFL game behind the goals. How did that go?
It was a lovely day. The weather stayed away. Let's hope it does the same today. And the atmosphere was just amazing.
Yeah, it was a ripper. I wasn't planning on going, and at the last minute, I had an opportunity to nick out from an NTJFA game and rush to the ground, and I probably saw the best game of live footy I've seen for 2 or 3 years. It was a beauty. Anyway, we've got a ripper here because it's tight. First time out to Longford, Lockie?
First time out to Longford. I've driven past a couple of times, but I have not stopped.
Mate, one of the great bakeries here in Longford, JJ's, just on the main road. Got a couple of outstanding streetscapes, and we've got a ripping footy ground, probably the second best footy ground in Northern Tassie.
That was a brilliant get up and go there from Longford boys.
Yeah, Blythe out of attack. Blythe's a rangy defender, very capable, lateral into his action. Some work to be done by Wells. Wells just misses a football. Here's a man I really like, Mason Dabner. Called him a little bit in the best and fairest count.
Lucas, lovely mark.
So the gloves of Matty Richardson borrowed. Just slipped through Kitchen's hands. Now Launceston haven't cleared it yet.
It's in a dangerous place.
Longford with the numbers behind the play. At this stage, as Launceston actually managed to get the ball past their halfway, and I'm feeling their forwards, there's 2 of them up there, they're probably a little chilly. Maybe this is their chance. Maybe unaware was Baker. Baker just lost track of it. Zolinak comes out the back. That's his first touch. He's a good user of the football.
Both teams going really hard at it, showing a lot of heart. It's exactly what you want to see in a grand final.
Beams, second or third touch for him. And there's some strength. The old-fashioned hoof it down the ground. Effective up to centre half forward. Kitchen went to go to the don't argue, but he's been tackled from behind. And you can hear the noise from the faithful from Blue Land. Absolutely love the tackle of Dean. There it is on the replay.
Dean's been playing some good footy, putting his head over the ball.
Yeah, he's certainly engaging early. That might be holding the footy as well. So 2 in a row.
Dodd's had a lot of heart too. His old man actually came in and helped us set up last night, and he said that his favourite player is Dustin Martin, repping the number 4.
Well, he's seeing a little bit of it already. Now some dash short out. They might be throwing the football down. I reckon that's a really good call from the umpire.
Yeah, great pressure.
Yep, wonderful. So Lonnie have lifted here. They're a point down. Only the one scoring shot, and that was from Dodd. And now the Torp. Wow, I love it. Let's get more Torps back in the game. Good on you, Ben Hay.
Ooh, what's going on there with Baker? He looked a little bit sore there, a little bit ginger.
Billy Watson, he's also been called holding the football, so now good pressure from Longford off halfback. Here's a man who's laid a couple of tackles, Cross Dean.
Dodd with it, don't argue. He kicks it to his opposing captain.
Well, the ball out to centre wing. And Hay with his left boot, he's just missed it. Welcome back to Duff TV, second quarter action in the Div 2 NTJFA Grand Final. Hope you're enjoying it out there. Aaron Robertson, Lockie Hetherington here on Duff TV for this second quarter of a very tight football game, pretty much played predominantly between the two half forwards in front of the grandstand, and a lot of very keen supporters. Longford going to the left-hand side of the screen in this quarter. Frost nearly taken high, but that's a pretty good tackle. And I'll have a throw up here. Observations, Lockie, so far, it's a little damp, but it's still pretty good footy.
Well, the kids are keeping their feet.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's probably one of the biggest highlights of this game so far. And laying strong tackles too.
Been some outstanding tackles. Launceston going forward for the first time today. Some defensive work required from the Longford juniors, and that was a fortuitous kick. Zolinak with the ball. Second touch for him. He is a good defender. And a kick up towards half forward. That's a juggling mark by Perkins. Second good contested mark from Perkins. He's just off defensive side of centre wings. They've linked up here. They've found Jordan Dodd. Jordan,
That's it.
he's kicked. There's Dean. He's been outstanding. Kitchen also really good. He's got a lot of strength. He gets a little bit of attention from Billy Watson. Kitchen goes in, the kick gets away into the middle. And a bit of dash from Hay. So all the better players from both sides starting to get a bit of involvement in the game. Around that first. And it's going to be chopped off. So Luttrell is trying to find a teammate. He has found a teammate in Brewer. Brewer, another of those left footers. One-on-one contest in the square. Dishes up the handball. Tries to find Dobell. He can't get it. Fox. Free kick.
Launceston certainly won the meterage game there.
Didn't they? Get the ball at the back, didn't they? So Dobell 15 metres out. First chance for Lonnie. Makes no difference. The Blues are on the board.
Listen to that crowd.
How are they? There's about 70 to 80 people right below us here in the commentary position. We don't need the effects mic, do we? They are going absolutely ballistic. Here's the
how good is country footy?
Look at the bloke behind the goals.
And Launceston had about 3 or 4 players streaming down into that 50 there.
Tell you what, they look good out the back, didn't they? That's the first time they've been able to get the ball out the back, and they look a different side. Maybe this game's going to open up. They've won the clearance again. Just a couple of balls just slipping through. It's Brewer's given away a free kick. The umpire's spot on. It's been sensational so far. He's tipped it off again. And just saying, settle it down. Floyd Luttrell as he architected this 2 or 3 minutes of dominant football from the Blues.
It was great maturity then, just to settle down his teammates. Set up the next play.
Baker trying to get it. Ball trying to reach down. And some pressure to the left is Beams. Good result for Launceston. Big day of football here. Swiftly pushed off the football. You really can't find a lot of space. Each time they pick it up, Lockie, they're literally getting scragged. High ball by Billy Watson. And a very good defensive mark. Wow, there's just so much atmosphere going at the moment. Cracking defensive mark. Ball hasn't gone too far. Wing was in there. Here's Dean. Kitchens are applying some pressure. Swinging over the top was Green. Now coming in is Carter. And a little chippy touch off the ground was Caleb Reid. He's done it again, Caleb. He's engaged in this game of football.
Longford have just got a few more players in and around the ball at the moment.
Yeah,
and they don't have the player on the outside, which Launceston do, and they're just eating it up, kicking it forward.
Yeah, they're better positioned around those contests at the moment, Launceston, and maybe one or two extra players around the ball too. So they're certainly getting the rolling game going.
And this is something to watch here, the ruck work from Launceston.
Young Dean might be coming in here.
Oh, Dean's in this one.
Actually, it might not be Dean.
I've really liked some of the tap work. It's just been giving Launceston first use.
So Wing gets pushed off. In fact, it wasn't Wing. Kitchen's dragged off it as well, and then he lays a tackle. Dean with a quick kick. He's found a teammate. Went about 7 metres to Jack Wright. He's got a player in the middle. He probably didn't quite see him at the last minute. Missed by Baker. Claimed he didn't have the football was Boyle. And now dashing through is Dodd. There's a linkage handball. Cross to Frost. Kitchen drops it. Tackled by Hazel. Longford on the run. They're running out of time though. That's nicked out the back to Dodd. Dodd just rushes it forward now. But Launceston with the numbers.
Brilliant run.
Frost swings it around, but no one home, and the mark taken by Ben Carter. Frost getting a little of the ball now. It's Longford's turn to try and clog it in here. Riley Armstrong has 2 Launceston players to beat, and he does a reasonable good job, but the slippery football probably helped. Hacked out by Boyle. A lot of numbers around this football. And it's going to be a free kick here. Let me see on the replay. A little hold. Oh, it's pushing it back.
Yeah, it almost could have gone either way, but the umpire made the right decision there.
Hazel's kick is going to be chipped off here by Watson. And a player off the ball as well. Look at that dash by Billy Watson. Inside the forward 50. Brewer over the top. He's trying to find Dobell to kick that goal. Beams in there as well. Now swinging onto that one is Lethboard. Lethboard swings it, dribbles. There's 3 goalkeepers. And they're going to protect that for now.
They're not out of jail yet.
Yeah, Frost on his knees. Brewer. Still trying hard is Fox. It's probably the best football name in Tasmania, Fox.
That was great football from Launceston. The skill and the bravery to take that bounce on the wing.
How good, Billy Watson. Good on you, mate. Really pressing hardy. Longford with the numbers around this football. They should kill it. In fact, they're going to get a kick out of the back of the pack by Dabner. Wright chasing it down. Wright onto his right. Into the goal square. Mark. Billy Watson, I think. Or it might be... No, sorry, it's Fox. So William Fox on his chest. And you can see the excitement. That was unreal. Watson kicks the goal. I should say Fox kicks the goal. And Lonnie with the early lead. Some of the best celebration, Lockie, you'll see, won't it?
That was brilliant. You could see his eyes light up from the box here.
It was outstanding. So here's a kick. It was a clever little kick by Dabner.
And to get that goal 8 minutes into this quarter.
Yeah, it's big. And Wright's kick, and just little nudge, didn't really get him in the end. Just out of position was Riley McKenzie. And the wily William Fox, or I should say Willem Fox.
He's the most dangerous fox in Tasmania, I'd say.
Absolutely, who said foxes are not existing in Tasmania. There's plenty on football grounds, and they're kicking sausage rolls. Saying the ruck is wing. So 2-goal quarter here from Launceston with a few minutes left till half time. They're going to need to get one back as Boyle off the back plank. He takes it in the middle. And that ground is much harder than what it was 6 days ago when I walked across it. It's come up a treat. Well done to the Longford Council Kitchen Snake without the football. The umpires have not missed a free kick all day, have they, Lockie?
No, that's really good umpiring. And the crowd's been pretty well with it.
They've been really good at advising the umpires, and when there should be a free kick, just passion, I think, at the moment. Nothing untoward as a Jack Wright mark in defence was handy. Now at the back is Hay, and he likes to run another of those Lonnie left-footers. Kicks just off the mark and finds Kay. Kay dismisses the football. Now it's Charlie Beams, and Kay is going to get a free kick. You just see it here. Yep, so Kay, he's got a short option.
About 2 minutes to go here.
He put Sharman under a little bit of pressure because he didn't quite make the distance. Rushing out is Boyle. Boyle now fans Dabner. Dabner just loses it. There's two of the stars from the comp. Billy Watson with a little left hand on the football. Now it's out, but Launceston have got a couple of numbers around this just on the cricket pitch. And a good hold-up.
Seemed like Longford had majority of the play in that first quarter there, and Launceston really just wrestled their way back in to have this lead that they have.
Well, they've just looked great on the outside. They've been able to get the ball out quickly, and their runners have been so effective at getting space. Pace is really handy in under 12 footy. It's actually been researched by a couple of very clever university individuals from America, and they've looked at the speed of people between the age of 8 and 10 is probably the key to their sport. Speed beats skill and technique and decision making in the early days of footy. Healy. And a big moment here on Duff TV. The sour squirms, which traditionally come to every Duff TV coverage, have been opened before 9 o'clock. So if Jero Martindale's out there, our normal pots and pans man, he'll be disgusted by the sour squirms being open this early. And out of bounce. And here's that tackle. How's that? It's an unbelievable tackle.
Yeah, he rubbed some dirt into that fabric, I tell you what.
We've had some really muddy days here. This is probably the best weather we've had for about 3 or 4 months in Lonnie, it feels like. But there's still a bit of mud out there, and the players are enjoying the hard surface. Dash now from Boyle. He's had a really good quarter. Spilled mark by... is that half-time? It's hard to hear the siren, isn't it?
Yep.
And it is half-time here on Duff TV NTJFA Division 2 under 12 grand final. And it was Lonnie's quarter with goals to Bailey and a goal to Willem Fox. And they've got an 11-point lead here at the main break. Lockie, your thoughts of that quarter?
Oh, the pace of Launceston just really set the standard for this game. And yeah, I think if Longford want to come out and really stick it to them in this second half, they've got to get the ball, spread and run. Start moving that footy, but we'll see how we go.
We just might mention a couple of the better players, just for those out there. I thought Floyd Luttrell from Launceston was really effective at using the footy. We saw Billy Watson's run on a couple of occasions, and he set up one of the goals. Charlie Beams looks a creative force around the footy, and crossed Dean down back, and also moved up forward, was involved in several tackles. For the Longford Tigers juniors, Oscar Boyle was outstanding, along with Mason Dabner, their captain. And I really like Darcy Kitchen. He's strong, he's capable, along with William Kay. They look still that they can get some goals here. But it is half-time. It's a Launceston lead. And we'll be back soon.
In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians. In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians.
Welcome back to the second half here. I'm Lockie Hetherington and they're just getting underway here. Longford versus Launceston. Excellent win out of there from the Longford midfielder, pushing it down forward early. They need to get off to a good start, these Tigers. Just a little fumble there. Nice kick inside 50, but good crushing defence. And I'll welcome Martin Duffy to the box.
Thank you very much, Lockie. Great to be here. Overcast conditions, but perfect for football. And this is what the Tigers need. They went a bit asleep in that second quarter. They must hit the scoreboard very early in this third.
And they've got a chance through young Bryce Atkinson.
Big kick.
He's feeling the moment. Oh, nearly there from Kitchen. And it goes through for a behind, but at least they've hit the scoreboard and it's a little bit of a positive flow towards where they need to be.
How quick was that half-time there, Lockie? I went down, I had a quick conversation with someone next to him, Turner. It must be 3-minute half-time.
Yeah, welcome back, Peachy.
How are we going? Anything happen? A point. Longford got a point. Scoring into the right-hand side. And that actually may not be the case later in the day as the wind will turn around. It's actually blowing a northwesterly today. And that wind will, that'll be handy. The southerly's been blowing all week, which has dried the ground out. But the northerly's going to come here, which might bring a shower after about midday.
It's nice and still at the moment, though. I think it might be the pull of the crowd bringing it down this way.
Could well be. There is damn good atmosphere here today. We were both at the AFL game yesterday. I reckon this is superior atmosphere here. I did see a couple of Swan supporters just in the Longford club room there. There's Billy Watson. And they looked a little bit sad from what was an epic game of footy. This one's on the cards as well. They need to get a score to get a little bit of belief, the Blues. I should say the Tigers.
Tigers, maybe if they choose the handball option a little bit more, it might benefit them.
Open the game up a little bit.
Yeah.
Yep.
They're just banging it on the boot.
Well, there's Dodd. The coach's...
Kitchen.
Maybe he can scrag one. Look at Cross-Dean going in there. What an outstanding game. Dabner turns onto his left. Oh, great mark taken by Frost. Plays on. Sausage roll time. The Tigers are back.
And how about that celebration?
Well, there's not going to be a heap of goals. Look at the crowd. Not a lot of cars in the ground, so only half the allotment of cars due to a little bit of bog on the wing. There's Dabner, left boot. And there is Frost, and just decided to play on. How good.
True footballing attitude there.
His little mate there, I'm not sure who it was. It might have been Jordan Dodd getting very excited. So we're back. It's within a kick. They're out of the middle again. It's going to have to get a boot. I reckon he just got a toe. I don't reckon the umpire saw it. I think that's still a fair call.
That's a grand final tackle.
That's unbelievable. Firstly, the turn from Frost. No, he didn't get a foot onto it. That's outstanding. Tackle technique good from both these teams. Good job, Matty Green and Johnny Dodd, the two coaches, have obviously done a lot of work with their tackle technique. Some of these kids, it's probably their first full season of the full tackle rules. Dropped by Wright. This game's opened up, Lockie, hasn't it? Even the players have spread out a little bit more now.
The skill's been fantastic. The coaches must be drilling both of these teams exceptionally well.
Yeah, pretty experienced coaches, both these guys. Have had junior kids for a while. That's a great juggle by Jordan Dodd with the long sleeves on. He always looks to play on. He gets it up to half forward. Kitchen over the back. Nearly gets his hand onto it. Cross-Dean in there, applies some pressure. just preventing that ball going out. Climbing up over the back and spoiling was Jack Wright. The ball is called. The favourite thing on a football ground anywhere in Australia is someone yelling out ball, and now it is in the hands of Bailey Wright.
This past 2 minutes, the play has been electrifying.
Look, it's opened up, and we've been saying the first 5 minutes was tough as Billy Watson fighting for the footy there. With Zolinak, who's been good in that first half. We've got 8 more games of footy. How good. I turned at Martin Duffy is doing camera work and production today. He was here for about 4 hours last night doing the setup. 8 hours, 8 more games he's thinking. Wow, how are we going to manage it? We will manage it. We've got a professional commentator coming in at about lunchtime too, which will get me off the airways for a little bit. A boot off the ground by Deacon Hazel. Looking forward to working with Michael Maney.
Brilliant shepherding.
There's Jarman. Kitchen. Dean. What a contest these two players have been involved. They have been engaged all day long. As Dean gets up and Kitchen up last. We've got a throw up here. Around about 35 from the Longford goal. The scoring end. Billy Watson over the top. Rushed handball out by Oliver Green. Got a high tackle, no, says the umpire. There you go, high tackle, said someone from the crowd. Trying to bash his way in was Liam Lucas. And they've found a free kick. So Watson looks up. He's really only going to go up the line. And that size 3 Syntho ball didn't get very far then. One of the best things I like about the NTJFA, they use the dimple football, which a lot of footy teams are going towards the leather one. The dimple one's still really good on a wet day. Zolinak just shoving his opposition, Nate Wells, off the football, but Wells goes again. One went the wrong way. Out of bounds.
If you were to count up the 1%ers out there today, I reckon you'd be approaching... Oh, Lock Dog.
Who's the Lock Dog?
You'd be approaching about 500%.
Well, I'm not sure how those metrics work, but we'll go with them, Lock Dog.
Thanks, mate.
Into the middle, and there's a hack out of the air by Oliver Green. And he's going to wait for that football, and finally Healy picks it up, but he got tracked down. Now it's towards Dodd. Dodd gets it up into the square. What a mark. Gee, just seen some beautiful defensive markers, Ben Carter, but his kick's just a little off and out of bounds. How's this from Ben Carter?
Stoic.
Oh, just at the last minute, went up high, got it in his shoulder. It's fantastic. Nick Revolt-like. Kitchener did get it out, but didn't really have prior opportunity. Swinging around was Jack Wright. Dean's on the ground. I think he's okay. He is a tough kid. He's already been involved in a few contests as the trainer comes out. He's kicked up into the hot spot. Tracky down first is Atkinson. He's got a couple to beat. He taps it in front of himself. Goes again, Atkinson. Good perseverance from him. Perkins trying to stand up, and now he moves out. And I reckon we're going to have a ball up here. No, it's still going. Mason Dabney with a kick out. Kitchen. 1, 2, 3. Hold the football. He took him on.
You see Dean down there behind the play. Kitchen's size and strength just might be getting to him.
Yeah, I think he might have just copped a whack in the chin or in the jaw, maybe even the nose. Just coming off. He looks okay though, Dean.
Yeah, he's playing on a big boy in Kitchen.
And I reckon he's probably just winning at the moment too, even though Kitchen's had a few touches. Dean's ability to run the ball off has been outstanding. Jordan Dodd in there. He might just get it back, because in a lot of balls, another Lonnie player just down on his knees. He's okay now. He's got a little whack in the back of the leg. That's Jack Wright. Just in the contest as this game's getting tough.
Well, he's got a little bit of blood down there.
Yeah, just looked around his nose or chin, or just on his, she might be his bottom lip, but he seems okay, not too distressed, and the trainer was out there straight away. Maybe have to wrap him up again and get him back out there. If that's available, he might just need a rest. Just on defensive side of centre wing for the Launceston Blues. Jack Wright. Trying to bust his way through was Nick Wing. I reckon Nick Wing's going to be done for holding the footy. He is.
I wouldn't be upset if I was the coach, though, saying something like that. This game might be won on who's the strongest.
Yeah, look at that. 2 players tackling him.
Just given we've seen a couple of those Launceston boys just pull up a little bit ginger, if Longford could just put the foot down, keep moving that ball fast and standing up through tackles, they might kick clear.
Well, I'll tell you what, it helps if they stand up in tackles because it does give them a chance to still release the football. So 1 goal only in this quarter to the Tigers.
And they're moving the ball by hand just a little bit more to the Tigers. Nice work, Kitchen.
Swung. That might be a sling tackle. No, not called. Didn't hit his head on the ground, so spot on from the umpire. Little toe poke off the ground. Was Baker. Billy Watson in there, just misses him. Now Longford with the numbers out the back. They've just got to be calm here. Running over the top of that was Holmes.
Hasn't been down here for a while.
No, it hasn't. We haven't seen the ball down that end of the ground. If there's actually a few fans there. They haven't really seen the footy at all down that southern end of Longford football ground. Scooping it off the pack was Wells. Launceston desperate to get one. Holmes outside is Fox. Goal kick in that first quarter. Right. Taken down without the footy was Zolinak. He's going to get a free kick.
Excellent call from the umpire.
There we see on the replay. Just never really took possession. So Zolinak kicks it up high to Kitchen. Kitchen at the sit, the old-fashioned sit, and then he's played on. Outstanding. Great junior footy here in the NTJFA D2 Grand Final.
They've got about 30 seconds to hold on here.
Well, he had 2 players to try and get through, Lucas. I reckon he's lost that footy, and he's been called for holding the man. Look, he actually slipped out of his fingertips. The crowd aren't happy, but it was all fine. And look at the follow-up by Billy Watson. And probably a fair result. Just look at that smother. There's those 1%ers for you. And it is 3-quarter time here.
Yeah, we're about up to 700% now, I think.
Yeah, getting higher anyway. Into a metric we don't even understand. It is 1 goal to 8 to 2 straight 12. With Mason Frost the only scorer in that quarter with a clever little snap. There's Longford's coach trying to rev them up. Inspire something for this last run home. 12 minutes to go. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have a grand final winner and the first of this Sunday football here at Longford. "12 minutes of footy left for both these sides. And they rush back out onto the field after their 3-quarter time speech And their little break with 4 points left for Longford to chase down and 4 points left for Lonnie to defend. Lockie, your thoughts in this last quarter? 12 minutes of footy left.
Regardless of what happens, this is where those memories are made and those tall stories get told for years in on end. So the boys here have got a real opportunity to just achieve something for themselves and for their teammates and, of course, the community.
It's a very popular footy team here in Longford. Their seniors lost by a couple of goals yesterday. They're into a prelim final. Their reserves and under-18s as well involved in finals. So it's a big club that's starting to build again. And the junior under-12s, the next generation of stars for the Tigers. As that's nearly thrown out by Dodd. Dodd again. And he just shoves it up. There's Dabner. He kicks it up towards centre half, but just goes past Mason Frost. Kitchen doesn't just stop. He just bangs it up towards the forward and dashing out and getting his Surrell. Surrell's going to need some help from Hazel. Hazel loses the football. Rushing past is Healy. Healy back, Surrell. Healy. They're both going it. Still, the ball is somehow moving forward. Look out for Kitchen. Boyle, tight in the pocket, ran out of space. And it's an important throw in here.
Good intent.
The ball just kept moving forward, rugby style, as the roving or rolling maul kept it going forward. With 15 out from the Longford goal. We haven't seen a goal to the left-hand side of the screen. Can it be Dodd? Out of the pack. Touched. And a behind. 3 points.
Nice start this from Longford.
So Lonnie with the numbers just in the back pocket. Just got his kick away as he was knocked to ground. But winning was Armstrong. Hasn't had a lot of the ball, Armstrong. Boyle coming in. I reckon the umpire's going to call that one. And the last person's Billy Watson with it. And we're just outside the forward 50 here for the Tigers. Dodd was about to run onto it, but the ball just evaded him. Now towards Bryant. Bashes his way through the pack. Kitchen moves the ball up towards half forward. Swings past Surrell. Booting the ball off the ground and chasing after his Blythe. He decides that's a good option and he does it once again. Foot race here. First that is Hay. Hay's kick is a little misdirected. He had a little bit of pressure. Bryant tries to win the footy. And there's Hazel swinging the ball out up towards Kitchen. Now can Launceston build? They're saying go long, go long. I think that's everyone's option at the moment. But you're not going to go long if the ball gets smothered by the defensive pressure from Longford here is outstanding, and getting his hands on his wing. The wing's been called holding the football. Bit tough, Lockie. What do you reckon? Did he get his handball to it?
Just about, but he did take him on.
Nah, fair call. Yep, certainly had that ball for a long time. Juggling mark. Holmes couldn't quite grab it in the second juggle. Oh, geez, it rushes forward in a little bit of a hurry. You just hear the excitement from the crowd once that ball gets out the back. There's Sharman.
Excellent work there from Mackenzie.
Boyle onto it first to try and work the ball up to Dabner. Dabner's not going to get there. It's going to be into Hay. Hay round one. Hay not around the second. Drag to the ground. Zolinak, what a tackle. But the umpire said he didn't have prior opportunity. Zolinak's even got a footballer's haircut too. Footballer's attitude. Boyle. He just looked around then, right, and realises he had nowhere to go. And he waited for the high tackle and he won it.
Got Fox and Mackenzie down deep. Just wait for them to come into play if the next kick goes down.
There goes Fox on the lead. Doesn't get the footy though. Little indecisive, his left ball. Now he's going to put it up to the Fox territory. Chasing back in the pack is Billy Watson. I don't think he's got the distance. He is one of the bigger kicks in this league. He's going a big drop punt into the square. He actually, in fact, did have the distance and a minor score to the left. We might get that one in the replay again.
Fox's work up forward really helped him get that ball there. Fox has been playing in front of Mackenzie. He let out and protected his teammate from the ball so he could take a relatively uncontested mark, albeit under pressure. Yeah,
under a lot of pressure and above his head too. It's a reasonable option, but a bit of work here for Dodd. He'll run Dodd. He's favoured by his left boot. Up and towards the half-forward line. Luttrell just dropped the footy, but they've bashed it back inside that dangerous territory. Looking for Wells. That could be holding the footy. No, that's a great call by the umpire, saying it was bashed out. He looked for a teammate, did Jordan Dodd. And asking for a kick was William Fox. Thought he was shoved off the football. Now he's requiring some more advice to the umpire. He probably just needs to wander out there, but I reckon he's copped one in his lower back.
Excellent work there from the umpires. There are about 3 or 4 half free kicks there. Good to let the play go.
Yeah, they have certainly let it flow as that's gone out of bounds. This bloke here, he's absolutely having a ripping day. I reckon there's about 200 or 300 people here. Half of Longford's come to see this under-12 team. And a fair few people have come from the city. Kitchen looks up and he just decides his right boot is the biggest weapon he has. Winning it is Ray.
They've got runners in the centre.
Halfway through this last quarter. Longford down by a kick. 4 points left for them to make up. You need to pick it up. Sharman doesn't win it. Zolinak moving up towards half forward. The umpire right there, he's nearly laid a shepherd actually. Lucky Billy Watson doing what he's done all year, and that's winning the loose footy. Here we go, Launceston. Nearly the boot was used, but then at the last minute the handball was done. Beams inside forward 50. This should be a goal. Steady kick by Wells. And that could be the sealer. Nate Wells with a goal at the back. As we have seen throughout this Launceston performance, they've been getting out the back, haven't they, Lockie?
Yeah, I think they've been running harder generally throughout the game, and that's given them an edge on the offense. And yeah, just a little bit of a lack of accountability maybe from some of these Longford players.
I think they thought they were going to win the ball, but great work by Beams. And they're finishing it off was Wells with the easy goal, and coming in a little late was Mackenzie with a little cheeky, little bit of cheeky work there. It's 10 points. They're going to have to get one back. I wouldn't give it a pass. All the score, all the goals have gone to the right-hand side of our screen. And there's a hold off the ball and a free kick here to Longford. Dodd, who's been one of Longford's best. Dabner, who's been a little quiet in this second half. Still, every time he gets the footy, he looks dangerous. Dodd again. Gets rid of one. Great work by him. Swinging through the middle is Wing. Tap over the top by Frost, the goal kicker. Kitchen. They need a mark, but the only mark there is a Brewer defensive one.
Maybe Kitchen's playing just a little bit too high. I'd love to see him just down deeper and getting on the kick that he's sending in.
Hay gets it up the wing. He's got a teammate, but the ball just doesn't always bounce the way you want. Nice little contest down there. Just onto his back was Saunders. Caleb Reid trying to get a handball. He was under some pressure though. Dodd going down and trying to reach for it, then he realises he's out of whack. And a handy ball up. There's 4 minutes left. 2 goals required for the Tigers. They've only scored 1 all day. It's going to be a hard work here for them to overcome this deficit. Watson over the top with his right hand. in some space is Beams, the one who set up that last goal. Fox onto it first. He clashes into Mackenzie. Out the side, Beams. Beams into the square. It's going to be another goal. No, it's going to be taken back. Just as Wright was about to run in. We've got a freak here to Fox, is it? No. So Fox with it. He's going to try and swing it around and just get it up to the top of the square. And it's been tapped through for a minor score. So Longford's last hurrah now with 2 minutes left. 2 goals, 1 each minute. Mackenzie's going to have to take it on. He goes up towards Dabner. Dabner at the back. He can't quite win it. Wright brings the ball to ground. But Dabner lays a high bump. He's given away a free kick. He was going for the footy, Dabner. But unfortunately, the head of the Launceston player in Bailey Wright was in the way, and he's going to get a free kick and have a shot on goal. I don't think Wright's... You got Fox in the square saying, pop it up to me. He's looking like he's in the low post in a basketball game. Now he's saying, pop it in front. Fox has got 4 players on him. So Bailey Wright, from 20 out, drills it to the right. And he's found the fence and out of bounds.
Well, he took about 30 seconds there. They're a little bit closer to victory.
It's smart play, wasn't it?
I reckon they can taste it.
I'm looking over to the clock there. Is there a 30-second clock here on the Longford scoreboard? Maybe not.
Cracker blocker solos.
So it looks like Launceston are going to get the first. They're in 4 grand finals today. Beams. Tight in the pocket. Eddie Betts style. Dishes out. Armstrong's got it. And a free kick's been found to Fox. Fox plays on. Fox dobs up behind. He really wanted the goal. He's the type of player that's got a lot of animation. I can't even say it. Animated? He's animated.
Hyper animated.
Hyper animated. 20 seconds left in this game. And a chest mark. Taken by Bailey Wright. He might use another 30 seconds here, right, just to make sure he is the last kick.
The siren might go while he's got it in his hands.
There it is. Launceston, Lonnie. The Blues have done it. And the celebrations on Longford. Disappointment for them. Kitchen on the ground, but Launceston won the first grand final here. 1 goal 3 to 3 goals 3. 2-goal victory. They kicked 2 goals in that last quarter.
And look at Dean in there too after copping that knock. He's got the jacket on.
Great work by Fox going over to Kitchen too. What a start here on Duff TV. NTJFA Division 2 premiers of the Launceston Division 2 boys. And Lockie, your last thoughts before we have a quick break until the next game.
My last thoughts is I'm so glad that I'm at the football here watching these grand finals. I wouldn't want to be sitting at home watching the wide world of sports, I tell you what.
We might be on the wide world of sports, but anyway, we'll just quickly go through the goal kickers. Mason Frost for Longford, Dob 1 in that second quarter. Nate Wells, Dobell and Fox were the 3 goal kickers. We'll just mention a couple of the better players. Oscar Boyle was outstanding. Jordan Dodd probably in the end was Longford's most competent contributor. Mason Dabner always involved. Nicholas Wing was really good. Zolinak down defence and Kitchen up half forward. The Launceston Blue, some of their better players. I thought definitely Nate Wells was engaged and involved throughout the day. Floyd Luttrell had a really good first 30 minutes in this game. Oliver Green, Billy Watson, one of their best. Dobell up forward. And Fox, I just liked the way he played the game. He looked a little awkward. He's quite tall. He's got a bit to do. And we've got another grand final coming up. So Launceston with the first. They've got 3 more. And there they are running off the ground for their presentation. We'll have a break here on Duff TV. The next one, a big match coming up in the Division 1 Boys Grand Final. It's Lonnie again. And I've been told by the Launceston Football Club. In fact, we might stay on here because I feel like there's such... I'm a bit concerned the banner's the wrong way around. No, they've worked it out.
That's some excellent camera work there from Jack Duffy, getting in on the iPhone.
Well, good work here from this banner here is now being turned around. This is, they tell me this is the best. They reckon Lonnie Footy Club are telling me this is #1 banner for the day.
There is no deserving it, only earning it.
But it's a good sized banner too, isn't it? The only thing is, it looks around about, what would you say, 130 to 140 centimetres high. It's only going to be the taller kids that can touch it.
Oh, look, I'd be jumping up. I know at that age I was knee-high to a grasshopper, but I would have been jumping
still knee-high to a grasshopper like you were talking about. And there's that's the sort of banner everyone can run through, right down to the ground like a curtain.
Well, these the Div 2 under-12 boys have really given the next team something to run into.
Yeah.
That strong, like, positivity.
Yeah, there's a bit of energy around this ground at the moment, particularly with the Lonnie Footy Club.
Sense of calm, did you say, Martin? Oh, I don't think there's any calm out here today. This is just some strong, good football vibes. Real good boy energies. And here we go. Launceston White, the Div 1 under-12 boys, breaking the banner and grabbing a little bit as they go through. Some really lovely team energy from Launceston. I haven't actually watched any of these teams play before, but I'm feeling some really, really good positive stuff coming from Launceston. Even Longford all the way through that game, playing really, really well. I might just give a little shout out to our cameraman, Jack Duffy. He's been working extra hard. I'll just get back to that, and here come the South Launceston boys running through the banner. You wouldn't be dead for quids. Welcome, Martin.
Yeah, just Martin Duffy here on the co-commentary as the umpires are coming out. And of course, this is the second game of 9 for the day here at Longford today. The Launceston Blues had their win there in the Division 2 under-12s. That was a great game. They just, after quarter time, really took control of the match, didn't they? And just didn't allow the Longford boys to score a goal in the end. So
they run and spread.
Oh, Longford got 1 goal, didn't they? 1 goal in the match.
They really charged back in that third quarter.
Yeah. So we've got the Bulldogs here against the Blues. What's your tip, Lockie?
My tip, I'd have to go with Launceston. Oh. Just the energy coming out from the Div 2 boys getting the win.
Yep.
And just running out through that excitement. But it was a little bit quieter over on the Bulldogs side. It might getting those arousal levels peaking at the right time might be a good thing for those boys.
I think they're just very calm at the moment, the Bulldogs. The word on the street, the Bulldogs are the hot tip for this match.
Yep.
Powerhouse club down there in South Launceston, and equally as well the Launceston boys as well. So we've got 3 very strong clubs up here in Launceston in the juniors. But Launceston, North Launceston and South Lonnie are very, very powerful in my time of filming the footy up here.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one. If it's anything like the last game, and the skill level for under 12s football.
Yeah, it was amazing, wasn't it?
That was unreal.
So we've got the captains here. We might just go back in on the captains here, just coming in together. No real wind advantage here at Longford Oval. But which way would you go? Go right? It's just a little bit downhill, isn't it?
It's a little bit downhill. I'm not sure. You definitely want to get a good score on the board in the first quarter.
Oh, very important to get off to a
Bit
good
of
start.
scoreboard pressure.
So, some nerves around. You'd be very nervous. Did you ever play in the grand final, Lockie?
Only in cricket.
Only in cricket.
Yeah. I didn't have the pleasure of playing in some of these powerhouse teams.
Yeah.
I didn't play a final either. I was sitting around the bottom with a lot of my junior footy.
Yeah, I played in a junior footy team at high school in Hobart, and I think we won about 4 games in about 4 years.
Yep.
So definitely didn't play finals.
I umpired a couple of grand finals.
Right. That was a nervous time as well, no doubt.
Oh, it's a little bit different when you're running out there with the umpires, but it's still a great achievement. And all the umpires today should feel very, very proud of themselves for making it through what is a long season at times.
Yep, no, they've got the Supreme umpires out here today. Now, here coming up the steps is our head commentator of Duff TV for today, Aaron Roberts from AFL Tasmania. I'll pass you over to Aaron right now.
GG2 can waffle on. It is a massive game. The reason this one's so massive, it's the top 2 teams in this Division A have absolutely dominated Division 1, both these clubs, or I should say both these teams. But they've had some serious grudge matches. I picked Lonnie to win. They've been on top all year. And I think they kept South to some low scores throughout the year. But 3 games lost between both these sides throughout the season. And I'm expecting it should be a blockbuster of a match. Kurt Wheeler, the coach of the Lonnie Footy Club, a man who knows a lot about footy. And another man who knows a bit about footy at South Launceston, Adrian Dean, former coach of their seniors and women's team. Steve Graham's the assistant coach at the South Launceston Football Club. We've got Kurt's boy playing too. There's a lot of good football players running around in both these particular teams. We're going to have a little break. The teams are getting warmed up. We're about a minute and a half away from the start of this Div 1 grand final, NTJFA. We've already seen a win to Launceston. They're going for back-to-back. They're going for 2 as we have a quick break. Good morning, everybody. It's match 2 here in the NTJFA Grand Final bonanza. Lonnie with the first victory in the division as Jack Morrison, one of the players we'll have to look at today for the Bulldogs. It's South Lonnie versus the Launceston Blues is running through Sing Line. Some really good pedigree in both these sides, and we'll see a much more flowing game of football is Page, another Lonnie player. Jack Morrison's 2 touches early. Powerhouse footy teams in this division. They've pretty much blitzed the rest of the other clubs. In what is quite a small division these days, it's certainly even up quite nicely. There's been a little bit of movement in the under-12s. And we've got a ball up here in centre wing. Third touch for Morrison. Launceston off half-back. Ball's going to fly up and down the Longford football ground today. Lockie Hetherington joining me in the commentary system. We have a few different commentators popping in and out today on Duff TV. Now we've got a...
Thanks, Peachy.
We've got a kick out deep in defence here. And Page wins it out and finds a teammate further afield in Dean. I feel like I'm just literally naming players of the past. A game in the 90s for both these teams. Spilled through the fingers of Blythe. Trying to hold his ground was Ryder Dean. And now the players converge on the football and hold it up. It just popped out the back of the pack here for Millwood. That's a good juggling mark taken by Blythe. So Blythe just attacking side of the circle here. He goes up towards centre half. There's a couple of players reach up for the footy. Singline was in there. Gee, when he had the opportunity all alone was Polton. Polton goes back again, smacks it in towards the pocket. First to meet the football down there is Richardson. And Richardson steadies and kicks it out towards the defensive side of the ground. Wheeler in there first with the long sleeves out of bounds.
I tell you what, some of the parents here, they're doing something right with these boys. There are some big, healthy boys out there.
Yeah, there's a little bit of growth hormones going on, isn't there? I stood next to a few of them before, and they are a lot of height and out of bounds.
There's some good strength overhead too early on in this game.
This is the this is the top tier. I think it's a 5-team competition. Very strong top 2 teams. Dashing out is Walcock. Tight in the pocket. He ran out of space and he couldn't find the goals. Out of bounds on the full.
Wait a few years and he might be slotting them from there.
He went the banana too. Oh, it wasn't a bad effort. They're quite shallow pockets here. The ground narrows considerably, so you can nearly kick a drop punt from those pockets. But I like the style. I like that style. And Lonnie to bring the ball back inside their forward 50 again. There's a stack of players. Singline up. Misses him.
It's very one-on-one football.
It is, isn't it? McKendrick with good mark. Yeah, it is, isn't it? There's a good matchups throughout this ground. McKendrick's kicks probably gone a fraction high. It's probably gone higher than it's gone long, but it's still been marked by Graham. I should say not Graham. That's Charlie Dean again. That's his second touch.
I'm looking up the ground and I'm seeing one-on-ones further afield.
Well, I tell you what, if anyone had an issue about the ground, this is going to be the worst conditions all day, I reckon, in relation to the dew on it. We may have a shower, but I've seen, what have we seen, about 7 or 8 contested marks. They're sticking into the fingers, and there's another one. Up high was Reynolds. Wow.
And contested marks too.
Oh, how good was that from Reynolds? He does look about 5'10" as well. So Reynolds from 45, hoof, into the pocket, hasn't got it. There's a lot of players trying to reach up and get it, nearly getting it was French. It's still in there. Then there's a little boot off the ground. It's a little dangerous, I think. You've got to be careful. Flying through the pack. Over the top was French. And Lonnie just released a bit of pressure for a few moments.
Smart option.
French bashing it along the ground with his boot and then swinging onto his Graham. Graham has enough time to get it out, but he hasn't got a teammate upfield. And there's that handball option. That was a clever in-ball handball, but the kick off the mark and picked off here by Graham. Graham kicks excellent.
They had their captain, Benjamin Wheeler, just out in the centre square there, free before.
Kobe May now. He lines up a teammate and he's looking for the run of Taylor. Taylor loses it and then reaching down again. He's got a few teammates to beat. This ball's been swung up by Purse. Now foot race with Jack Morrison. He looks up and he always uses the ball well. He nearly got it to the hands of McKendrick. He had some pressure applied to him. Trying to push his way through the small space was Baker. Nearly a juggling mark taken by Reynolds, would have been his second spectacular mark. Then he butters it up, Reynolds. He's got 3 South Launceston players to beat. He beats 1, beats 2. The ball doesn't necessarily get it. It does come back to him. And Reynolds just tries the box kick, but it's been smothered by Singline. And Singline hoofs a boot into the size 3 Sharon and gets a little bit of distance for his team. Now it's swung out the handball out towards Woolcock. And out of bounds. So 6.5 gone and no score. Page over it, tapping it in front of himself. He reaches down and tries to get that footy again. There's a young lad there on the hill there with his binoculars. Is he being supervised? Yes, he is. Oh, he's off and running. Is he the future of footy, that young lad there? He's pinging up and down the side of the bank. He's having a ripper.
If he's at the footy today, he's every chance.
He could get a kick the way he's moving. I think he might need to take his binocular off his head, though. Now, rushing out the side of that pack was Dean. Dean's kick. He had a bit of pressure late. He's misdirected it. And a defensive mark here for Launceston. Wheeler. He's going to go in ball with a little 45. Woolcock by himself. He's got a player in the middle. Woolcock's going to have to now go to a long searching lead from centre half. There it is.
I think maybe a little bit of lactic acid's built up after that
phonetic,
explosive start. Settling into a bit of structure here. Seen both teams have had a spare defender, a kick behind the play when the ball's gone forward.
There's a rush ball out. Morrison. Straight up and found an opposition player. Sometimes the ball just doesn't do what you want, but at the end of the end, it worked away nicely towards Plummer. Plummer swung around and kicked it. Launceston trying to work it back out. Now it's Graham. He's had a few touches. Graham kicks okay. He did actually have a lead on a long lead by Singline, but it was cut off by Blythe, and now Blythe onto his left. Blythe up towards Reynolds, over the top of him. Not quite as fast as the man coming next to him in Page. After a nice open start to this game, it's now just become a little bit more contested as Jack Morrison trying to win it for his club. Woolcock with another touch. It's not a bad one either. Weems clinging onto it. And he's looking for an option. Brewer's calling it out. It's going to go up towards him. And he gets swamped over the top. And the umpire's found a free kick. I feel it was a high one. Might have been Brewer actually giving it away. And off half back is William French. William French had 2 Bulldog players to kick to. In the end, they probably spoiled each other. Slung off it as he was trying to kick that one was Hodge. They said it was okay. Grant.
Almost 10 minutes into this quarter. No score.
A bit like the last game, isn't it? The game really opened up after half time, or after quarter time. Singline running it down. But first out with a handball was Main. And Woolcock off half back now. Runs onto that left boot.
Both teams setting up well in defence with that player just behind the play.
Yeah, well, they're actually manning up too. So they've got each player is being defended at the moment in defence by Launceston.
might be just those players that run quicker back into position or find their man. The team that does that the most might get on the ball, on the scoreboard
Yeah,
first.
could be a bit of that, and also could be the old-fashioned contested mark up forward just to try and break this up and get a shot on goal. We've got nearly 11 in what we thought might have been a slightly more open game of footy, but I expect it will get a little easier as the quarters go on. And a Taylor rush was going forward, but he missed it. Then Singline, Daniel variety, dropped the mark, and Jack Morrison with his 5th touch. McKendrick with a tackle. The umpire may have called that too high, and he has. That's super work from the umpire. Looks like Wheeler now. So Wheeler's got a good right boot. And amongst all that pack, he nearly actually found a teammate. Morrison with a cleaning handball up. Finds Page at the back of that pack. And Walcock, once again, sort of playing loose off half-back. He's moved forward. He gets a little bit of space. We're talking about contested mark, but all at the moment, like you're only seeing opposition players take contested mark is Tyler Graham.
That was a great mark.
It was a beauty, wasn't it? Tyler Graham knocks the ball further out.
Aggressive kick.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Had Page in there. He didn't take too long before he just whacked it onto his boot. Only got a little while left here. That's a good bit of work there. Coming through was Main and had a small amount of real estate to work his way through and found it. Off half-back now is Blythe. Blythe's kick up to the middle of the ground. It's found Wheeler. It's about his 5th touch, Wheeler. He plays that neat style of football.
They're going to have to go quick.
Up the centre half. And I reckon that is the siren, or is it actually even a siren here, Lockie? I can't hear a thing. We generally know. The umpire's throw it in the air, plus we're looking at the watch. That's 12 minutes gone. 0 all in this Div 1 grand final.
Soccer scores.
Let's hope we don't have a penalty shootout at the end if it's still 0 all. I can tell you, these two teams are really closely matched up at me. I can't see necessarily why. It's been an interesting structure from Kurt Wheeler from Launceston, a very experienced football coach, and you can tell he's coaching his team to move the ball laterally and be really clever off half-back. He's got Lincoln, Walcock, and he's also got a few others, Brewer and Co up there, that are using the ball really effectively. We'll have a quick break here on Duff TV. Second game, it's Division 1 NTJFA Grand Final. And at the moment, it's 0 all. Second quarter action here on Duff TV. And Lockie, I've just had a wander out and look at the crowd. reckon both grandstands are close to full. There's probably, I reckon there's about 600 people here at the moment.
I was just about to ask you, what do you think about this crowd?
Unbelievable atmosphere, and it's partly because there's no cars on the other side of the ground because it's been closed off by the council.
Yeah,
so everyone's come across here, which I think is great. And no doubt everyone wanted to play on UTAS Stadium, would love to get the kids there. But there's something about everyone at a suburban or a country football ground all tightly packed in around the central grandstand. And at the moment, we'd like to see a little bit more movement on this scoreboard. Woolcock off the ground straight away. Morrison's going to get to that first.
I was talking to, we've got Nathan Besto on the
VMix.
The VMix today, and he was telling me that there's cars all parked up outside. He says, wonderful.
Well, Nathan does a lot of work in the NTJFA space with filming, so he'd probably have a good idea of some of the crowd sizes for that footy. Is Woolcock with maybe touch number 10. There it is, Reynolds! Oh, no umpire. He's called a hold or a little touch. We'll give that. He was right there, the umpire, but there's something about that name, Reynolds. Not that anyone cares, but I grew up on the northwest coast, and it was a man with one of the great beards. Duff knows who I'm talking about. Kicked 100 goals a few times, didn't he, for Devonport and various other clubs, Reynolds. Kicked 100 goals in the 88 grand final win for Devonport. Let's hope there's some pedigree in that young lad. Now it's up towards the Bulldogs half-forward line. Trying to butter it up is Nikolovic. Just have to double check I've pronounced that name right too. Reaching down is Holmes. Mundy looked for a teammate. He's swung and kicked it. Now it's Morrison kicking it forward, right to the top of the square. Hayes in there. Boundary line beats him.
There was a nice little bit of work there from Jack Morrison early on to get that ball forward.
He's busy, isn't he?
Yeah, I've noticed that 3 of the last 4 captains of these 2 games, all number 4.
Might be something in that. Might be something in that. Blythe. There's Morrison. Reynolds pushes him off. Had a bit of an advantage there in height. That's inside the ball. Bulldogs forward 50. Grant's going to have to do some work. He was slung, but he got his boot to it. Grant out of bounds.
Lucky. I reckon he just didn't have that ball long enough to call that holding the ball.
Yeah, fair enough. And he probably just technically disposed of it in the end. And the ball's rolling out. Chasing it down is Taylor. Taylor didn't get it. As Mackenzie was in there for Launceston. Morrison on his knees. Morrison again gets up so quickly, but the kick is off the mark. And he kicked it into a nest of blues, if there's such a phrase, and they're out here, Lonnie. Mackenzie right in front of us. It's okay for Mackenzie. Millwood dropped it initially, and that just allowed 2 South Launceston players to converge on him and apply a bit of pressure as Taylor for the Bulldogs gets it up towards half forward.
Good little work there from Charlie Baker.
Yeah, tell you what, open up Reynolds. One-hand kick. Swinging around is Polton. He looks like a lightly sawed-up forward. An air shot from Groves. Groves will go again and use his hands this time. Gets his hands up from Groves. That was clever. Ship steadies. Ship. Kicks it to the opposition.
Goalkeeper down back.
Oh, that was disappointing. I thought Ship may have had a couple of extra metres. He may have taken an extra couple of steps too.
He could have handballed off to Wheeler. He had Wheeler running beside him.
So Launceston's best chance in this top of the table clash. Just felt this game's going to go down to the wire. They've been so tight all season. It's only a really different game to the Division 2 finals. Morrison had to wait for a long time for that ball to come out of the clouds. We're up and towards half forward here for Launceston, going to the left-hand side of the screen here. Reynolds at the back, couldn't quite win the football over Singline, and it quickly goes forward again, but once again, It's Logan Richardson at the old-fashioned full-back position, and he's by himself. They might need to match him up.
Very, very smart to go with the bounce, placing the ball on the ground.
Well, as he did that, Dockrell tried to do the normal bounce by throwing it onto the turf, and it didn't win out. Maybe that's a sign of just a slightly wet, slippery grass. But I can tell you what, the ground is as hard as it has been. Probably, and I've been here 4 or 5 times this year, it's probably as hard as it's been since April. Sing line dragged. Didn't have the footy sing line. In fact, it was the sing line dragged down. It was Plummer.
There's not many players further afield, downfield for...
What do you reckon? There's around about nearly 36 around the footy, or within a kick of the footy.
Yeah, but Launceston are just dropping back and getting those spare men behind the ball. Smart football from some of these defenders from Launceston.
Yeah, well structured both these sides, particularly defensively, is Singline going up and trying to win it down. McKenzie in there. Morrison wins it off. He often looks to handball first, and great play for his teammates. Good wrestle there as Singline quickly out. Grant.
Great defence from both teams here. I was just noticing that the Launceston defence, they're all got their opponents covered goal side. So they're cutting off.
It's got a 50-metre penalty here.
Here we go. This might open things up. So the Launceston defence, they're just cutting off the Bulldogs there with any opportunities.
So Taylor quickly gets the advantage, kicks it up towards 2 of his teammates, but it didn't really advantage any of them. Again, running out was Ryder Dean, and the ball was a couple of metres from his fingers. Now it's a contested ball up. It's nearly been brought to the front of the square. Just need to show a little bit more intent than Millwood. Somehow it's ended up in the hands. Not sure how that's done that. And the first score on the board.
Just a little mistake there.
Charlie Purse. We just missed it. We've got a bar in front of us. I literally couldn't see the ball swung across then. And Charlie Purse was in the right spot when the ball landed into his hands, and South.
Well, dare I say it, they pulled the purse strings and the money fell out.
Here it is from Purse. Didn't muck around either with that set shot on goal. And finally, we're away in the Division 1 under-12 grand final.
7 minutes into this second quarter.
So 19 minutes of football, and we've finally got the first score on the board, because we're waiting for the 6-6-6 to get sorted. Reynolds in the ruck, he wins that one, taps it out, but it's sharked out here by Morrison. Morrison, as often the case, decides handball's the best option to get his team involved. Blythe trying to go down there and get engaged, as well as Holmes, and it's been knocked out here. South Launceston starting to get a little bit of a run on again. In towards the forward pockets, and tipped off by, I think that's Blythe down there.
He read the ball brilliantly there.
In fact, it wasn't Blythe. Blythe was a little further upfield. South with numbers. It's Grant, though, for Launceston. It's flicked out here to Morrison. Morrison steadies. He decides a boot's a good option. He's got a one-on-one. Over the back was Besma.
There's Blythe.
Round 1. Gets through 2. All he does is find a Bulldog up the field. Blythe goes back, and his teammate comes over and helps him with a fist from Besma. He did a good vote, had some votes in the recent BNF count, and out of bounds.
Good, solid fist there.
Was a beauty, wasn't it?
Excellent defence.
Coming over, second player into that contest. Walcott couldn't manage to get it. He might get a handle here, Walcott. And just waited for a teammate to come, did Shelp. Shelp knocks it up towards Reynolds. And misses Reynolds, got to McKenzie. Now Reynolds gets it. He had a couple of players hanging onto his jumper. Bounces away from Leadham. First onto that is Grant. Morrison tried to bust his way through the pack. McKenzie gets it out there for Launceston. Now it swings out towards Polton. Polton in towards the middle of the turf here. The last bit of tackle laid by Ship. Morrison swung on there by Millwood. Wilcock's going to have to chase down here because reaching down is Chappell. Chappell had a player just in the middle. He decided just to quickly get it onto his boot. Is often the case in this age group footy. They're just learning their craft, juggling football. Got a couple on the outside here, Launceston. Have to be careful because it's Blythe. What's the umpire going to call? He said that's okay. He didn't have prior opportunity as he grabbed the Sharon. Groves, great work by Groves. They just need to get the ball out. There's about a minute and a half left here in this first half. Now Blythe switches the play. It's a long wait for that ball to drop. And I think that's Grant. In fact, no, it's not. It's Benny Wheeler. Late punch, but still a chance for Polton. Polton then gets tackled from behind by Purse, the goal kicker. Dancing around with Ship. Ship goes again. The only player at the back, though, is Jack Morrison. Umpteen touch to him. And Wilcock, probably the two best players on the ground. Morrison for the Bulldogs and Wilcock for Launceston. That's a mark. No, it's not called by the umpire. Weemus diving, sliding along.
Excellent work from the Bulldogs here.
They've held it up well, haven't they? I think Lonnie had probably had the better of the play here, but defensive work as Reynolds tapping it. Wilcock dash. There's a mark. Ship too far out. There's about 10-15 seconds to go. Move it on, Ship. He's looking for a teammate. He's got one in the pocket. I think the siren might sound. Now he's going to go high. Up towards the top of the square. Need a mark. Reynolds gets around. Reynolds, 3 Bulldogs to beat, and he couldn't do it. Even Reynolds can't do it. Out of bounds on the full, and I reckon that's our last play. And there is half-time in a very entertaining second quarter. The only goal to Charlie Purse from a set shot directly in front. A late charge by Reynolds. And I would have thought a little bit of work here for Kurt Wheeler and his mob to get themselves a little settled and a bit more confident. Slocky, your thoughts?
South Bulldogs, their half-back line and midfield were elastic together. Just working really, really well. Working hard back and just making it really, really hard for some of the players like Blythe and Beesma who are working really, really hard in that back line to get that ball clear. It just kept coming back. But it was a great quarter, and the South Launceston Bulldogs deserve their 1-goal lead.
Yeah, we just mentioned a couple of the better players who have a break here. Benny Wheeler was really good along with Flynn Grant running through the middle. Millwood down back, got a couple of touches, and Jackson Reynolds looked really competent when the ball got up towards the forward line, but probably Harry Blythe in defence was stellar. Jack Morrison for the Bulldogs was engaged. Harry Page, I really liked his game, along with Tyler Graham. Charlie Purse bobbed up with a goal, and Ryder Dean, along with number 17, Jacob Singline, was really great for the Bulldogs. We'll have a break. We're back in about a minute here on Dub TV. Hope you're enjoying the action here in the NTJFA Division 1 Under-12 Boys Grand Final.
In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians.
Second half action here in the NTJFA Division 1 Boys Grand Final, and the only score was a South Lonnie set shot at about the 6-minute mark of that second quarter. Launceston came late. But what do they need to do, Lockie, Launceston Footy Club at the moment, to get themselves a bit of belief?
I think it's the run and spread. Getting that ball out wide and making the defence of the Bulldogs run a little bit harder. Get them a little bit tired and you'll break through.
Well, Walcock just missed the tackle. The Bulldogs up towards half forward already. Purse, the goal kicker. Look at that, one-handed, just flew out of that. Reynolds onto it first. You have to pick it up again off the cricket pitch. No, he just decides to boot it, that's okay. Weemus, he gets a couple of players dragged. He's going to be called a throw here. In fact, he's called him holding the football.
Lovely theatrics from the umpire there.
Dockrook. Berwick. Look at this, 2-on-2. Tussle, Richardson.
See a lot of the AFL playing the zone defence, but it's really nice to come back to the grassroots and see one-on-one footy.
How can you see that for most of the day? Maybe the Division 1 boys may play zone off a little bit now and again, but Walcock, he was slung down then, Walcock. Ferocious football from the Bulldogs. Out the back is Richardson. Got that one across his knees.
I've liked what he's made of, Richardson.
Wheeler onto it first. Wheeler's kick. And founds Logan Groves. He's a little far out though, Logan. He's got two Lonnie players screaming for the footy. Andrews was one. The ball smothered. Page slings through and gets it out towards Wheeler again. Wheeler under some pressure that time. Up high, one bounce. Didn't quite grab it, was Polton. Shoving the teammate down is William Brewer. And South Lonnie look really organised as a quick kick out by Chappell. They've just got a few players into this contest at the moment. Lonnie, Andrews with the moulet, bouncing off his back of his shoulders. Ship now. He's had a couple of opportunities, Ship. Needed to stay up as it's Berwick now. Berwick slung and McKendrick tackled as well. And there's the noise, and that's the noise of a Lonnie free kick. And it's going to be Ethan Ship, who's had one or two small opportunities. Look at this from Ship. Look at that tackle from Ship on the replay. He's a fraction too far out though. There was a lead on, and now Ship goes to the top of the square. Nearly juggling it, nearly got it, was Andrews. And there's a snap, and there's a goal.
Polton.
Well, Polton looked dangerous in that first 5 minutes, and I'm going to see a replay on that one. Here's a kick in. Geez, a lot of plays around this ball, Lockie. Andrews nearly got it, and then Polton. Look at that for a snap. Outstanding from Polton at the front of the pack. And they're all tied up.
That is as good a roving as you'd see from one of the smalls there.
Yeah.
He was out of position. He didn't fly. He just waited, watched the ball.
Yeah, it was good work from Andrews. Brought the ball to ground. And the volleyball style. Reynolds with his left hand knocks it out. Tries to find McKendrick. South Launceston. And it's Walcock, the other number 9 for Lonnie. Geez, he's been great today, Walcock. To go back to see what sort of votes he got in the best and fairest count. His decision-making ability to read the play has been outstanding. There's another one who's read the play well, is Blythe. So it's Blythe and Walcock here for the Blues that are bringing their team back up towards half forward. There's a goal kicker, Polton. Confidence bristling. And he's around 35 out, slight angle.
Take a deep breath.
Fraction too far though, I think. He can get some meat behind this. He's played on Polton. Kicks it up towards the goals. At the back of the pack is Berwick for South Launceston and punches it through for a minor. Game's lifted, hasn't it, Lockie? Just like the last one, it's lifted. Energy levels are up, the game's spread. And the most popular place at the moment is the canteen right in front of us. There's quite a substantial line there. They were lining up for, I think, egg and bacon rolls at around 7:45 when I arrived.
I reckon they even have a coffee machine down there too.
No, there's a coffee van just around, I think, to our left.
got it all.
Andrews. Groves for Launceston. The ball evading Hodge, but it goes back again. Polton in best position. Over the top was Reynolds. Andrews coming through late. 2-on-1.
And that half back line pushing right up.
Yeah, they have, haven't they?
Right up. There's about three contests up the play.
Lonnie pressing here. Reynolds tap, then the fist. Millwood starting to get a bit of the football, the captain of Launceston Blues. Walcott going to his knees and bashing a couple of players out of the way. And then Morrison charging in. He's got a lot of players to beat. Somehow Morrison's found a handball and he's going to get a free kick. I love this about Aussie rules football. The player who wanted it more than everyone was Jack Morrison, and he deserved the free kick there. Reaching kick. He was trying to find William French. It evaded him, as we can see on the replay. And Lonnie charging forward again. There's a handball over the top. That's good play. Wheeler now. Wheeler going to go back again. The 1-2. Blythe steadies. Long kick up towards the half forward. But South Launceston have done throughout this game. They defended extremely well on the last line.
Blythe's my best on ground at the moment.
He's been unbelievable in this quarter. Actually, was really good in the first two. What a day here in the NTJFA Grand Finals. The ground tip-top nick, and there's a 50-metre penalty here.
And they've had Beesma pushed right back as a spare in defence too. So they've had one in defence for the past 5 minutes, Launceston, and they've still managed to lock it in.
William French up to centre half. And once again, the wall back there. Oh, there, Reynolds. Oh, I like the cut of his jib and his mulet as well. And a big booming 45-metre drop punt. Looking for Polton, who takes a splendid mark in front of Harry Page. He's 45 out. So the two competitive forwards. Polton up to the top of the square. Andrews fighting for it. Reynolds in there, coming through and rushing into his Wheeler. He missed his boot. Reynolds perks back down again. The foot race. It's a slow foot race. And it's Hayes clearing for the Bulldogs. Right in front of where all the fans are. Main into Brewer. Meeting at Firth is Blythe. There's how good he is, Lockie. He beat 2 Bulldogs.
He got the hands free too. Strong.
The hands-free Bluetooth from Blythe. Swing it around is French. He's had a bit of the ball off half back, and now the elusive Baker. Baker's kick up towards the middle. Grant's there first. Grant's got some help from Blythe. Doesn't use Blythe. He decides his boot's a good option. Work the wall towards Wheeler. Maybe tackle without the football. And a free kick here in defence for Harry Page.
You'd nearly call it a professional free kick, just holding the ball up.
So Singline went to go long and decided the last minute just to chip it up towards Purse. Purse does likewise. Repeat and rinse, or is it rinse and repeat?
Well, it's been a nice little link-up passage of play.
Taylor. High from Taylor. Really advantaged his teammates in the end. Morrison couldn't pick it up. Just went past Millwood. Morrison tackle without the football. I didn't quite see it. Kolovic out wide. Singline there first. Reynolds uses his boot. Belts the ball forward. Doesn't assist his team though. Bulldogs need a score there. Down by a couple of points here. The only score as Blythe has been the brick. The Blythe brick in defence. Twisting and turning is the clever William French. He gets it up towards centre half. And a great mark by Lincoln Hodge. Right in front of the scoreboard here, showing a blue lead. They've already got one win in the Div 2 12 boys. In what was an absolute Bobby Dazzler of a game, in the end, they got a late goal. It was a 2-goal victory in that initial game as they're kicking the dew off the ground, the Div 2 boys, at 8:30. Shoving it back by Walcock. He's going to win it here, Walcock. Out the back, Berwick. Berwick with a lateral handball. Centre half forward's the option. Launceston with the numbers. They really haven't found a way into their forward line at the moment.
I think because the Blues have been so strong, they're finding it hard to run up the ground.
Here we go again. Is it time for more sausage rolls for Launceston? The defence has been outstanding. Lead them. Polton to come in. Can't get it because we've got the dash of Berwick. Berwick uses his hands up towards the middle of the ground. Holmes in there. Blythe in there. Blythe trying to shove Main off the football. He still can't. Now he finally gets him on the turf. And he's given away a free kick. Just got him in the back.
Just a minute to go and 50.
Yeah, I reckon Blythe wasn't happy with that decision. So Main with the footy. Main chips out. And finds Taylor. Taylor looks for an option. He waits and holds. 30 seconds left. High into the pocket. Bessemer, that defender was coming out, and a minor score. We've got a point in it.
Well, at least they're on the scoreboard this quarter.
It's been hard work, hasn't it, for the Bulldogs?
It's a dangerous pocket at North End.
Haven't seen any goal to the left-hand side of the ground in 5 quarters. I shouldn't say 5 quarters, 7 quarters of football, if that's not an oxymoron.
Woolcock.
There's Singline. I reckon he's held Woolcock without the footy. Doesn't matter. Woolcock still gets it. Swings on his left, but it's been chopped off. As French has had a really good quarter. And that is 3-quarter time. It's a point in it in the Div 1 12 boys grand final. The goal kicker in that quarter was George Polton, who kicked one off the pack from a ball delivered off the hands of Andrews. Lockie, your thoughts on that stunning 3rd quarter from Launceston? They still couldn't quite get away though, can they?
Launceston, well, they did exactly what they needed to do. They got on the scoreboard and built a little bit of pressure. Changed up the whole flow of the game. Made it hard for the Bulldogs to really push forward. It made them be more accountable for their player in this, what is a very one-on-one contest with some strong matchups. And Blythe, he's just been amazing.
Extraordinary Blythe off back. Yep.
Taken a little bit of the pressure away from Beesmer as well, who's been able to just drift back.
So Blythe's got further up the ground. Beesmer's dropped further back, and he's been, when the few times that Bulldogs have gone forward. But at the same time, you've got to go Berwick and Co down back have been really good for the Bulldogs. It's probably the story at the moment is Launceston look more likely, but the Bulldogs setup is really great. We're going to have a break here. There's a quarter to go. It's Div 1 Grand Final, under 12s. You hope you're enjoying it. We'll be back soon.
In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians.
12 minutes of football left in these two teams this season. Lonnie looking for back-to-back in the 12, so the Lock Dog. Sure, is that actually your nickname, Lockie? It isn't, is it? That's actually just been made up today.
No, the Duffies have...
They've adopted you, haven't they? Are you adopted them, or they adopted you?
It's mutual. It's mutual. I don't know. I did take Jack's seat on the couch last night, and that
caused some controversy.
Caused some controversy, but we'll focus on this game, I reckon.
All right, so out in the middle is Mackenzie. 12 minutes for one of these teams, and we saw the celebrations for Launceston. It means a lot.
Blythe.
Plummer in there, and now it's got up to half forward. So Lonnie, you've got to do what no team's done today and kick a goal to the left-hand side to seal this one. At the moment, you'd actually say South Launceston going downhill towards the north. They're probably favourites. Calling out for the free kick was Besma. He didn't get it because he got a handball away in the end. Slung as he kicked it was Hodge. Woolcock.
Spin and go.
He's like the second last sock you've got on your washing machine before you put on the line. It's spinning everywhere at the moment. Woolcock's been amazing. And the umpire coming in and holding it up. Let's see this structure. You're right, there's quite a few good one-on-ones throughout this game.
It's just about even either end. So whoever wins it out of this contest is going to be on.
Prua and now Mackenzie. Just trying to chase after it was Polton. The only goal kicker. Now Polton. Just as he's about to grab it, he got whacked off the footy.
He might have played that one a little bit.
Now there's a tackle. Stunning from the side. Look who it is. He clapped himself, Blythe. How good's his work at the moment?
I reckon he might have an extra medal.
He's applauding himself. Woolcock. Round one, round two. Always wants to go left. The opposite to Zoolander.
And you don't get flashy players like that without a couple of shepherds too.
Tell you what.
And the captain, Millwood, brilliant work. Good boy energy.
It's been good second half from Millwood. At the back, Reynolds takes a mark in front of Singline and he's in within kicking range, left side. This is the best opportunity any team's had to kick a goal to the left-hand side of the screen. Singline stuck in the mud. Reynolds bombs it up. It's fading a little. It's going to go short. Andrews. Groves, can he pick it up and snap one? Polton trying to stay up in the tackle. It's still going. Andrews off the ground, goal. From nowhere. Andrews kicks a sausage roll. And he wanted it. He's been there all day waiting for one to lunch into his hands. And here we'll see on the replay, there's Andrews at the back of the pack. He's looking, waiting for a crumb. And it was a tasty crumb at that.
That was brilliant.
Unbelievable for Andrews. He's 100% involved in both goals. He was the one who tapped the ball to Polton in that second quarter. It was off his hands. And I reckon he's had 3 touches today. 2 of them resulted in a goal.
That young boundary umpire there, sauntering through the middle. He's worked hard today. He's done a really good job.
Yeah, he's been a ripper. He's certainly got the best hair. It's Woolcock. Lonnie are up. The club is up. Seniors lost yesterday. Fantastic. Coming here is Blythe. Blythe, I reckon, took too long and holding the footy.
Working hard, though.
So Singline, he wants an option. So he's just going to hoof it. He's kicked it straight to Blythe. Kick it away from Blythe. Might be the coaching strategy at the moment. Down to that one is Shelton. Morrison out the back. And Morrison has a couple of teammates up there, and one of them out the back. There was 3 dogs in that kennel. Besma. Great contest in front of us. He was nearly out of there, Main, but the umpire said just in play. Now it's out of bounds.
Hit the line too.
So we've got 6 left, maybe, well, probably 7.5, I should say, left in the grand final. It's a 7-point lead, so 2 kicks required. Singline in the ruck against Reynolds. Mackenzie trying to swing it around, then the quick kick going in. Look out for Main. Look out for Baker. Now it's Robson. Hasn't had a lot of the ball. He's trying to find it between his feet. It might come back again. Ball's gone high into the air. Blythe coming over the back. Nearly won by Chappell for South Lonnie. Kick on goal. Oh, it's just gone to the left.
Handy point.
Plummer. Wow.
They were out
it
there
might
too.
have been William French.
They had 3 around the ball there, the Bulldogs.
Yeah, they probably panicked a little bit, but that's the grand final for you. It's probably a bit about under 12 footy. Bessemer charges out of full back. Woolcock at the back of this pack. He's not going to get it. Bulldogs are coming here. Oh, he's taken his own teammate out. Blythe trying to beat a couple. Blythe knocks the ball out towards Holmes. Holmes' handball wasn't as effective. Reynolds is down there trying to apply some pressure. They've thrown an extra player back here in the pack. Millwood, the captain. And he sits on the other star, Morrison. Somehow Morrison always manages to find space. That could be the hold in the footy for Blythe. Morrison now swings onto his right, kicks it up towards the top of the square, out the back of the pack, trying to reach down is Robson. And the umpire said play on. Baker, high ball. There's another goalkeeper. We've had a few. And it's Hodge.
Pulsating stuff.
That's sensational. How good's the start of these grand finals? There's something about this ground. It's just a really good size for junior footy. It's not too wide. They like that it's fairly long. And wow, McKenzie, what a great last quarter and a half he's had. And he decides a short option's his best option. Now, the mark was taken by Prua. Out towards centre wing, but the Bulldogs with numbers around this contest. And a good tackle as forcing the ball over by Harrison Millwood.
That's a brilliant tackle.
Wasn't it fantastic? I think that was Charlie Dean then. He's running around with Millwood at the moment. Actually, I think he's actually might be tagging him. Old-fashioned. Johnston getting up in the ruck. Sharked out. In best position is Berwick.
He's done some really, really nice things.
Yeah, he has been spot on for the Bulldogs. Berwick up the line. He's trying to get the hands towards Plummer. Plummer couldn't quite get it. And a hack at you. How good's this? Prua.
Here's Berwick.
And Berwick taking the ground. And he's going to get a free kick here. No, in fact, good call by the umpire. And we can see that the turf's holding up quite nicely. There's plenty of knees are going into it. Johnston in the ruck against Reynolds. Woolcock got hit from behind. The umpire said didn't have a chance. Coming through was McKendrick, and he couldn't find the opening he needed. And they're going to have another throw up here right in front of the interchange.
She's out on the full.
It is out in the full. All right, so
that young boundary umpire has done a good job today.
Graham with it. He's been busy.
Worked
Anyone's
hard.
on the back of the pack. I thought French was going to get it. He's lively, French, and that's holding the football. And Hodge, Epiphason, I'd call him.
Baker's been quick too for the Bulldogs.
But that's a brilliant kick because Prua was 10 metres clear, but he just dropped the chest mark. Morrison, no one can beat him at times. Singline needed to be composed when he grabbed it. Robson. He's had a few chances in the last couple of minutes. And the ball up, 25 out.
My tip for a Bulldogs goal here is Baker. I'm liking the way he's moving and he's hunting that football.
I'd look out for French. McKendrick. There it is. Oh, it's fell to Chappell. Right, what a moment. There's someone saying here. Oh, Chappell's gone short. Is that Berwick?
That's Berwick.
Here he is. Our man Berwick. How's this for Berwick? He's nearly in the car park.
This is what you were saying
Berwick.
before.
Deliberate shot on goal. It's punched by Blythe. Snap over the back. It's a goal.
Who is it?
The Dogs have levelled it. Is that not?
I think it's my man Baker. It is.
Or was it McKendrick? It was Baker, was it?
I think it was Baker.
Well, let's get that on the replay. What a moment. So here's a kick from Berwick. Tighten the pocket. He's kicked to the top of the... Well, he's having a shot. The punch.
Number 36.
Charlie Baker.
There you have it.
Cometh the man, cometh the pre-teenager.
He was dangerous. He has been dangerous for the last 5 minutes.
2 minutes to go. We're on the edge of our seat. It's 14 apiece. Everyone is buzzing here at Longford.
Extra time.
I hope not. There's only about 7 minutes between each game, so it'll throw us out. We can't have extra time.
We've got 2 minutes.
Golden point. Wheeler. Now it's Brewer. Check side, kick up towards centre half. Reynolds hasn't been down there for a while. Only 1 goal scored to the left-hand side. Polton. Oh, nearly a sling tackle. Nearly a sling tackle.
Hill again.
A couple of players are down. He didn't hit his head, so was technically correct. What can Blythe do here? What can Woolcock do here? They're stars of today. There's Millwood on his bum, and he's going to hold it up. There's a minute left. There is a minute left. Scores level. No, we do have extra time. I think it's a couple of minutes. Well, it's 4 minutes, 5 minutes each way in the older kids' footy. Not sure at under 12s. That's a hold. That's
good umpiring.
So it's Lonnie now off centre wing, defensive side for the Launceston Blues.
And your man with the ball, Woolcock.
Brewer out of the pack. Polton down 1. Check side from Polton. Dogs defend. Wheeler's in there. Here he comes. He gets a lay, high tackle. Hodge in there too. He's just moved forward, Hodge. Reynolds working under. Oh, spinning out was Morrison. What a moment. 20 seconds left. Onto it first was Woolcock. Woolcock up towards centre half. Push off was Groves. I think we're going to have a tie here. We're going to be all tied up. We were at the start. We're talking about this could be a draw. Scores level. Extra time. 2-2 apiece.
The last grand final I was with you, it was a draw too.
Oh, that's right. Sarda's girls grand final. What a moment. So we might have to check. I feel like it's a couple of 5 minutes each way, but it might not be. It might be 3 minutes each way. Kurt Wheeler's going out there from Launceston Footy Club to chat to his lads. Adrian Dean's going over. He's got Pacer Markham, I think, telling him from the NTJFA what's going on. We're going to have about a 30-second break to find out exactly how long's left. We'll be back soon. What a moment. Well, if you're just joining us here on Duff TV, it's the 12 Div 1 Boys Grand Final. We are locked up. We're in extra time. 5 minutes each way. Launceston had the lead at three-quarter time. And Charlie Baker kicked a miraculous goal late to level the scores. South out of the middle straight away. So 5 minutes each way. We've got 10 more minutes of footy. Let's see what the legs are like on these kids. It's been the halfback of Lonnie, the languid halfback of Bessemer and Blythe against the whippy ones. There's Reynolds of South Lonnie, led by Berwick, who actually went forward and set up the goal.
Berwick, French.
Yeah, French was good. Groves on his paunches. And he looks for some support. Now it's to hold McKendrick. Morrison. Hard nut at the footy. Tough and under footballer. Plummer's got held footy.
Brilliant tackle from Blythe.
I want you to count the tackles of Blythe. I reckon he's had at least 7 or 8. Blythe plays on. Looking for Reynolds at the middle of the pack. He just couldn't get it. Swinging through his ship. The umpire swings his arms around his chest for a ball up. Well, we're going to get too many more draws. We could be finished at about 9 o'clock tonight. There's Andrews. Kicked the goal in that second. Now Morrison's had a tackle, but there was a throw before that off ship.
Excellent umpiring.
Morrison plays on, gets it out to the right-hand side. Wow, Hodge. Wow, Hodge. What a game he's had. He's moved forward too, Hodge. I think he's playing half forward. I should say half back, but he's moved right up. Andrews gets to the front of the pack. Reynolds works his way down towards the football. As he was kicking the ball, he was dragged down.
And Charlie Dean too. He's been laying some great tackles the last couple of quarters. And there we go.
Here he is, Blythe. He's all by himself. There's a Lonnie player, just got a South Lonnie player, Plummer, just got smacked off the footy. It would look fair though, as Jack Morrison got taken without the ball. He's going to get a free kick here, Morrison. I reckon it's downfield. He deserved that. I reckon he's the toughest competitor out there.
Charlie Baker.
Now that's holding the footy off Graham. Grant up towards Reynolds, but Singline got in front and dropped the footy. Then Reynolds went back and tried to disturb his kick. Now it's Groves. Groves to Andrews. Andrews kick off his toes. Polton makes chase. Hodge, what a mark, Hodge! Oh, the umpire said it just touched the ground and then gets hold of the ball.
Unlucky.
I reckon Hodge had that. Might have just grounded the footy.
He did everything right. Everything he could do right, he did right.
Yeah, looked like he might have deserved that one. Mundy. Blythe in there. He's got a couple of players to beat. One of them hanging onto his main. Trying to pinch it out of the pack was Hayes. Blythe scoops it through to his teammate. It's Morrison, grabs it. The dusty haircut. A bit of dusty about him. Lonnie looking neat. And they've got their team well sorted here off half-back. Kicks just a little off. It's found Graham for the Dogs. Graham gets slung to the ground by McKenzie. He's going to get a free kick. I think that was a push in the back, wasn't it?
I'm not sure on the free kick. I was looking more further down the field, and things have opened up a little bit.
I think they're a little tired, the kids. It just means that the player will just a little freedom here.
That last foray forward, the Dogs didn't have anyone in the 50, so no one to kick to. Now things have opened up. Hopefully they can get a couple of runners going forward if they win it.
Hodge. Slung out, Morrison and Hodge. Good battle there. And somehow Morrison still finds a kick. Blythe reaching up. Smacks the ball out with his fist. Groves trying to go in there and win the footy for his team and create a bit of space, but it's clogged up at the moment.
About 30 seconds left.
Going nowhere at the moment. We just need a score. Well, that Sardis grand final earlier in the year, we split the trophy. We cut it in half and delivered it to both schools. We keep going here. As far as I'm aware, the extra time just keeps going. In the some of the rep footy, they actually played golden point after the first extra time. Blythe. Just count the clock down.
I do like the idea of golden point.
Yeah, I think that might be an option. Now Blythe in the dying seconds of extra time. They're only the first one. Woolcock. The timekeeper's fallen asleep. Ah, there it is. It is half time in extra time. We're going to have a break. Don't go anywhere. There's 5 minutes left. We think there's only 5 minutes left. It could be more. Let's see who can win this and break this deadlock.
In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians.
Well, it's all down to this, possibly, or we can keep going. 2-2 apiece. Baker, Purse, Polton, Andrews. One of those need to kick a goal. Or point. Just something where the scoreboard moves for one of these teams. 5 minutes in second extra time.
Have a shootout for 30 hours.
I actually recommend the new rules in AFL should be like the hockey, where they have a one-on-one with the goalkeeper.
One-on-one.
Just like a 4-on-4 or something. In the old days in hockey, they used to actually drop the numbers every few minutes to eventually it was like a 5v5, I think it was.
Who would you have?
You pick your players. Literally drop it back to about 10v10. The ball probably never get up the other end anyway. We've got 4.5 to try and solve this conundrum of the Division 1 Boys Grand Final in the NTJFA. McKendrick with a wobbly pass. He's going to find Morrison. Couldn't quite sing line in there. Morrison picks it up, dashes off half back, gets it up. Hodge in best position. The punch over the back by Taylor. And right in front of the Launceston Blue faithful.
I did notice the Launceston coach, Kurt Wheeler, he had a big wry smile on his face walking back to the box then.
Yeah, he's laid back character, Kurt. I don't think he'd be enjoying this. That's just bounced inside and out of bounds.
It's been a great game of football.
It's been really enjoyable, hasn't it? Took a while there to work out that was actually a throw up here. Blythe, Morrison. Geez, I called those two players from both sides. And a smother and out of bounds. 1.5 gone. Gee, 1.5's gone already.
3.5 minutes to go.
Prospect and Lonnie, Div 2 boys are up next. They might be waiting a while. He was tackled pretty hard, and that's gone out of bounds on the full. It's not a mistake necessarily by Morrison, but it was a really good tackle by Harrison Millward, who's directly running on Morrison at the moment as Woolcock towards centre wing, is looking for Blythe. Blythe still wins the football on the ground. Getting a bit of help from Mackenzie. And that's a rush kick out towards centre half. Here we go. Can Taylor pick it up? He can't. And Lonnie repelled. It's literally going between centre half. Wow, there he is. Blythe. I reckon his 6th or 7th contested mark. He then shows off by going inboard. Reynolds now. Reynolds wobbles the ball up. Launceston with their opportunity. Polton. Weemus. They found a free kick.
It's coming back.
Graham now into the middle. It's a good kick from Graham because he's got some space. Singline at the back. Plummer there as well for South Launceston. The ball smothered off a Holmes boot. Then the Blythe handball. Holmes again. His kick's misdirected. Polton still a chance. Missing the football. Wheeler picks it up. He gets disposed of the football. Now it's being knocked up towards Holmes. Walcock runs through the middle of the ground. He can't get it. Now it's quickly into the hands of a Bulldog. Hodge there first. Taps it in front of himself. Gets around. We've got about 30 seconds left. 30 seconds left in the grand final. Extra time. Bulldogs charge forward again. Morrison get it into his hands. He's got Hodge on him. Morrison plays on at 50. Morrison goes short. Ball's been dropped in the forward pocket. Tap out, tackle laid, Hodge in there, Morrison comes in late, Hodge tries to get it out, Morrison in the pocket, high to the ball, it's gone out of bounds and full. With a minute left. 2-2 apiece. Surely this game can't go ever. We'll have to be here tomorrow. The under-16 boys Div 1. Swinging around was Hayes. Hayes' kick is to who? Can you believe it? It's Blythe.
The one and only.
Blythe the invincible. He runs as far as he can before he gets some pressure and kicks it out on the full. There's 30 seconds left. We'll be doing it all again, I think. Can we move the goals a bit closer? Get a chance to score. Barrel up. Polton winning it out. He's kicked a goal. He gets it up towards number 1 in Groves. Groves gets it. I don't think there's enough time here for Launceston. Groves kicks it out. It's still 1-on-1 in the middle of the ground. Dashing out, trying to win that footy is Weemus. Weemus gets some pressure applied to him. Pressure coming in now from Wheeler. Wheeler can't get it. Swooping down onto that football is Dean. And we're going to have another 5 minutes each way again. Can you believe it? We're still locked up. We are still locked up. And both coaches wander back out on the ground again.
I think we're going to have some night football here in the north of Tasmania.
We might have some morning football tomorrow morning. We need a break. Level, 5 minutes still to go. Each way again. Duff TV, do not go anywhere. Div 1, boys 12 grand final, locked up after extra time.
In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians. In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians.
All right, Lock Dog, we've got 10 minutes to go again.
Extra
I
time.
I can't do any more of this. I've got to stand up, just stretch the legs.
I think we've seen all the prime movers work their magic in this game so far.
Yeah, the best players on both sides have had substantial influence on this game. Millwood there first.
Poulter.
Poulter's just off half back at the moment. I don't mind that.
Is this the captain? No.
No, it's Blythe.
Blythe. Oh.
It's Blythe with his mud on his shirt. Woolcock. Morrison. Woolcock again. Now he's decided at the last minute to play on, and a rush kick by Dean.
Collects his own ball.
How good's that? 2 touches. Dean slaps it off the turf. So for those that have just joined us, scores were level at the end of normal time, 2-2 apiece. We went 5 minutes each way, 10 minutes of extra time. No score. We're now doing it again. Singline couldn't win it. There's a little push here. I think it's going to be a Singline free kick. Reynolds is confused. So are a few of the fans here in the ground. Around about 500 or 600 people here at Longford at the moment watching these first 2 grand finals. Launceston in 2 of them. They've won 1 already. Poulton bashes it out. Groves is up there, but he couldn't win the mark. Berg's been a beauty today. He goes out wide. He finds French. French now just on centre wing. High kick from French. The back was Hodge. Hodge couldn't quite win it. Spinning out was Taylor. Long time. I think that's Wheeler waiting underneath it. And he takes the mark. Blythe now. Swings onto that left. One-on-one contest. Here come the Blues. Up towards half forward. It's called a free kick. Oh. Yeah, well. Did look like there was a little hand there.
Tough one.
Yeah, we might see this on the replay. Yeah. He looked around as well. It was nearly looking a little bit suspicious. The Bulldogs off half back, 2.5 gone here in the first extra time, and the second extra time. Blythe! Blythe's got a free kick here. So Blythe, 60 out. There's a lead from Luttrell, and he ignores that. Get it up towards Reynolds. It's not towards him.
The deepest bluish ship.
Hacked out by French. Oh, what a mark. Super mark by Singline. It's Daniel. Hodge out there. As a push. The umpire's picked out a few free kicks here. So the free here for the Bulldog, I should say for Launceston. Reynolds at the top of the square. Andrews at the back. Reynolds goes back. Couldn't quite mark it. A lot of Bulldogs around this ball. Hodge is one of those for Launceston, though. Gets taken without the football. Again, Hodge, 40 out. 2 far out to score. Kicks it up to the top of the square. Polton, where is he? There's Andrews. One way, 2 way. Snap. It's still in play. It's going to go through. Out of bounds. Just near the defensive whip. And Ship's there. We're going to have a throw in here in the old-fashioned hot spot. Singline will go into the ruck. He'll be up against Reynolds. Look out for Millwood. Out of the pack, Blythe goal! Blythe snaps it out of the pack. is it? It's Harry Blythe. Holy trousers, Harry Blythe. We'll see it on the replay. It was a tap. He read it off the pack from the sing line tap. Look at that from Blythe. You can't not do anything about that. And as Blythe got Lonnie up, 30 seconds left in the first extra time. Still plenty of time for the Dogs.
Wowee.
Woo. It needed some magic. And the magic dust is all over Blythe at the moment. Lonnie charge. It's Morrison doing everything for his club at the moment. And these two dominant teams of under 12 Division 1 boys are giving us one of the great grand finals in junior footy here in Launceston. Centre half forwards the ball now. Smacked out of the pack. Dean there. Hodge defends. It's half time. We're at half time of extra time.
Extra.
Woo. So let's go back and check on that narrative. There was 40 seconds left. The ball was launched in the hot spot in the top of the square for the Launceston Football Club. It fell into the hands of the ever-effervescent Harry Blythe, who snapped a goal and got them in front.
Very, very smart work from Blythe, getting himself forward. He's been winning a lot of the ball.
He's got about 30 kicks off half back, and he's gone forward to kick what could be the winning goal. However, Lockie, only one goal scored to the left-hand side. So you'd nearly say, going by the stats, Lonnie aren't going to score a goal this quarter, which means South Lonnie, if they can get it forward, they're odds on. Going downhill. We're going to have a break here on Dub TV. Maybe only 5 minutes left. Lonnie with the lead.
In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians.
I think currently the NTJFA, Lockie, are writing a new bylaw to stop this next 5 minutes. Can't keep going.
Golden point.
It's golden something. It's been the golden booth of Harry Blythe. Kicking a goal with 30 seconds left. What can the Bulldogs do? They've got 5 minutes. Sing line in the ruck. Woolcock in there. Morrison dashing through. Moves the ball out towards Dockrell. Falls over his defender. Who's got the energy to win this game? Oliver Holmes has been good in this last part of extra time. Blythe spinning out, gets it up towards Sing line. Launceston players there first. Berwick off half back for the Bulldogs. I'd suggest wherever Blythe is, kick it away from him. That would be the Dog strategy.
Everything he does from now on in just makes the body of work that he's already done better.
Yep. Yep, substantial resume for today for Harry Blythe. He's now in the ruck and he's grabbed it out. He's found his mate in Woolcock. Woolcock, his left boot is a bit off track. Kicks a bit off track, but still might work here. There's the Dogs with numbers around this one, although Woolcock gets the ball in his hands. It's back to the cricket pitch. He's got to just sit here for Graham. Just never really did. High up, Woolcock now gets the crumbs, gets some pressure laid by Taylor. So 1.5 gone. For those that are joining us are thinking that this should be under 14 boys, but still under 12 boys. It's extra time number 4. Blythe up to centre half forward. A score here from Lonnie will give the game to them. Unfortunately, a goal here to the Bulldogs puts us into extra time again. Baker, a goal kicker. It's been the 3rd quarter. Morrison on his knees, as himself been the case, the dirtiest knees in the Bulldog team.
Polton.
Forward come defender in Polton, who kicked a crucial goal. Seems like ages ago now. Dirty old kick from Polton, but there are probably some tired legs. Pruitt there first. Smacked off it was Shelt. Going to drag it back in was Oliver Holmes. Wilcock on his knees. He tries to find a teammate. Reynolds turns and bashes. And the mark take it. Ship looks around. He's had a few opportunities, Ship. Maybe he's just thinking, take some time off the clock.
Ship sets sail. Lovely kick.
Tried to find Wheeler. It's been a good combination, Ship and Wheeler. We've got 2 minutes left. There's a lot of real estate out there for people to track it down. Millwood loses it. Groves trying to win it. And the umpire is going to be the one that's going to touch it and throw it up. Minute 40. Lonnie with the lead. Can they take out both 12 divisions? Blythe with a punch. Try to find Ship. Ship couldn't get it. Wilcock in there. He's trying to win it out. Scrubby kick out by Brewer. Brewer's kick wasn't effective, but a mark taken by Oliver Holmes in defence. And if it goes out the back here, it's going to be very difficult for the Bulldogs to score with literally one forward and every other Bulldog there. Lead him. Last chance now. That kick's not helpful. Hodge will get this. Look for Hodge, or look for Blythe. Or look for Ship. Ship's kicks. Just need to take a bit of time off the clock. There's a minute left. Can they work their way up the ground now? Singline, can he grab it? He couldn't. Morrison now storms out for the Dogs. Kicks up towards centre half. Pops out the back. The crowd's on the edge. They're nearly literally on the field here, the crowd. We're jumping out of the stands. Holmes can't get a clean possession. Swinging through the back was Mundy for Launceston. Mundy gets it out. Just clear it. Desperation stack here. Pruill's been great this last 5 minutes. Diving on the football is Wheeler. He's doing everything here. 30 seconds left. The umpire comes in. They've all come in around the football. South can't win it from here, but they can draw it. Reynolds grabs as he was trying to swing and kick it. That could be it. How fitting is it? Blythe kicks it clear. Rushing onto this one's going to be Groves, and that's going to be it. Launceston have done it. What a game. What a match. What a moment for Harry Blythe. What a fantastic Bulldog game. 2-2-14 to 3-2-20. And after an extra 20 minutes of footy, we finally have a winner. And so Launceston Football Club have done it in extra time, and they've done it with a snap from Blythe in the 3rd extra time, and they've hung on to win.
Wowee, that was unbelievable. Blythe, best on ground, you'd say.
Best on everything. Does he get a key to the city like Ariana Titmus? I reckon whatever the next level down is, new iPhone maybe, that's what he wants. Well, the players are lining up to shake hands. We're just going to mention the goal kickers, Hunter Andrews, George Polton, but it was H. Blythe, the one who did it for the Blues. In 3rd extra time, Baker and Purse were the goal kickers for South Launceston. Thanks, Lockie, for your help for these first couple of games. We're going to have a breather because guess who it is? It's Lonnie Footy Club again. We've got the under 14 boys coming up in a few moments' time versus Prospect. That's going to be a beauty. Let's look at them run out in the ground.
Oh no, they don't understand anything. They're like 12 years old. You're not a man until you've had a man.
Rightio, welcome everybody. It's under 14 action, Div 2. Prospect versus Launceston. They're in all the grand finals at the moment, and they've got two of them. A heart stopper moments ago. Joining me in the commentary position is Marcus Graham from the Prospect Junior Footy Club. G'day, Marcus.
Yeah, thanks for having me along here.
Now, Marcus, you know a few of these players. You're also the 17 girls coach, which sort of, we'll just look at this vision at the moment. What are you expecting here from the Prospect players? And who are the ones that are going to be a bit of a standout for us to look at today?
Yeah, look, basically we've had a really great year there with the under 14s. They've pretty much gone right through. They're nearly undefeated, just losing round one. But they've had, look, a fantastic year. Daniel Smedley, coach, he's actually done a magnificent job considering he's had over 33 players he's had to rotate. Pretty much, so yeah, so he's rotating that field there today, and
how's he going to do that? Has he got a calculator?
No, he's pretty much got a chartered accountant.
I feel like Daniel might be pretty well prepared.
No, he's
something about his breeding, isn't he? He's usually prepared.
Oh, he's prepared all right. So he's got a chartered accountant there with Simon Walker.
That's unbelievable.
And
I actually thought you were joking when you said that, but actually you're not. I can see your face. You're not.
No, I'm serious, mate.
Yep.
So he's got Simon there on the interchange, who's magnificent. Simon's actually been there right through from the under 10s and 12s as well.
Yeah,
so.
It's a curious rule. It's a very much an NTJFA rule. Not many comps going with that rule these days. They all limit the amount of players for finals.
Yeah.
And obviously there was some really interesting argument in the recent NTJFA forum around should it stay or should it not. There's good suggestion if you can manage it. Yeah, sure, make it work.
Yeah.
What a nightmare for a coach. But anyway.
Oh yeah.
We're nearly 2 minutes gone here. For those that are joining us, we had an unbelievable Div 1 boys under 12 grand final, which went to 2 extra times, an extra 20 minutes of footy. So we are a little behind what we were expecting. As Launceston winning it out there through one of the star players in this comp, Lockie Plunkett, who's another rangy Launceston midfield come defender, and has got the ball. Good stop-start action. He's found a teammate further up. Young Elliott's got it. Elliott goes up towards half forward. There's a lot of options up there. He's a lot of tall defenders here in this Prospect side. And a good defensive handball out. And they'll just try and set it up off half back here. Just over the top of Ben Elliott, the long sleeves on. Hedger on the edge. And now slung out is Hedger again. Here's one to look out for, Isaac. Equal in the BNF award a couple of nights ago. Now we go forward, Prospect for the first real time. Bouncing up. There's a quick snap on goal. I think it's going to the right. In fact, it's hit the post. First score on the board. That was a nice build-up, wasn't it, Marcus?
Yeah, absolutely. No, this is what Daniel's got in mind, just to keep the ball moving down through there, off through the wings.
Myth and the key target up there, or is it Who are the other sort of target?
Yeah, well, so basically, to get out of the centre there with Smedley. It's his main deal there, but yeah, Smith and Mithen to get it there at the forward.
Yeah, Whiteman has got a free here. Oh no, actually, it's going to be a ball up just inside the forward 50. In the ruck goes Smedley, so versatile player. The kick's a lucky one, finds Thomas. Thomas looks up, he's going to be 50 metres here, Thomas, because unfortunately Whiteman was moving and you could just see his feet shuffle. It's a rule that the kids took a while to get used to, wasn't it, Marcus, throughout the year?
Yeah, absolutely.
It certainly helped junior footy, though, his lateral move from Thomas. It's a drop mark, though. Hedger with the helmet on. He's got a couple of players to beat. One of those is trying to drag him down with Smith. And they've done a good job of holding him up. So the only score at the moment's gone to Prospect, the favourites in this game. And his own teammates throwing that away, so that won't be 50 metre. There's Mick Edelston, the umpire there. He's done a good job. He's done some NTJFA finals, and now he's into some junior stuff. Off half back here. And chopping off that one nicely was Campbell, the captain for Launceston. Campbell's a clever player, and he goes out the wide to the left board. Left board, another mark that's just been dropped. The ground is pretty much dried out. We saw in the 12 Div 1 game, lots of overhead marks. So no issue with the surface today. Running over that one was Harris. Nearly copped one high. Was Lockie Plumpett. He made a bit of it though, didn't he, Marcus? He kind of threw his head up a little bit. Yeah. And he knew how to win that free kick. He's asking for a lead. He has got one into the pocket. He drives it up towards the goals, and it's gone over the back and nearly actually snuck through. So Lonnie's first score. So what's the plan here out of back? 14 boys don't always necessarily have structured plans, but I feel like Daniels, does he have a plan bringing out the defence?
He's got a structured plan, all right. So he's working on pretty much it's what we call a coast to coast. So it's so he'll bring it out up through the through the wing there, and everyone pushes across. Yep. But being on a big ground, big wide ground that is, that we're not so used to, he'll try and bring that up through the middle a little bit though. So. Yeah,
there's a little bit of space on this ground, isn't it? I mean, it's not necessarily the same dimensions as Aurora, York Park, whatever it's called these days, but it's got a similar length about it and nearly as wide. And it's been the boundary line itself there, finding it and out of bounds. There's some rush now, is just hacked up. So Prospect trying to structure it up and build it up towards half forward. A little bit of dash coming out of defence by Anderson. His kick's a little off though. I feel sorry for people who have to play footy with glasses too. I kind of think that'd be rather, maybe he's used to it, but you don't want to cop on the face, would you? I noticed you got them on too, Marcus.
Yeah.
I wear them for when I need to. I don't think I want to run around and play footy in them.
No, definitely not. Definitely not.
Smedley spins around, high up towards half forward. Punch coming over the top from Chenery. Long time waiting for that one to come down. Trying to jump over was Hewitt. Couldn't try to win it for Prospect, and the kick's effective. Ooh. That was a bit weird there from Isaac. I think he was saying that wasn't the distance, but his counterpart in 24 and Lockie Plunkett, those two will be near each other a lot today. Will work hard now. Dornoff just dropped it. Trying to swing it out towards Whiteman. Whiteman's kick ineffective. Nearly taken by Harris. Plunkett, as well as Bate in there. Two rangy players for Lonnie. Foot race on here is Anderson in there first for Launceston. At the back of that one is Morris. Contest, but Prospect with the numbers around there. Smedley. And just a boof up towards centre half forward. Dropped by Morris. Now it's Gale for Prospect. Gets inside their half forward. Mithen. Needed to get a bit of help then, Myth, and he just didn't have enough support from the prospect mids, trying to push their way up the ground. Chenery now gets it out of the pack. And there's a full back in place, and he plays on and just bangs it up towards half-back for his team. Now, Campbell was there first, but the ball didn't bounce his way, and it's been bombed up long. And here's a chance now. That was a good mark in the end by Gale. What's he like?
He's a great little player, so Emmett, he'll bung this through there, no doubt. Emmett
Gale, who's got some good votes in the Best and Fairest Accountant Association. He's wiping the knee, he's wiping the shorts. He looks like he knows what he's doing, Marcus.
Oh, yeah.
There's a few fans behind, so the left footer lining up from 25. It's swinging round. And there's the first goal on the board. Emmett Gale with the first one for the Hawks, and they're away. Good build-up, wasn't it, Marcus?
Oh, that's fantastic. And some of those little midfielders there, got little Brad Chenery out here. He's been, great right from the beginning. They come right through. They're another one of the little players that's come through.
They've all come through the Auskick program,
yeah, they come through the Auskick, a lot of those little players. So
this is a nice. Yeah, let's see this kick again. He certainly knew what he was doing. It wasn't the most authentic drop, but he's given a bit of the bird as well as some theatrics. That was great from Gale. He's flying high, back in the middle. Lonnie now, just off screen at the moment. There we go, we're back on again. Now here's a swing down by Wagner. Wagner's kick just missed. Spinning out was Harris. Harris couldn't quite get a touch on it. But don't argue from Bate. And Bate's given away a free kick for too high then. Just got his hand out, just popped it on the face of the opposition. Oh, that's a dangerous kick. That's chipped off here by Hedger. Hedger up towards the pocket, out the back of the pack. Going to be snuck through. I think Hedger's kicked that. Well, there's nothing from the umpire, and he has. Well, how about that? That went through everybody.
Straight through the keeper, that one.
So Hedger snuck out the back. The ball bounced, and we'll not just get this one on the replay. Here he is here. That's 40 metres out, and he's just banged it on the boot. Oh, I could have thought Keddy would have got that, but it just eluded him. Didn't elude the goals, though. And both teams now with a score on the board, one apiece. Right, so 4.5 left here in this first quarter. Oof. There's Hedger again, the cold kicker from a few moments ago, taking a really good mark off the defensive side of the circle. Now he decides centre wing's his option. Smedley couldn't try win it, and then the kick out just missed by Plunkett. Prospect trying to drive forward. It's a bit unfashionable football at the moment, and jumping up and marking that is Morris, who's been good in defence so far for Launceston. He decides a little handball out towards Berry. Berry up towards half forward now. Campbell missed it, then later tackle. No prior opportunity. A lot of height in this team, Marcus, isn't there, Prospect?
Oh, yeah. And a lot of those boys in that, they've grown a good foot in it probably the last year.
Yeah, well, the growth spurts are starting to happen for these lads. Looking for Hewitt, couldn't get it. Swing out was Thomas for Launceston, just at the defensive side of the pack. Smedley came in and just caused a bit of carnage there. Now a quick kick forward by left ball. That's effective. And he found the dashing Harris. Harris over the top. Another player likes to dash is Plunkett. Plunkett driving up towards a one-on-one contest in the pocket. It just went over the fingertips of Marston. In the goal square. Oh, it's at the post. It's evened up, hasn't it? What have these two teams been like during the year? Has it been relatively close?
Yeah, it's been a tough gig for them both. But I'll tell you what, they're driving it well though down there at the moment. So
yeah, Lonnie looked good just going through the middle of the ground. Plunkett gets anywhere near it, he wants to run. Isaac Smedley, I kind of think Plunkett and Smedley are nearly the exact same player. They also have got the same movements. They're both close to probably 5'10", 100 and probably nearly 180 centimetres, it feels like, these two.
Oh, yeah.
They both want to kick the ball in their boot, so we've got a throw in here, or I should say a throw up. Trying to bust his way through is Kemsley. And he's found a teammate here in Elliott. Been all right, Elliott. Elliott up to the pocket. Punched by Smedley over the back. And that's something we like to see. The umpire doing a lot of work over there, just slinging it back. No boundary umpires throughout the season, obviously, so we do have a few umpires spare at this time of year, but we'll keep it the same rules throughout. But there is some talk of maybe trying to get a few boundary umpires into the game. Certainly they're involved in the upper ages, but it's more a metric, so he's taking his jumper off his head and holding the footy. So Morris there with a tackle. Oh, just got him under the armpits, wasn't it, Marcus?
Yeah,
Only just. Nearly took his jumper with him. Leaned into that with Smith. Doesn't had the luck with it. Berry's been good off half-back so far for Launceston. And it's just knocked over the boundary line in front of Jensen Smith. Starting to get involved in the action now. Running next to him is Keddy. Number one food in the canteen at the moment. It's got to be the hot chips and gravy, I would have thought. It's been a lot of, I don't know how many hot chips the canteen staff are going to cook, but I think it's going to be in the high kilogram numbers. And a mark off half-back here for Prospect. He's kind of wants some leads, doesn't he, Marcus? He's not getting a lot.
He's not getting much, no. They're pretty tight on him here at the moment.
Yeah, just copping a bit of a smack in the chops was
He's got
Hewitt.
it.
Keddy's got it again, same spot. Now he's saying go long. So he wasn't getting a lead now. He's doing lots of instructions, Keddy. And he does what he did the last time, and that's just hoof it up. Nearly marked by Gale. Loose at the back. There's two Lonnie players there. They probably spoiled each other. Thomas was in there. Plunkett's in there. Thomas goes back again. Then Plunkett goes for a third time. Manages to get his boot to it. Now there's a bit of space to come out here and run onto it with Elliott. Elliott gets dragged down. He's called holding the football. Gee, that was a good tackle.
Yeah.
And that is quarter time here. So 16 minutes gone. 1 goal apiece for each side. Noah Hedger and Emmett Gale, the 2 goal kickers. Your thoughts, Marcus Graham, on those first couple of minutes?
Oh, yeah, look, that was pretty intense, if I must say.
At the first 2 grand finals, if it's anything like those, it's going to be intense.
Oh, yeah. No, that was a really good slog to start with. If anything, I think, because usually that other side of the ground there, it's pretty dead down through there, so they've been using a lot through there. It was just interesting when they come back here through with Keddy, trying to bring it up back through here. So it'd be interesting to see what what Daniel has to say to the boys about where he wants to bring him.
I wonder if he will tell them to switch play a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's Div 2 footy, and not all the players have got capacity to be effective at switching, but I feel like Daniel might just start to get the ball a bit lateral.
Yep.
They're just ball watching a little bit, which means they're just now and again out of position. But it was a really good first quarter. We'll have a break here on Duff TV. Second quarter action coming up soon.
In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians. In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians.
All right, we're back into it again here on Dub TV. Just saying to Marcus in the break, I hope 151 Connor Davis gets the ball soon, because that's it's a significant number on his back. The font's got to have to be smaller too, wouldn't it? Yeah. Let's hope he's got wide shoulders. Yeah, good job, Daniel, with his accountants there and some sort of mathematical equation in the maybe the Duckworth-Lewis system to try and work out who's rostered on to go next, and trying to find his way at his dawn off. And Smith's going to get it first. He's got 3 Launceston players to beat, and he beats all 3 of them by going backwards and then swinging onto his right. Nearly towards Campbell, and then just laying some pressure was Stingle. Now it's up towards half forward. Still a chance here for Prospect. Launceston players getting in each other's way. And that could be nearly deliberate. They call it, don't seem to call it deliberate as much in the juniors, but I think it's a good thing. Maybe not the grand final anyway, you don't want to be calling too many deliveries.
No, I think the calls have been pretty well.
Yeah, the
pretty good. The umpire's pretty good.
Yeah, spot on umpiring so far.
Yeah.
Over the top was Doherty. And not to his mate in Dornoff, but Dornoff kicked, just lacked a couple of metres. Springing out is Clark. Clark's a ropey kick, just bashing his way through was Whiteman. Whiteman now picks it up and knocks it back in towards the pocket. There's a couple of Prospect players there, but the most advantage was the Launceston defender, Reed. And now the cruise of Lockie Plunkett's smothered kick though. Hurried on towards Davey. He's only going to find eloping Smedley. Smedley's going to have to hurry up and get it onto his boot. It's a beaut. It's a good kick. Keddy now. He's had a little bit of the ball in that first half. Keddy's kick was probably into a really good spot, but cutting it off was Morris. He's done it on several occasions for Launceston. Now that style of Whiteman kicks it up towards the top of the square. Doherty tight in the pocket. I think it's gone through for a behind though. Yes, it has. They look better in this quarter already, don't they?
Oh yeah.
Marcus, got a bit of run going.
Yeah, no, Daniel's changed it up a little bit here at the moment. So
yeah, he's made some structural changes, hasn't he? Plays just open up a little bit. That's what we've probably seen so far in both the games. Brooks misses the footy, then lays a tackle. Desperate to try and win it was Davey, and he's unsuccessful, out of bounds. So how much, Marcus, you've coached a few of these younger kids, how much work do you do on technique, skill and maybe game strategy?
Oh yeah, basically coming through, well so these guys, as you know, come through from Auskick, quite a few of them. And going through from under 10s to under 12s, there's a lot goes into putting into skill, but it's also keeping the fun in the game as well for them. That's
the reason we all played here.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So at the end of the day, it's pretty much what comes down to what they want to get out of the game.
Sorry, we'll just go to Smith's kick just into the forward 50. Might go back to that because the challenging one in Div 2 boys as well. We had chatted to a few coaches this year, and there's a bit of a challenge. That disparity in capacity and capability of this 14 age group is really big. You've got really competent players, and then those that are a bit new to footy.
Yeah.
There's a handball from one who is very good at footy, and that is Isaac Smedley. His kick was okay, but Morris is once again reading the play effectively down back, chipping it off. Reed's trying to go down and win it. There's a high tackle laid, and I reckon it's going to be a ball up though. No, the umpire has called a high. So very congested defensive wing here. It's not a bad effort though, just kick it up. You can take a contested mark. It's Golden, junior footy. It's a player at the back here. Just needs to hold it. A little neat handball from Harris. Harris will get it back off his teammate in Lethborg. Lethborg lays a Shepherd. Harrison lays a Shepherd. Neither player getting a clean possession. Smedley tries to win the footy, but he gets pushed into the turf by Wagner, and they'll have a ball up. Great crowd in Marcus, isn't it? How's the atmosphere at the moment? It's fantastic.
It's fantastic, yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Nothing.
Grandstands are pretty full. So.
No doubt. There's lots of good things about Newtown Stadium for a venue, the surface, etc., etc. Great for the kids, but there's something a little bit about this oval here at Longford with everyone in one space, huddled around the canteen. The only thing is we're probably going to have to light the 40-gallon drum over to our left at some stage today because it's little chilly. It's probably the coldest day we've had for about a week.
Yeah.
20 to 21 degrees on Friday coming up, but at the moment it's probably 10 at best. Most importantly, the rain is blown away from us. It's going down through sort of the Rubicon Valley. Look, that's a phrase out that way. That's getting a pounding at the moment. It's missing Lonnie, which is sensational. And that's a sensational mark by Thomas. Off half. Lonnie haven't gone forward yet, have they, Mark? I reckon this is their first chance. Can they build up by Bates? Bates in the middle of the ground. Bates got not a lot. About the only option is Healy. Might sneak out here is Preston. Preston's over the back. Just couldn't quite smack the handball, and a little bit of class off half back was Keddy, who's been moved there in this quarter.
Keddy's been going pretty well there for this.
Yeah, he's been really competent, hasn't he? So late coming into that was Alexander for Prospect. So there's good sportsmanship as Keddy helping number 25, Liam Bate, off the ground there. Back into the action. Lonnie with the numbers just off the back half. Got to be really clean in possession. Waterhouse had his chance. Then some pressure applied. Coming through was Wagner, was sitting on the opposition Prospect player. And Launceston build. Now there's a free kick behind play here, and it's going to be upfield. So a little knock off. Didn't quite see that one. So it's Preston now for Launceston. He's got a player out wide. He's an option for the handball that wasn't necessarily structurally the right option because just put his teammate under pressure. Wagner under some pressure too. High ball inside forward 50. The fist coming through from Healy. Now it's out the side here. Can they get the ball towards Preston? He can't get it. It's worked out by Davey. Davey up high. Swinging underneath is Kaplan. Oh, that could be holding the foot. It is. Oh, Smedley tried to dash through, but he got whacked. That's a tough one, isn't it? And now it's Xavier Davey directly in front. And Smedley was trying to make the play, but unfortunately didn't dispose of the football. We'll see this one on the replay. We'll just see the kick though. Davey now, it's going to the right and it's fading a long way. A minor score. So a missed opportunity for the Blues because really Marcus said he been forward a couple of times.
Yeah, well that's like you're saying there before, that's actually the first time they got into their forward 50 there this quarter. So been a bit lucky there.
Yeah, it's Smedley to bring it out. I feel like he's versatile throughout the ground at the moment. It's probably a 45-metre kick from Smedley. Gale tried to win it. Now spinning out of the congested area was Dornoff. The umpire said that's going to be holding the footy. Now Dornoff feels a bit unlucky because he got a handball away. The reality is though, there's two umpires in these games, two field umpires. That is, and that second umpire is always on the outside of that action. And it's so still unlucky. Hedger into the pocket. Climbing was Thomas. Smedley on the ground. And Hedger in defence, having a couple of good minutes. He's got two players. He needs to look left here, Hedger, because he had two players around 40 metres out. Smedley in best position. Wasn't contested ball in the end. It dropped to the ground. Bate coming in and trying to get it. Wagner find a little space. Is at a mark. Play on by Harris. Harris into the pocket. Dribbles to the right. Minor score. Right, Lonnie had a couple of good moments here.
Yeah, Prospect having a bit of trouble trying to get it back out.
Well, I think at the moment, because they've got Smedley so deep, they actually need him up the ground a bit further. Well, he actually has moved up. Yeah, I do like the fact he's such a good user of the ball, Isaac, but I actually think he needs to be the one receiving the footy.
Yeah.
And at the moment, they probably need a little bit of work from Alexander just to get another 15, 20 metres up the field. He's going to be... See, Alexander didn't... Oh, that's a great mark by Eddie. How good's this guy?
Yeah.
Oh,
He's having a go.
just looks likely. But Alexander was the one who needed the lead. That's a
Brad Chenery.
Chenery now. So the two smaller, tough little nuts for Prospect. That's a good defensive mark by Davey. So Davey's got a lead on. It's just going over the top of Wagner. Boyack. Kick and hope. Chopping up again is Davey. Gee, they're reading the play a little bit too easy at the moment, aren't they, Marcus, Lonnie?
Oh, yeah. They're just in position no matter where it goes.
Right, dashing out. Kaplan, one-on-one in the square mark. Leaves in front position, Hayes. And it's a nice bit of delivery from Kaplan. And Hay needs to do the job here. So Kaplan's got a 50-metre penalty as well. So Kaplan directly in front. There's that mark attempt and the 50-metre penalty. So Kaplan will nail this and give Lonnie a little lead. So the biggest lead of the match. And Louis Hay with the steadier for Launceston, 2-4 to 1-2. I reckon there was 6 or 7 minutes of dominance from Prospect, wasn't there, Marcus?
Oh,
and
yeah.
Now it's completely gone the other way.
It just changed just like that.
So it's been the case probably for the game so far where one team's been able to hold the ball inside the forward 50 for a period of time, really move their half forwards and I should say half backs up the ground and keep reading the play. It's got to be clever kicks out from half back to get that. Player hit up, unable to do that at the moment as Liam Bate in the middle, and it's going to be another ball up. Once again, nice sportsmanship there from Liam. Tap over the top by Alexander to see him get a bit more involved in the game. It's up towards the half forward line again. Preston in there for Launceston. Wagner coming through. He's harassed and can't pick it up. Harris as well. Rush kick. Now it's bashed out by Alexander. Mention him, he's getting involved. That's a good kick over the back, nearly marked, couldn't be taken. A couple of players have just got to be a little cleaner with the ball. That's a little rush from Preston, but it might be effective though. There's Kaplan, who was involved in that last goal. Nearly lays a tackle. Running out is Wagner. Wagner now stands up in that tackle. Out the side is Harris. High ball in best position. Nearly brought down by Preston. Off the side that. Kaplan trying to pick it off. It's gone through for a goal. Well, fortuitous it was, but it was some pressure up the field and Wagner involved at least 2 or 3 occasions. And I'm pretty sure Kaplan was off the ground. Oh no, it's a pine. Must have been touched, sorry. So I got excited there for a Hudson Kaplan goal. As the Uplands had some point. Plunkett now drives it into the pocket, a little wide. Maeve hit up a teammate. Wagner was on his left, waiting for the footy, and he didn't see him and went for goal. Plunkett. Gee, good job there by Gale, wasn't it? Oh, yeah. Smith trying to work, find some space, and out of bounds.
Yeah, Prospect's probably got to tighten it up a little bit here, I think. So.
Charlotte, has Emma
Alexander, no good. Now it's Smith. Kicks us off a little bit and finds Hedger. He's cleaning it up at the back. Thomas on the lead. Hedger now goes up towards him. In the best position, chipping away is Boyack. I think he's the captain, isn't he, Boyack?
Yeah,
he now goes up to centre half, getting a couple of touches now, Boyack. Got Tackett who's trying to sling that one out with Cormac. Doherty. He's had a high tackle. The umpire right on it too. So McCormack, in fact, Boyack with a free kick. Sets up. It's a bit stagnant up forward and a little lucky in the end. And it's found Doherty. Well, Smith just standing there by himself. I don't even reckon he was expecting that ball and just fell straight in his lap. So Smith trying to launch it, and Smith has scored. Well, Jensen Smith, who's starting to get into this game in the early part of this second quarter, found one in his breadbasket and went back and kicked the goal. Pretty casual Jensen too in the end. Even the high five celebrations were relaxed. It's what I do, boys. Come and kick goals. So 4 points Blue lead. They've already won 2. In fact, that'll be it. Yeah, so it is a 4-point lead here to Launceston still. So Prospect getting back into this with an important goal to keep themselves going. Plunkett tapping himself. Spurway trying to win it. Stuck on the cricket pitch at the moment. And that is half-time here. And here's the 20-odd players from Prospect that Daniel's trying to manage with his accountant.
Yeah, it's pretty much another team there, mate.
Yeah, and so we've got Emmett Gale and Jensen Smith for that late goal. Was a really handy one. Hayes and Kaplan did the job. So it's 2-2-14 to 2-6-18. A 4-point lead here to Launceston. They've already won 2 premierships. Marcus, your thoughts in that first half?
Oh, yeah, look. Oh, it's just a really great game. This is how I think final should be. So, you know, both teams are just really slugging it at the moment. So, they're having trouble finding their space, trying to get that area out there just to kick to, sort of thing at the moment. So, I reckon this second half is going to come out, and both coaches are really going to have a real good talk to them to find that open space at the moment, because it's getting into those back lines and they're just trying to just kick it wherever they can kick it.
Yeah, it's just a little structurally off at the moment, isn't there? That I think the defensive side of the pack, that releasing handball hasn't really been used as effectively. There's a little bit too much ball watching, but a really engaging game of football here. It's a 4-point lead here to Launceston with a late goal there to Prospects. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon for the second half.
In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians.
Second half action away here on Duck TV. 4 points to difference, and is probably 5 minutes of effective football from Prospect. Got them back into the game. What have they got to do, Marcus, to lift and maybe get that running play going for Prospect Hawks?
Oh, definitely, yeah. Well, I'm just having a look and see pretty much the who's come off here at the moment, and he's had a big switch around it.
There's about 10 guys to our left on the interchange with our accountant trying to work out what to do.
Yeah, that's right. So after the, you know, quite a few of the players have had to go there this last half are off at the moment, so we'll see what these next lot can do.
Well, the three-quarter rule's probably been ruled all completely here, but anyway.
Yeah.
There's Smedley pulling that one out. He's now on the ball again. Probably a better position for Smedley. Doherty in the ruck. He's kicked out to a bit of space. Got a new player coming out here. Here's White with the nice helmet on. He'll be able to stand out as Plunkett trying to win it. Plunkett and Smedley going one-on-one at the moment. The two star players of under 14 Div 2 in the NTJFA. Seems like there's a whole new team out there. Is Spurway. Hedger should be able to get there first, but chasing him down is White. Gets it out. Prospect moving the ball forward. Most of the goals have been kicked to the right-hand side of the screen. Wiseman for Launceston. Gee, a lot of energy from White. He's come on. He's had about 3 or 4 engagements. And out of bounds right forward pocket. Dangerous moments here for Launceston. Hamlin Hope from Giddis. He just got his toe to the football. Coming in late was Lethborg for Launceston. The engagement at the moment is a large amount of players have come in and around that football. And White, tight, close to the boundary line, as Waterhouse takes the ball out. Doherty in the ruck, got his right hand to it. White waited for a while, waited a little bit too long because it was Lockie Plunkett in the end. He won the football and takes it over the white line. So it looks like Doherty's going to ruck here for a little bit. I'd like that to get Smedley off the ball a little bit. Got Springer in there as well. Trying to pitch it out of the pack was Giddis. Giddis is smothered. Anderson laying some pressure. The sling out. Now it's Spurway. Didn't have a lot of time, Spurway, but the kick is not effect, hasn't gone quite the distance. Now it's Anderson. Keeps it in front of himself. He's got some help from Kemsley. Now White with the energy. Kaplan in from the side, and then being held up is Isaac Smedley in the ball up. Really different feel for this second half, isn't it? Smedley wins a free kick. Well, that's a pretty useful kick from Smedley. And it looks like Giddis. And Giddis decides he's going to sneak it forward again and find a teammate in a better position. She missed this number. Marcus, who have we got here with the footy? Not Whiteman, is it?
No,
he's having a shot on goal regardless. We'll get that one. He's got it.
Yeah.
Doherty. So Doherty's gone into the ruck and now he's kicked the goal. And Prospect steady here. 3-2-20 to 2-6-18. And now they've got back in the lead again. And they suddenly look like they've structured up considerably. They've brought some new players on. And it all looks a little better for Prospect straight away.
Yeah, they're moving around nicely there at the moment. Yeah, heads off to Daniel there for what he's done this year with these boys. Down the rotate like that.
Prospect now running off half back. White in best position, gets it on his chest. A little shove too from Anderson. So White's got a lead. He's going to kick it out. Now the one-on-one times are happening. There's another chance for another one-on-one. by Springer. Long time underneath that is Smedley. He gets over the top of Berry. Smedley's got a player in. And unfortunately, the play didn't lead. And coming out late was Spurway. And he misses out. Now Lonnie need to structure up. That's a clever kick. Although, unfortunately, Anderson wasn't really watching in the end. And he missed the pass. Covering some ground at the moment, Smedley, isn't he?
It's all over the ground. That's the thing with him. He can play any position pretty much.
Versatile player, winning the ball off the ground and trying to find a bit of running teammate in Whiteman. Falling back is Wagner, who's come now into the defensive area. And the umpire's going to pull a free kick. He looked like he was taken high there, Wagner, and deserved of that free kick. Just over the top, and it's found Plunkett. But Smedley get on his bike to try and get some ground up. He's going to get it here, Smedley, too. Punch late from Healy. Lonnie really need to try and find that drive again that they had in that second quarter. Down on his knees is Marsden. And he holds it up. This is the change. I mean, Smedley's such an influential player, but so much better when he's on the ball, isn't he, Marcus?
Oh, yeah.
Playing deep in defence, which maybe needed to be done in that second quarter when they were getting a lot of pressure. Spurway didn't have a lot of area for him to work. A little tap forward by Lethball. Prospect looked good out the back. White might get onto this one. Oh, footy. The umpire said he didn't have a chance. White just controlling with his right hand. Getting a lot of pressure applied to him by Anderson. And then whipped out the side by Doherty. Thrown to the ground, holding the football. So Kemsley with the free kick resulted from that very effective tackle. He's gone wide, but he's found Tronrud, who's come on in this quarter. And now the umpire says, certainly I feel like there's a bit of intensity happening here. It's certainly gone up a notch.
Oh, it's built up here now. So I think this is the place for it to be. It's right on this side.
Boyack in the ruck. That's been a good move from Daniel to get him in there. No one really laid any defensive pressure then from Launceston. Chasing it down is Anderson, and he now takes it over the boundary line. There's a lot of players around this contest. It's been the case for most of the day without the anti-density rules, which we're planning the NTJFA to bring in next year, which would mean a little structural change with the balls in the really hold the footing. He did get a handle away, but we did mention this before. It's a 2-umpire game in the juniors, and that umpire's not going to be on the inside for that one to see the handle. It's a lateral kick. It's a dangerous one. It's got to be effective. Waterhouse, I like his aggression with that kick. Berry with the tackle laid, and the umpire's now picked another hold of the football. I reckon that's his third tackle, which has resulted in a free kick, Berry. But he has 0 options up forward, and he's going to kick a very dangerous ball to try and find Hedger. Hedger was out position in the end. The umpire's called a free kick down Plunkett. High ball, resultant mark not taken by Springer. Getting the crumbs is Reed. And the boot off the ground is effective. Plunkett misses the football. He has to be careful that he doesn't lay another high tackle. Now he gets it, just turns and booms it up towards half forward for Launceston. I don't reckon they've gone forward for a period of time. Ben Elliott in there, off the ground by Kaplan. First of the football is Healy, the prospect with numbers around that contest, and they get a chance just to repel. Just a disposal at the moment, Marcus. Off by both sides, aren't they?
It's just changed around completely at the moment.
Swinging back and forth.
Disposals are great.
This has probably been a nature of the game so far. Plunkett is just drifting forward and trying to get his team going to the game. Now, there's 2 players here. Just at the back, here's Thomas. Thomas just needs to get onto this one here for Launceston. They've got numbers here. It's a 2-on-2 race. See who's going to get there first. And the ball just sometimes rolls your way up towards half forward. It's over the top of Reed. Reed then lays a tackle. That result, the ball just to be spilled out. It's a good kick though. Smith up forward. He might get it now. It's into forward to forward 50 here for Prospect. Once again, just that forward entry, just letting them down. Launceston now with numbers. First that football is Marston. Marston up forward, he gets it now back. He's a right footer, so you have to try and turn and angle this one back. He can't quite do that. Down there is Elliott for Launceston. Can't get the footy and dashing out again. The Prospect defence holding strong. He's copped a bit of a whack here, isn't he? I think that's Chenery, is it just down?
What's easy?
A lot of mud on the back of his shoes there as well. Just got a little break in play, so it's a 2-point lead here for Prospect. They've had the momentum, but Launceston just starting to pull it back and turning the tide. We've seen 2 goals kicked to the left-hand side of the screen all day. And it hasn't been an effective way of scoring, or an effective end of scoring. Most of the goals and the winning goals in the last couple of games have been to the right. Well, there's plenty of subs here for Prospect, so they just need to get him off. It's a little sore.
No, it's not Chenery.
No, I think so. Sorry, it's Giddis. So Giddis coming off the ground. Let's hope he's okay. And we're back away again. So we'll just check on Giddis. That's a great defensive mark from Boyack, who's come on. He's gone into the ruck. He's gone back to half forward at the moment. And an effective mark in front of Kemsley. So the Launceston players just not checking that one right. Oh, Smith over the top, takes a good mark. Reed was outnumbered then. Smith now plays on. He's got a lead onto the pocket. He kicks it up towards a hot spot. I reckon that's a push, is it? No, it's play on. Neither team knew exactly what was going on. Kick goes out wide, just misses Boyack. Now he goes back again, Boyack shovels out the handball. Finds Spurway. Spurway into the forward line. Here's a real opportunity now for Stingle. Stingle turns around the corner, continues to turn, gets it onto his right. Stingle misses to the left. It's a long turning circle for Stingle. He eventually found his right boot, but couldn't find the 2 uprights in the middle. And a minor. So first score and first forward movement for Prospect. For about 3 or 4 minutes, it's been picking back between 2 half-forward lines. There's around the back is Plunkett. Berry trying to help him out. And now the dish out to Spurway. He's had a couple of touches. Spurway's kick's ineffective. Reed first there for Launceston. Just bashes it out. It's not the way to go at the moment, as both teams just need to show a little bit more composure in this Div 2 grand final. Into the pocket it goes. Now there's a chance. Another boot in the goal square. He's let it go. It's a goal. So for a moment I thought Springer was going to get onto it. And a good result. That was Stingle. And I reckon a couple of times, have you coached Stingle before, Marcus? A few times he just smells the goals out.
He's right from the beginning, right from odds kicking that. He's just one of those fellas that's just reads play, can kick, always been able to kick.
Yes,
and that's one of his favourites there, just coming around doing that little snap like that. So.
I think everyone loves a snap.
Oh
yeah,
they
and
do.
in a low-scoring grand final, 4-3 to 2-6, Launceston with the best advantage of the game so far. Very handy lead of 9 points. A couple of minutes left here, 2.5 exactly on the clock. Doherty's been really effective in the ruck in this quarter. Another one who's been effective is Boyack too, the captain who's come onto the ball. Those two combining effectively together with Spurway. There's a tap over the top from Waterhouse. Trying to win it was Elliott. I reckon he's given away a free kick, Elliott, here for a hold. And Prospect with a chance to build again. A long lead from Smith. He'll get this first. Gets in front position. A little bit just too easy then, as Anderson needed to just make a contest out of that. Left ball, rush kick from him. Now dashing on is Thomas. Thomas handles ineffective. Smith onto it. And he pulls Anderson over the boundary line. Doesn't quite get in there, is now Emmett Gale. Hasn't had a lot of the ball in this second half. And in defence is Reed. Plunkett takes the mark. Late goal here be handy. There's a minute and a bit to go. Plunkett turns around, get it up to half forward. Jumping up high was Harris. Using his legs and arms was Marston. The little deft tap from him was effective. Waterhouse now. Dashing out the back is Preston. Preston could be a little nudge in the back, not called on Hayes. Still a chance here. Defence required here from White. White just boots it off the ground, gets it into the paddock and the race on. First there will be Thomas. He reaches down, misses him. On the edge is Lethborg. Lethborg will have to go back here. Now picking it up is Keddy. Calm and collected up to Smith. Smith drops a footy at the moment. It looks like Smith's running around with Plunkett. Plunkett's kicks wide, goes into the middle, finds Reid. Reid has a little bit of time. He's got some help with Wagner behind him. Dashes out of middle of the ground, gets it up to centre half forward. Over the back of him, Kaplan's in there. Kaplan goes down, can't win it. And that might be the last chance here for Lonnie. Onto it first is Boyack. Lonnie might still have a last dash here as Lethborg lays a tackle. Wagner, I should say Hedger for Launceston. He looked to go wide, really sure who's kicked it to, but it might fall the way of Anderson. Anderson now picks up and accelerates into the pocket. Anderson is pretty effective. Ben Elliott couldn't quite mark it. Trying to come in and provide some help is Healy. Healy now, Elliott, shoved off the ball by Lockie Walker. I reckon that's a free kick. It's due to a little over-exuberant now. And Ben Elliott, fraction too far out. Maybe just on his reach. A big moment here. The siren sounded. Elliott now drives to goal, and he's got it late. Ben Elliott with a late goal for Lonnie and gives them some belief going into three-quarter time. And they come together, and a surprise late, Marcus, that goal.
Oh,
we didn't think it was going to come,
kick,
did we?
That was huge.
And he got the free kick, Ben Elliott, for some good play from Plunkett upfield. He was sort of playing a kick behind play in that last 5 or 6 minutes, Plunkett. The goal kickers, Ben Elliott with one, Louis Hayes with one, Hudson Kaplan. And the 4 goal kickers for Prospect, Stingle with a late one, Doherty with a goal in that quarter, Smith and Gale have also kicked it. So it's 4-3 to 3-6. But you've got to say, there's that last goal from Launceston. Gives them hope, Marcus.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Go anyway just at the moment. So
well, we haven't seen many to the left. That's the 3rd goal we've seen for the left-hand side. There's Daniel going through with his school of students. The football TAFE of Prospect. We'll have a break here. We need to have a quick drink. We've got 1 more quarter to go. All I can say is this is our 3rd grand final, and all of them have been absolute heart stoppers. Expect nothing less. 1 quarter left here in 14 Boys Div 2 grand final.
In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians. In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians.
Last quarter action here on Duff TV. Marcus Graham, Aaron Roberts in the commentary, and it's under 14 Div 2 action. And the mathematic boffins have done their work for Daniel Smedley, and they've got his last 18 players to play out this last 16 minutes of footy, maybe. However, we've already seen an extra time in our last under 12 Div 2 game, and there's the way this scoreboard's going at 27-24, we could be seeing the same as Mick Edelson's pulled a free kick out. And Boyack, who's been really engaged, as Hedger over the back. Berry's kick was ineffective now and towards Whiteman. Whiteman's got a little bit of time just to look upfield. He doesn't have too many leads and goes high to White. White at the back with the fluorescent helmet on. Getting his arms free was Clark, who hasn't had a lot of the ball. I think he's just come onto the ground. Out to some space with Kemsley there first. The boundary line. All right, Marcus Graham. What's the Prospects' plan here? Because they've got to score another goal.
Yeah.
Mainly because all the scoring's to the right-hand side. They're now going to the southerly end of the ground.
Yeah. No, they've pretty much got to keep it tight, pretty much up through the middle there, I'd say, to finish this off. Keep them away from that dead side. And once, get another score, get another goal up there, and just, then keep it away, keep it tight.
Well, here's Toby Giddis, who went off in that third quarter, popped a little bit of contact just to his sternum, and he looks okay. Hedger, once again, he's finding lateral space at the moment, and he's got a very stagnant half-forward line to kick to, so he just goes around his man on the mark, and it's reasonably effective, but dropping the mark was Kemsley.
Kemsley's had an injury there.
He's been pretty involved, Kemsley, but he just looks like he's sucking a bit of air in at the moment. At the back is Giddis. The ball's thrown up high, tapped through by Reed. Plunkett with a relieving kick, but it's only going to come back again. It's just bounced off the chest of Brooks. With some space as Delford. Hasn't meant a lot to him. And White in front. It's been really good since half-time, White. And that's a clever kick.
Smedley's had an injury there too, wasn't it?
So a few players down at the moment as Stingle couldn't quite get onto it. A few players also dropping chest marks as Elliott maybe had it before he did. Over the top of Hedger. Swinging down to a one-on-one contest in the square. Smedley at the back, Berry in there. White's taken high, the umpire didn't call it. Berry gets away with one. Stingle. And now they can steady and they can find Plunkett reaching down, just getting it above the turf here at Longford. Bring it out to this attacking side's a call. Kick is good. And Morris, who's been taking intercept marks throughout the day, then took an easy one, and that's a well-judged kick. And Marston with the footy. It's a nice build-up by Launceston. This could be probably their best patch to play now. Kaplan, who was the goal kicker in that second quarter. Half-forward line. Rush ball in by Kemsley. In towards the forward pocket. Maybe on to Persis Anderson. In there trying to apply some pressure. Here's Trondred, and out of bounds. And so it's going to be a throw-up right on top of the square. Just need to get maybe another tool down here, Launceston. Because unfortunately in that ruck was Anderson, who's necessary rucker, and Smedley deep. Jumps out of his hands and into the running Nolan. Nolan's kick is okay, but there's numbers around this pack for Marston, who's just getting a few touches, spilling through Kaplan's hands. Now dashing again is Anderson. Anderson's kick towards a very dangerous area. Can young Hayes get onto it first? Maybe taken without the football, Brooks. And the umpire says out of bounds. So, ball's down the right-hand side again, Marcus, where we've seen a lot of it today.
She gets lost down there.
Kaplan can't get it. Trying to bust his way through. Here's Trondred. He couldn't, but he got up to one of his teammates. Berry at the back here. Misses him. Plunkett now. Plunkett runs, goes to 40, drives it up towards at the back of the pack. It should be touched. I think it's been touched. Plunkett needed an extra half a metre. And he's certainly got plenty of acceleration. But he is running into a wall of Prospect defenders. And it's within a couple of points. Kemsley with a fist. It's dropped out here to Boyack. Kemsley again. He's got some help from one of his mates, and Hugh Campbell, the captain. Berry now picks it off the ground. He doesn't think too much about just the chaos ball inside the forward 50. Elliott. Now it's Morris, who's gone forward. Morris stands up in the tackle. He's got Plunkett at the back. I reckon he's been called for a hold here. He's really disappointed, Isaac Smedley, but he definitely got held, and I reckon even he might have got held around the ankle. So Lockie Plunkett's within kicking range just. He's going to be kicking from about 45. It's got a lead on, but I think he's set on having a shot here. Can he make the distance, Lockie Plunkett? The distance is there, but the accuracy is not. Out of bounds on the foot. So 10 minutes to go. 2 points in it. Another classic grand final. It's a wobbly kick. It's reasonably effective as Campbell nearly had it. And Prospect finally get it out of the defensive area. And look who it is. Hedger in defence. He's going to go wide, out to Plunkett. So the big movers, the tall, versatile utilities for Launceston are really getting in the game. This goes out of bounds, it'll be a good result, I reckon, Marcus, for Lonnie.
Oh,
I've got to see. And you know what? Interesting enough, Isaac Smedley's playing deep again in defence.
Yeah.
It's nearly like he's playing an extra player back there. It's an effective way of stopping, but it's not an effective way of scoring.
No, at the moment, Launceston actually really showing it here at the moment.
Dornoff with his left hand, tried to get it to Smedley. Coming through was Morris, the little defender. Kaplan, couple to beat. As does Whiteman, might not be for long. Now it's Healy. Healy steadies. Healy goes to 25. Healy doesn't get a goal. And another goalkeeper. Right, so 11, I should say 9. 9 minutes left. And we're a point in it again. That's nearly 50 metres from that guy on the left there. Good call from the umpire because he's like not involved. Now, Isaac Smedley was being chased down then by a much smaller kid. I looked like a cartoon. Wiley Cody. Anyway, tries it up again. And just backing back into a pack was Whiteman. He's looking for a teammate. Whiteman's got what I would sort of say an unelegant kicking action, but it's really effective. Smith. I should say White. I keep calling him Smith. Sorry, Kobe White with the ball. The umpire said play on. I reckon he tripped over himself then. And the mark taken by Reid. Reid goes to the middle looking for Plunkett. Plunkett's a bit late. Smedley came through and later. White then comes in and tries to get some pressure on that. And it's Morris. Good set of hands, Morris. Into the pocket. Geez, a running player coming past an Elliott. There's still a chance now for Anderson. Can't get it. Anderson now. Anderson steadies. Anderson misses. I can't believe it. We're locked up again. I don't know what it's like for Launceston supporters, but I'm hoping they're staying as calm as possible because this is their 3rd grand final in a row. I saw Charlotte before. Kurt Wheeler and co from Lonnie Footy Club. Plunkett in best position. He just plays on Plunkett, stands up in the tackle, dishes off to Campbell. Campbell then works the way forward. It's over the top of Chaplin. Oh, tell you what, they're really pushing forward here, Launceston. Dornoff in defence, but the ball is gone nowhere near the green grass of the ground, and Plunkett with the footy. Now, Plunkett can go about 15 metres further forward here, right in front of the Launceston bench. And I actually think he just pops it up to the square. Chaos kick from Plunkett. Berry in there. He couldn't win it. Trying to get it as Elliott. He's on his backside. No good there. And he's been tackled by 2 players, Isaac Smedley. And he's rather annoyed that he hasn't got some help. Looks a bit frustrated, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah. I think it's getting to him, though. You've got to stay focused.
Probably expected to win this prospect, although I think going in it was likely. So Dornoff in the ruck. In fact, it's going to be Doherty now coming to the ruck. The smaller Elliott up against him did a really effective job. They're structured well at the back of this one here, Prospect, but it's a high tackle. I think, yes it is, and a free kick here in defence for Delphin. Not a big kick, Delphin, so he's going to go to the, gee, that's okay. Let's try and read now. Bit of dash. Who are the players to stand up here, Marcus, this last quarter? Is that a free kick to Boyack then? Just taken without taken outside as he was going up in the contest, Boyack.
Boyack's having a really good game. He actually missed half the season with a broken foot.
Right. He's been great in the second half. He's probably helped him structure it up a little bit better as well. Smedley off half back. Need a little bit more distance on that kick as Doherty came over the top. It's going to be okay here for Prospect. Hedger. Kick and hope's effective and finds Morris. Morris quickly plays on him. Jesus sets up the play really well. Morris Kemsley works his way through a small space. Harris couldn't get it. He holds the football. It is. There's a couple of Lonnie players here coming out and taking the mark on his chest is Ben Elliott's. And I reckon he's a 50-50 chance to make the distance. We've already seen him kick 1 goal late in that third quarter, Ben Elliott. So Ben Elliott from 30 metres out, kicks it into the pocket, and the mark's taken. Kaplan, the goal kicker in the first half, has taken the mark, and his teammates come around with 5 left. And a big moment in this game. And Marcus Graham next to me looks proper agitated. And I'm just hoping no extra time. Right in front of us here, it's an absolute shocking kick, but it's gone through for a point. It keeps him in the game. It really came off his toe. Maybe his shin. So Kaplan couldn't quite get it. Here it is now. On the replay, a lot of pressure on this kick. Just hit the player on the mark. Yeah, I think we've got the player on the mark's fingers. He just a fraction too close. And you can see the people behind the goals. Yeah. Look at that. There's a lot involved in these games. We've seen the Longford under-12 Div 2 team. They were heartbroken when they lost. I'm sure they will recover quickly like kids do. Now we're back on again. There's a long lead coming out here by Boyack. It's going to go to the defensive side of the ground. It's been picked up by Elliott. Elliott's taken the ground. And he's been called holding the football. Tronrud. Gee, that was a really important tackle. Tronrud's got probably 35 players in front of him, all within a couple of metres of the footy. He could just get out the back here. Whiteman nearly had it. Now it's Giddis. He's slung to the ground by Clark. Plenty of time here, Davey. Reaching up and getting it away is bait. And he's got it to the dashing Anderson, who's been pinged for holding the football. 3.5 to go. Lonnie by a point. Prospect going forward. Centre half's the option. In best position was Giddis. He couldn't quite ride the bumper. Spurways down there. Got to stay on your feet and keep the pressure away as Davey was able to neutralise that one. And Emmett Gale unable to get the ball out. Barry in there. White will get to it first. He gets around one. Couldn't get around the second. A little tap by Walker. He goes again. White now. Tight in the pocket. White screws it around. Still not gone through. And a massive tackle by Hedger. And he holds it up with 2.5 to go. Hedger with the defensive tackle. Now, has he got enough energy? Smedley. Can Gale get it? Can Launceston get it out of that defence? Lockie Plunkett there first. A hack kick in towards Kaplan. Oh, it just got the wrong way. Now it's back. And a non-thinking kick by Brooks. Barry in there first. Punch out, defensive work by Morris. Morris looks up. Tried to look for his right boot. That was effective to Hayes. Hayes now gets a Shepherd. Hayes' kick was smothered. Coming in late was Ben Elliott. And Scragwise trying to get rid of it was Nolan, and the umpire said, Nolan, you had a chance to get rid of it. And it's going to be a free kick here to Hayes. So deep in the pockets, Ben Elliott by himself. And they've kicked it up to a one-on-one. It's been ineffective though, and Prospect will bring it back towards the boundary line. It's still in play. Reed with some dash. White in best position for Prospect. He's got Plunkett to beat. Plunkett stays on his feet. He's all class, and White tries to grapple for it. 70 seconds left. Plunkett. Oh, just at the feet of Kaplan. Then Kaplan goes in. And if he can hold this, is a big moment, Marcus.
Oh. She's coming down the line in.
Oh, another cliffhanger. Plunkett, as he's done all year, gets it up towards the hot spot. Prospect with numbers here. But that's an interesting check side kick. I reckon it's downfield. It's been shoved after he kicked the football. It's gone the other way. Oh, I missed that one. It was right in the pocket. It's going to be a free kick here to Hayes, who's already kicked a goal. So Hayes was actually knocked off the football. So there it is there. Great call for the umpire. It was in the back. Had it been in the side, it might have been okay. Now Hayes in the pocket to seal the game. For Launceston to get 3, it probably won't matter. There's only seconds left, and Lonnie have done it. They've won by 2 points in an epic battle here, and Launceston go 3-zip here in the NTJFA Grand Finals. Last couple of words from you, Marcus. Unfortunate, Prospect couldn't get it done. What a great Grand Final.
Oh, look, that's what Grand Final should be like, isn't it? So that was... She was a nail biter all the way through that one.
Just to quickly mention, Ben Elliott, Louis Hayes, Kaplan and Hedger with the goal kickers for Launceston. Emma Gar with one, Smith with one in that second, Doherty and Stingle. But it came down to the wire. All those behinds for Launceston in the end did the job. They kicked 1 goal less, but they certainly had the play late. I'm going to have a break here. Michael Maney coming to the commentary box in a moment. Then we've got Danny Showmaker too from the Lonnie Footy Club. We've got a big match coming up next. It's North Launceston versus Launceston. This will be a massive grud match. Congratulations to Lonnie. They've got 3 now. We'll have a break here on Dub TV. Be back soon.
In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians. In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians. today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians.
Hey Chris! Well done, Calow!
Welcome back to Longford, and the next game up is the NTJFA Under-14 Div 1 Boys Grand Final. Danny Shawmaker's with me. Danny, should be a ripper this one.
Absolutely, Michael. I'm pumped for this. Launceston has no right to be here. North Launceston hot favourites all year. Let's see how this goes. Grand Final's always a different day.
So in the ruck, ball just knocked down. So North Launceston just a little bubbly. It's been raining just a little bit. And the boys are just going to have to adapt to that. Big pack of players just around the footy. They just can't extract it out. A big tackle. I don't know that player had the footy. But a little kick off the ground is going to go out of bounds right in front of us here. Or is it? That football. It's an interesting object. And this time it's off a boot and goes out of play. It'll be a boundary throw-in. Launceston, the massive underdogs.
Yeah, they came through the hard way and beat South Launceston against all odds last week, so they've got nothing to lose. This is going to be a classic.
Okay. All still in dispute. A scrappy old affair, and I think it's probably going to be that way for most of the day, unless one of the sides can get it out. Ball picked up and jammed on the boot. No one can get clean possession. Launceston defending sternly, almost a mark. In they go. Really tough and hard football early in the piece. Very, very willing. Ball just slips out now. Throwing it on the boot was McHenry. The bouncing ball. They need to work it out here with hands, Launceston. They get the kick away. High ball, almost a mark down there to Thomas. He dropped it. That's the big ruckman who just knocked off the kick there. Was Stone. Now they go into attack through French. His second kick, ball punched away. Ball in dispute just off the boots of the big fellow down there. And that's Holton. No one can get clean possession. A scrappy old affair. That could be dropping the ball. I think it is. Wonderful tackle. And it was Tyler Millwood just caught with the football there. And it'll be a free kick to North Launceston.
I think North Launceston's game is to push really hard into the contest. And they get a lot of drive off half back. So we're going to have to meet them at the contest there. Launceston cover their drive from half back, but they're a quality side, well coached, and here's their first chance.
Toby Calow from about 20. Eases back on the kick and just punches it through. So the first goal is on the board, and that's been kicked by Toby Calow. Nice captain of North Launceston. 1 goal straight 6 to no score, and nice little easy approach by Calow here.
Yeah, a bit of pedigree in the family too. Elder brother's just gone to Hawthorn in the mid-season draft, so we've got a lot of good young folks that are starting to pop up here. Keep your eye on as they start getting through the next 2 or 3 years in footy, to keep a real eye on.
It's Jackson Calow, Winston Norwood, coached by Jade Rawlings, former Tasmanian, and now finds himself at North. Couldn't snag a game early in the year. So away go North Launceston again with Baker, who goes out wide. So they really are starting to just assert a little bit of authority here. It was a nice kick. So North told to play on now. A little short kick, but that's been chopped off well.
Avery Thomas, here's another one to watch as the years progress. Very athletic.
Long kick. Ball's going to flick over the back here. North of really just going to stride away and kick it long out into space. Ball's going to hit the deck. Nice work by Calow. Works back on that right boot. Kicks it high. Might just favour his teammate, and it does. And the mark has been taken. And looks like Holton, is it? That's got it. So it is Holton. He's going to shoot from about 30 metres out directly.
And Michael, that's that drive off half back that North Launceston can generate. Launceston really has to find a way to nullify that if they're going to stay in this game and potentially get their noses in front.
Holton's kick's a little bit like my golf swing. Just went away to the left. So 1-1-7 now, North Launceston to Launceston, who barely got it inside 50 so far in the match, but slippery conditions with that little bit of drizzle just before the game. This might be Baker's ball, can't take the mark. Just knocked off the footy. They get another opportunity here to North Launceston. Oh, lovely kick. Just pulled it. Didn't go to Calow. Not have been touched. High kick. High, long, and it could be straight. It is. North get a second.
They've got the hot start, Michael, that's for sure.
Catch who the player was who got that. But, gee, that was a nice bit of work. And a long kick. That's just tremendous kick from there.
Sorry, Michael. I was actually ball watching out there, and I should be watching the screen to see if I can see the numbers of the players. I'm not very familiar with the North Launceston players, but it was lovely, a little bit of play, drifting into the half-forward line and then honouring the lead.
Well, we'll get our super stats man onto it a little later. We can find out who the second goal kicker was. Tough from our vantage point here. Up they go. And the other fact is that I haven't seen any of these blokes play it all before. Here's Thomas, a bouncing ball. Gee, North really pushing forward. Launceston need to get something there. In was Johnny Groves for Launceston. Work it out. Groves again. He head over the football. He's the one fighting for it. The umpire said, give it to me with the ball.
Yeah, he's had a great season, Jonty. He's usually plays in the half-back line, generates a little drive from Launceston, but he's obviously got a different role in this first quarter.
Go up. Get down there was Parkinson. Swoop on the loose ball. Tackle just drags down near the knees. Well done by McHenry. Got it on the boots. And Calow really proving to be some sort of a problem here for Launceston. He's called to play on, so he ran around. The kick, he's just going to find a bit of grass. This is a chance for Launceston to work it out through a bit of teamwork. They can't do it. Smart little kick off the ground. Blakovic is going hard for it. Another loose kick out of there. Which way will it bounce? Thomas is there. for Launceston. Goes in with a bit of a bump and a tackle. Calow just ran straight past it. Now Thomas back again, and I tell you what, to get Thomas around the neck, you need to be, for a young kid, you need to jump up a bit, but that was a good tackle for a baller.
Yeah, I'd say North has settled the quicker, and they've got more systematic football going their way at the moment.
Here they go, out of half back with a real high ball into the centre. Might just flick over the back here. North, just tripping over. Well done in the end. It's taken by Gerard. He's got it out wide. Gee, all North Launceston numbers here. Was Smart. Then I thought he might have thrown that ball, Smart, but the umpire said play it on. No free kick for in the back. I thought it might have been something to Launceston there. Here's an opportunity for Bryce Wright for Launceston, the number 4. But North just doing it quite nicely, and nice penetration in the kick too. Ball bounces inside 50. They go for it. Nice work here by McHenry. Just ducked it out the back.
That was a really good outlet handball.
Yeah, it was terrific. Bird's kick wasn't his best work. Launceston, well, they've been brave so far. They're under attack. Here's McHenry now. Kicks it long. No one can take it. Ball spills over the back. Desperate stakes here for Launceston. That's nicely done in defence by Millwood, who got it through for a rush behind.
Yeah, so Launceston really needs to settle now. Get some hand on the ball. Just hold it for a period of time and just suck some of the oxygen out of the North Launceston game plan.
So a high kick. Thomas is going to be the target, but that's a tremendous mark by McHenry. And now he wants to go on with it. Pushed off the kick. It's a wobbly old ball, but it's probably going to fall okay. And the mark has been taken. And is that Lucas Murray?
That's number 6, is it?
No, I think this is a replay of the mark from McHenry, which is just...
That's a hell of a grab from Riley McHenry right there.
Yep. So it's Brody Harrison is our man. So Harrison from about 20 metres out gets the job done. 3 goals to 20 now, North Launceston. The Blues haven't scored yet, and it's all been North Launceston. They've really taken the bit by the teeth here, and they've done it nicely.
Yeah, well, just if you look at the general pattern of play, I mean, it's really 75% of the ball has been in North Launceston hands. So Launceston's really got to change that. Get some possession, slow it down for a period, and move it around and get some confidence up.
20-point margin. Go the ruckman, Thomas for Launceston. Almost gave it to his teammate. They're inside 50, Launceston. What can they make of this? Little handball comes out. He's just working it in the hands. Getting it on the boot there was Schoenmaker. And the mark or free kick will be taken here by Jonty Groves. Now, I don't know whether Jonty's got the distance in him. You'd know better than I.
Johnny will push the limits, but I think he's more likely to set it up, which he has, and we've just fallen short.
Yeah, Maverick Gerard lopes away. Long kick and a good kick too. Well, mark taken by Calow. North just seem to have things happening at the moment. So the umpire's just going to bring it back. It'll be a free kick to the man who kicked the last goal in Harrison. So he's in the middle of Longford Oval. Listen to Duff TV coverage of the final series, the NTJFA. Michael Maney and Danny Schoenmaker with you. Ooh, nice little step there. That's a beautiful bit of work. I think that's smart. Ball hits the deck. Now Launceston have got to defend here for their rush coming out of 50, and the mark has been nicely taken by Bird. Bird of North Launceston now. Sits it up, high kick. No one's going to contest this ball apart from Baker, who couldn't take the mark. He butters up nicely, might have got a push in the back. Umpire said you threw yourself forward. They just all pile in, it'll be a ball up. Baker just couldn't quite take that mark.
This is good. This is a good little period for Launceston. Just halving the contest over the ground, taking some of the air out of North's attack at the moment.
So a little tap on there was Sharon. A great name for footballer, Sharon. Away come Launceston. Just booting it out wide. This ball is destined for the boundary. Good work in there by Woolcock. And there may be a free kick going here to
This is Groves, Jonty.
Groves, yep, Johnny Groves. Good to see the numbers on the front of the jumpers too. That might just help us a bit today, or help me at least. Well, Groves didn't do his best work there. Ball was smothered. Nice little sidestep there was by Bird, North Launceston. Nice big hefty bump coming in there from Gerard. Ball's in dispute. And now the boundary umpire will earn a bit of pay.
I'll tell you what's nice and willing around the contest here, Michael.
It is. I mean, you've got to say that Launceston are invested. They're totally invested. They've just been beaten by a bit of quick hands and good kicking by North, but contest-wise, they're still in it. There's no doubt.
And I'd expect nothing less. We know at Launceston that North are a very, very quality side. Here they come forward, Launceston, for change. And here's another gun, Thomas, Tane Thomas, brother of Taron Thomas.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, the bloodlines working beautifully as North Launceston, and overrunning it. There was Chase, I'm not sure how you pronounce his second name, Meets, perhaps. Very difficult with multicultural society down here, aren't we? Even Showmaker sometimes will cause people trouble.
Yeah, no, it causes me trouble.
Well, just think of Maniac and you've got me covered. Smart with a little toe poker out of there.
Oh, that was high-risk football, but it's going to come off for Launceston. And this could be a... Oh, no. I was hoping for a quality forward entry.
Just couldn't get it away. Here's a chance, Groves. He's just got to wait for it to sit and then play for the free kick and then complain to the umpire. Probably just needs to get on with it. Ball close to the wing. Now, this is beautifully done here by McHenry.
Oh, well done, Colby.
Just won't let go. But McHenry with a bit of strength and then got it to Calow.
That was a bit of a David and Goliath battle there on the wing, but young Colby did very well.
Didn't want to get out of the contest at all. Here's Stone. Stone's little chipping ball. Smart. He just ducks around. Nice step. Left footer. Didn't hit the target. The mark has been taken by Barker. Goes out wide. Just get a feeling that Launceston have got to get a bit of cheap possession here for a while. Just hold on to it. Just try and stem the tide.
I think you did right, Michael. I think that's what we were requiring.
High kick.
But you can't take anything away from North Launceston. They have got the hot start and they're moving the ball very, very well.
The game's evened up a little bit in the last 5 minutes or so. So Launceston found their feet a little bit.
Max Matthews, son of a gun. Rudy Schoonmaker, there's another one.
Yeah, it's all happening in the commentary box here. People are very happy with themselves at the moment. Here's an opportunity for North Launceston. Well done by Bird. Now the kick back should be marked here by Calow. He wants to play on. The old don't argue with his opposite number 11 there in Wootton. Mark drop. Nice McHenry. He's about to get shut down. The kick on the left boot's going to bounce. Bounces past both players. North Launceston seem to have players everywhere. Oh, that's a nice bit of work done there by Watts. And Watts is a wobbly old kick. Might go off the ground here. And he does, the big fella. He's got it. And a lovely little goal by Holton. And he gets another one for North Launceston. So that scoreline looking a bit sick at the moment. 4-2-26 to North Launceston. Launceston yet to score.
Yeah, I'd say, Michael, just sheer weight of opportunity. Once again, I said right at the start that they're going to get a lot of drive, North Launceston, from half-back. So far, their half-backs are pressing up to the wing and generating that drive from the wing centre line forward. Their forwards are getting lots of opportunity. The Launceston backmen are trying very hard, but it just seems to be they just seem to be outnumbered at the moment. So that's what happens when teams get momentum.
So 26 points the difference, about 30 seconds to go in the first term. Good start by North Launceston. Ball back in the centre, in dispute. May get another ball up here, inevitably. French.
And I expect Avery Thomas for Launceston to get better as the game goes on. He is super fit, he's super athlete. He will not stop trying, and none of the Launceston boys will, Michael. But they've got to stop this hot start.
Well, the umpire let that go for a fair while, but Thomas is going to get a free kick here.
And that's the siren.
That is the siren, which we've only just been able to hear, but that's a good first quarter if you're a North Launceston fan. And it just felt that Launceston weren't that far out of it in the contest, but they trail by 26. North Launceston 4-2-26, And Launceston yet to score. Danny Shellmakers before we take a break.
Okay, well, under 14s is a really interesting age group. Anyone who's got teenagers will know you don't know what you're going to wake up to every morning with a teenager, and it's the same when they turn up on the footy field. So, I mean, sometimes Josh Townsend, the coach of Launceston, will be pleading with his players to halve the contest everywhere they can. And the North Launceston coaching team, I'm sure they'd be just happy to see that sort of style of play continue.
Comments from Danny Schoenmaker. We'll just take a little break here at quarter time. It is 42-26 to no score.
In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians. In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians.
Welcome back to Longford. Good first quarter by North Launceston, where they booted 4 goals to 26 to Launceston, no score. And the goal kickers, Calow, Harrison and Holton. And there is one mystery man that we haven't got yet. He's right out on the outer side, and we'll try and get that information for you before.
It's hard, Michael, to assess the Launceston forward line at this stage because they haven't had any quality supply beyond half forward. So all credit to North Launceston on their start. Let's see how things even up in this second quarter.
Well, Launceston have got a 26-point deficit to run down. So we're underway on Duff TV in the second quarter of this match at Longford, but they're going to come out here again. A long kick inside 50. Good hands. That's terrific by the man, I think, who kicked a goal off the ground in that first quarter, Holton. That is a wonderful mark, running at full tilt out in front of his face.
And once again, just quality supply coming out of the centre, Mike. You just can't beat it.
Centre clearance is so important. He's going to boot it from about 35. He gets a good piece of it, but it's away to the right. They keep it in. Still a chance here. Calow, this way, that way. Got rid of it in the end. Launceston are going to clear. Bouncing ball. They just need a shepherd here. They don't get one. That's a wonderful tackle. That's brilliantly done.
Logan Speed.
Speed.
Really improving as the season's gone on.
Well, not only speed there, but also precision tackling, and the kick wasn't that flash. But Launceston have got to get their game together. I think they've got to start using the ball a bit more, just having a look. And the boundary umpire's not really quite sure what's happening here.
Yeah, we have throw-ups in junior footies inside the boundary. No boundary throw-ins at this age group.
Okay, I'll roll with that. Ball close to the line. And Baker can't keep it in, the number 19 for North Launceston. So the umpire's got to earn a little bit more work. And the boundary man's just there to adjudicate.
He
right?
is, yeah. He's just there to adjudicate the line.
Yep, fantastic. All right. Ball's going to go out of bounds again, so we're going to get a triple play here. So
this is good for Launceston. Just take the steam out of the game while North's got this momentum.
I think Sam Regari with the headband gets the tap down. Baker snags it. Little handball away, nicely done, away to McHenry. McHenry's kick is a good one. Up they fly. No one can take the mark. Launceston defending grimly. Around the corner, kick is out of bounds on the full. And that was Holton. And already, North Launceston owning a bit of this second term. And Launceston just can't get it effectively past the centre square. They just seem to be in defence all the time.
And once again, at this age group, you've got half a dozen boys from North Launceston. They're beautiful big cuts of lads, and they're all moving really quick. And they're showing the smaller players from Launceston up at just the moment.
Holton with a really good tackle, and he'll take the free kick. So Holton with the tackle on the big man there in Barker. So this will take some good work by Holton from here. He's going to kick it from 35 on a bit of an angle. Got a good shot of it here.
He started well, Holton.
He has. It's a wobbly old approach. And he likes that little right hand side of the goal post there. He's just pushed another one through. So that scoreline moving to 4-3-27, North Launceston. The Blues, who are yet to score. So they'll come to this side of the ground. That's a good kick. Thomas is the target, and he takes it. Nice pack mark by Thomas. Now he goes on with play. Kicks it down forward. Oh, this ball.
Rudy Schoonmaker, this was.
Yeah,
nice
running onto it, Rudy
nice
Schoonmaker. And he may just get a free kick here, Schoonmaker. So he wants to get on with it. He's got the nice bright boots on. A little kick is a spear, and that's a good kick too. And the man who's got the flowing red hair.
Tristan Mitchell.
Tristan Mitchell. His kick, looking for a teammate, can't take the mark, and he goes back in with a ruthless tackle. And the umpire will call for a ball up, and that's Bedford.
Yeah, Lockie Bedford. They call him the Bus with some of his tackling moves.
Call him a truck.
Yes, solid.
Very solid. Up they go. Comes again. Handball over the top. North now having to defend. This is as close as Launceston have been inside their forward 50. Now a little squeeze kick out.
Dom Barker.
Here's Barker. And, oh, gee, did he have it? Oh, the umpire said, well, you had it and dropped it. I don't know that he had too much time. Where's the prior opportunity in that? McHenry. Nice little pass, and this finds Thomas. Now, Thomas for North Launceston. In for Ender, but Smart's got it in the middle of the ground. Where will he go? Thought about the handball, delayed it. Baker, good pace, runs toward 50. The kick, almost Holton over the back. Calow, which way? Umpire paid a free kick, and it's going to Holton for holding the man, perhaps. Or was it in that contest?
I'd like to see the replay of this.
No idea.
May have held the tackle a fraction too long, but it's very hard for the boys once they've committed to the tackle to release at the right time.
Well, the umpire's got a lot closer than I. Holton's kick is away to the right. So another behind to North Launceston, 4-4-28. Listen to Duff TV, Michael Maney and Danny Schoenmakers. Schoenmaker, I should say. Or to put an S on the end of.
You can do whatever you like, Michael.
As long as I pronounce it right, you don't care.
That's correct.
And the umpire's blown the whistle, and then I think thought to himself, I need to make a decision here. Regari has got the free kick. Ball was just touched. Baker, who's been prominent, somehow got the handball away. Now Launceston's got an opportunity. Here they go through Hayes. Hayes. Is that Scotty Hayes' young bloke?
That's him.
And they go toward the line.
Well done, Lockie. That's the boss.
A big tackle. There is Bedford.
Yes, he's been paid too.
He has. The truck's got it. Kick was smothered. It's nice work by North Launceston. Here comes Thomas for Launceston. Throws it on the boot. Bouncing ball out wide. And it'll be a ball in, or will it be?
Yes, a forward pocket, what we call it, contest here is what Launceston needs. To get some bodies around the ball, halve the contest, just soak up some pressure for a minute.
Up it goes. Regari. Butted up nicely, got it on the boot. Here's trouble for North Launceston, he's gone. And that is a free kick.
To the bus. The truck, you're calling
There he is. The truck has got a free kick, and he's handed the ball by little Tootle. I tell you what, he's about 2'1".
Yep. And Lockie Bedford's had a really good 5 minutes here, just giving us something in the forward line.
Yeah, here he goes. Can he steer it through? Goal umpire doesn't move. The Blues have got a goal, or Launceston White, as we're calling them today. So Bedford gets his first, gets Launceston's first, and they go to 1 straight 6. They trail North 4-4-28, and the big truck is imposing himself on the game.
Yeah, no, that's really impressive from Lockie. He comes on and gives us something every time he plays, and he'll give those backmen something to think about from North Launceston too when he arrives at the contest. Don't worry about that.
So it's taken them about the, let's say about the 8-minute mark to get their first goal, but that might give them some confidence as Regari, now taken by Baker. North Launceston back into attack. The kick up falls over the back. Nice, the tackle almost. North have got another opportunity. Throwing it on the boot and missing is the player there, number 22 in Stone.
Is it Barker for North Launceston? He's having a lot of influence in the midfield. They're going to have to do a job on him. Josh Townsend, the coach of Launceston, is going to put some work into Barker for North. He's really influential coming out of the clearances.
Yes, number 19. He's really been spectacular. And talking about spectacular, that's a lovely mark by Thomas for Launceston. Steers the little pass out wide, and here's a little man Tootle.
Yep.
He's got a little short kick going, and that's nicely done, taken by Schoenmaker. So Schoenmaker wants to get on with it. The kick's not the best, and that ball finds itself to the line, and let's have a look. We're going to have a boundary throw in. Are we over that side, or we? No, the umpire's going to ball it up, so no boundary throw ins. Michael, you just need to get your head around that one. So the ball up. Thomas of Launceston. Thomas of North Launceston missed it. Number 2 coming through. Bit of a pinball there at the moment. Groves really was just loping. Didn't quite get to the contest, and we'll get another ball up just inside the boundary line, about 10 metres.
Yeah, no, this is a good period for Launceston. This is really heartening because they've taken some of the steam out of North Launceston's attack.
Yeah, North got out of the blocks, didn't they? And really put it to Launceston. There's a nice little fresh area out of mid-air. Follow it down. North again. They're going to go into almost inside 50, but it has been chopped off in the mark.
Flint. He's had a very good year in the back line, Flint.
Joey Flint goes out wide, off hands. Thomas for North Launceston, just paddling it, kicked it off the ground, close to the boundary line on the other side. That boundary umpire with a beautifully shorn haircut just on both sides there. And it might have gone out of bounds on the full. So McHenry's got the free kick, and he goes into the centre of the ground where almost the mark to North Launceston in, looked like Calow. Very quickly it goes forward, and McHenry can't snavel it, and the boundary umpire will hand it to McHenry, who's going to punch it back inside 50. He goes long, ball just flicks over the back. Where are the runners? If you've got a bit of pace, you're half a chance here. Ball kicked off the ground. No one can grab hold of that football. There might have been a bit of holding there. Launceston could have got a free kick. Here's Groves. He's got to be clean. Got the ball onto the boot. Tootle's there. He's going to have to work really hard.
He's going to have to do a job here, Caden Tootle.
Smart got onto his left, and Thomas just backed into the pack. No mark. Launceston again. Little Tootle, is he going to take the mark? No. The intercept punch was beautifully done by Bird. And another ball up is coming. A lot of work for the central umpire here. He's got to throw the thing up. They earn their pay.
Very well drilled, North Launceston. That was a perfect defensive approach in the forward line.
Yes, it's just a little bit of strength has got them at the moment. Ball in dispute. Henry on his left, got good penetration with the kick. Loose ball, Barker tries to get through. Well done, got it on his boot. This might be okay. McHenry is really mopping up through the midfield. Another left footer inside 50, and that works. The mark has been taken by, it looks like Watts has got that for North Launceston.
Now, I'm not 100% sure. We'll let this play progress.
Watts goes long, got the journey, and got the accuracy. And North get goal number 5. 5-5-35 to Launceston, 1 straight 6, Danny Schoenmaker.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure whether Riley McHenry is a right footer or a left footer, but if he's a right footer, that delivery with his left foot into the forward line was elite.
Yeah. He's had a few tries as well. He's been getting him on his right boot and kicking nice and long, and then the last 3 or 4 kicks he's had have been on his left, and he has got some penetration with that left foot, so it's been outstanding by him.
The big difference so far is that North Launceston are getting a good clear footy, good approaches into the forward line. Launceston's attack, whether it be at any part of the ground, has been under pressure.
No doubt about that. As back in the middle, about 3 minutes to go before half time. In they go. Groves with a little quick kick out of there from Launceston. Now the runners, it's all about who can get there first. In comes McHenry. Well, he's really imposing himself on the game at the moment. He's dodged around about 14 of them and then got the ball inside 50. Ball dropped.
Don Barker.
Yeah, Barker should have grabbed that, but they're going to get it away, and Thomas will take the mark. And that was nicely done, nicely delivered there by Plekovic. So the kick, almost just backing back, couldn't quite take the mark. All close to the line. North just luckily get it to Calow. So Calow looks inboard. He's got a couple on there. And the mark's been taken by, is that Smart? Now the mark taken by Bird.
So North aren't scared to throw a bit of width to get a better sider and a forward entry, which is working well for them at the moment.
Good work on the mark done by Launceston. McHenry, gosh, he's had plenty of the ball, and nice little mark taken by Plakalovic. Okay, I'm glad you said that because I was struggling for pronunciation there. Kicks to a pack over the back. Calow got it on his boot, pulled the kick a little bit. Mark taken, and he'll play on and kick a goal. And that is Holton, and he gets his 2nd of the afternoon. He's an aerialist, that's this guy, and when the ball hits the ground, he's pretty good too. And they've just got 3 or 4 real key targets that they go to regularly, and Launceston can't hold them. 6-5-41 plays 1 goal straight 6.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, Michael. It's sheer weight of entry into the forward line. And the bigger, taller options are getting good looks, good siders, and having good service from the midfields and half forwards. It's all going North Launceston's way at the moment.
I think it's the way in which they're going inside 50. Launceston are going in a rush with a bit of a mad scramble, but North Launceston are able to break clear and kick with precision, and that's been a little bit of the difference in the game. Here comes Calow from the centre of the ground, and the kick is a long one, but the mark has been taken.
Good anticipation from Flint there. He's just improved all season on that.
Yeah.
Barker. Don Barker's missed a couple of tricks that he might have had earlier in the season.
The high kick, mark taken. Wow, this is going North Launceston's way, and this is Owens. Jackson Owens. And they've got little players that bob up everywhere, North Launceston. They're really smart, they kick well. Here's Owens from about 30. An interesting wind-up. Didn't quite make the journey off hands for a behind. So 6-6-42 to 1 goal straight 6. 6 goals the lead. As Flint prepares to bring it out for Launceston. It's a little bit of distance, kicks it long, but there's the siren for half-time. And it has been a dominant quarter on the scoreboard, at least for North Launceston. Launceston got their first goal in that term at about the 8-minute mark, but North Launceston showing Launceston a clean pair of heels at the moment. The half-time score 6-6-42 North Launceston to Launceston 1 goal straight 6, and we are missing a goal kicker, but we have Holton who's got a couple, then singles to Harrison, Calow, Watts, and we've got our mystery man who's kicked the other. And for Launceston, Bedford got their only goal. Danny, your thoughts on that first half of footy?
If you look purely at the scoreboard, Michael, there's no mysteries there. I mean, North Launceston's had the best of the possession, the best of quality possession. Their midfielders are running rampant a bit. Launceston has scrambled a goal, and in scrambling that goal, that pretty much sums up their quarter or their half scrambling.
A bit of a scramble under pressure going forward, but let's see if they can reverse that in the second half. They've got some work to do. North Launceston at half time on Duff TV, 6-6-42 to Launceston, 1 goal straight 6.
In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians. In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians. In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians.
Second half about to get underway here at Longford. Duff TV's coverage of this under-14 Division 1 Grand Final between North Launceston and Launceston. Michael Maney and Danny Schoenmaker with you. So the ball goes up in the centre. 36-point lead to North Launceston. Launceston have got to pull something out of the bag here. Long kick for North Launceston inside 50. Calow couldn't take it, but geez, good below his knees. Left footer, it's high. He's hoping for a mark. almost the big fellow who's kicked a couple of goals in that first term, and that was Holton. And the loose ball coming out, Regari. Regari kicks it long, and the ball just flicks over the back, but it's all North Launceston here. The ball just paddling away. Gee, the little fellow there in Mackay. Here's Thomas. Thomas for North Launceston. Gets on that right boot, and Girilli opens up the ground. It does. Here is McHenry. McHenry's looking for a target. This way, that way. Wants a handball. Bouncing. Baker. Ducked ahead. Got tackled by Groves.
Might have been rewarded there, Groves. It was a good stop. It was a good stop.
Yeah, it was. Good tackle. And that ball is in dispute. And the umpire says, give it to me.
The thing I like about North Launceston's play at the moment is they really are looking for teammates in better positions, and they're honouring it, and they're winning on the scoreboard because of it.
McHenry, who's had plenty of the football. This one's a bouncing ball. Got to work it out of here, Launceston. Just the little paddle. Holton, dispossessed.
Bukalovic has tried very hard down there in the back pocket.
He has. Gee, it's a David and Goliath won that one. McHenry.
He's having a good day, Riley McHenry.
Just with the brute strength in the end. Gerard got the kick high, and Calow went for the mark. Ball flicks over the back. Still an opportunity here for North Launceston. They work it through hands. Quick little kick. I think it might have been Smart who got it into his boot. And it's been rushed through for a behind.
Once again, Launceston need to get some possession, hold some possession, work it amongst each other for a period of time. Just take the air out of this game.
Yes, it's... there's been 3 or 4 that have really dominated for North Launceston. Gerard just jammed it on the boot. Bouncing ball. Out comes
Millwood.
Launceston. That was Millwood. Thanks, Danny. Another handball over the top from Watts. Just a little scrubby kick by Harrison to kick the goal in the first term. Stone just got it onto his boot. He comes in Smart. It's a bit messy at the moment, just that little bit of rain sort of coming into the situation, and then I think that might be off the hands, a behind. So North Launceston making all the play in this third quarter. They've got a good lead, 6-8-44 to 1 goal straight 6.
It's grand final days at half-time. If you've got a 6 or 7 goal breeze, you don't 6 or 7 goal lead, you don't mind if it starts raining.
No, that's right. You can just bottle it up and just make it a bit messy, but you just get the feeling that North Launceston can't play that way. They're an attacking side.
You're probably very right, Michael. They play a good brand, and they probably would play a better brand on a fast track, and they've got it at the moment.
Yeah, I think you can still push forward and play the game the way you have in the first half when it hasn't been raining, because you can still make mistakes. Here goes North Launceston inside 50 again, and the kick is away. That might have been Holt, the man getting it onto his boot there. So they're peppering the goals here at the moment, North Launceston, and Launceston trying to find a way. That, as I said, I think in that second term, they just need to find a way to hold on to the footy for a little while. So
Lucas Wooten,
races away. Smart, little kick, touched off the boot. They all run past it. High kick marked by Gerard. Loping, awkward looking kick, but gets some distance. Ball thumped away. Launceston's defence has been under pressure right from the get-go. Here's McHenry curling it back. Holton goes back, can't take the mark. Good defence by North Launceston. Gee, they're really hanging in there down back. And the ball just finds its way to the boundary line, and the umpire will bring it in about 10 metres and ball it up.
Yes, Launceston backline is under siege at the moment. It's coming in hot. It's coming in with intent. So they're going to be really good on the medal to stop these forward forays.
Here's Calow. You're held without the footy, Calow. And I guess in desperation, Regari has just thought, well, I've just got to grab this bloke. We can't let him get free, because if he does, he'll dodge, weave and kick goal. And he'll have a shot. He's kicked one. He'll have a shot from about 20 metres out directly in front, 15 even.
And we have been a bit blessed this morning. The previous 2 games have been absolute nail-biters, have gone to the wire and with nothing in them. And this one's a bit more of a blowout, unfortunately, for the Launceston 14 Div 1 side. But all credit to the way North Launceston's playing. They're really controlling the momentum. They really haven't let Launceston have it on their terms at all.
Well, Calow has muffed the kick and kicked it behind. So I think it'll matter in the scheme of things too much. But this game is headed to a victory for the Bombers, but you just never know.
We need a miracle, Michael, is what we need.
A few Hail Marys and our fathers. But, well, the thing is, they haven't given up 1 inch. Launceston have been under siege. He goes Calow in again. Just jump all over the top of him, and the umpire will call for a ball up.
It's been a stalemate just on the half forward line of North Launceston for the last 2 or 3 minutes, and Lucas Wootton.
Yeah, it's a free to Wootton for Calow laying over it and not knocking it out. Ball out wide. Just paddling in Regari. Showed a bit of strength and intent.
Regari won't give it in. He'll keep firing.
Groves, well done. Knocked it in front of himself. Now just overran it. And have a look at that. There's about 5 North Launceston blokes right on his tack. And Launceston did brilliantly well. Groves went back in and then was appealing for a free kick while he's lying on his tummy. Probably just needed to keep on going. Little handball out. It goes left footer. Bouncing ball. McHenry. He's the man they've just pushed back. Gets away. No one can grab him. Just a little bit of strength. The big fella Regari couldn't grab it. Calow handball. Smart ran past it. Decided to boot it. Toe poke off the ground. Calow with a little kick. And then Gleeson for Launceston. Here goes Smart again. It's about slippery. A little bit of rain out there at the moment. Here's Calow on his left. Bouncing ball. It might just roll through for another behind. It does. So they've had 17 shots to effectively 1 or 2 in the scheme of things. So it's been a bit lopsided.
Yeah, on that last forward entry for Launceston, just for North to have 5 players around the contest and against Jonty Groves was a bit of an indication of where they're at.
I think that's a bit of work rate. You've got to get to the contest, and they weren't able to do that. Ball just slipped through the hands there of Brewer. Little Smart played a pretty good game. He's got where the ball is.
He certainly has.
Thomas for North Launceston couldn't grab it. Geez, some players around this. No one can get the slippery soap that is the football. McHenry. Just a little paddle. It's a bit ugly on the outer side. As Calow gets the kick away. Well, dropping marks they should take. McHenry pushed forward, then knocked off the kick, or that Watts. The race is on. Here's little Smart again. He's covered some territory, little Smart. He's got little legs. Launceston just trying to get it out of there somehow. Millwood just with a high floating ball, and that's okay. Now they go with it to the outer side. The mark taken by Hayes. Now, can they mount something here, Launceston? They've all got to push forward. He just pulled the kick a little bit, and in the end, coming over the top and taking the mark was Bird. They've been cut off at the pass again. McHenry just got away from them there, and there he's decided to have a bounce. Did he lose stride? No, he didn't. Ball goes long inside, and the mark has been taken, and it's been taken by Watts, who's kicked a goal in the second term, and he's looking at his third.
Well, there was a great effort to chase down tackle by Lukey Wootton, but you've just got to take your hat off to Riley McHenry there. He just picked it up, put the charges on, took a bounce, and got another quality forward entry.
Here's Watts. Goal umpire doesn't move. He gets his second. And they just push further away to North Launceston. They move now to 7-11-53 to Launceston, 1 goal straight 6. And I think when you really sum it up, Calow, McHenry, 2 players that can really get to the contest, and no one can lay a glove on them. They're very, very strong, and Launceston seem to not have that real bull that can go with either of them.
I think you've got it right. I mean, we see what sort of damage Petrarcas and Olivers of the world do at AFL level because they're just so strong and they back themselves. Well, that's what these 2 boys from North Launceston are giving us today.
Yeah, sometimes it's just a little, they develop a little quicker, some of them, than others. Here's Calow. McHenry. He's had it on a string. He's run a fair way, McHenry, but he's called to play on. Watts gets back. Over the back, might be a goal here to North Launceston, off the ground. No, he's just faded away to the left. And that was our man who's booted a couple of goals in Holton. Couldn't get the business done off the ground. Another behind, 7-12-54. 1 goal straight 6. There's one positive, Danny, that Launceston have kicked straight. That's not going to... it's not going to help them too much as North Launceston go back into attack.
Look, Michael, I can't question Launceston's intent. I mean, sometimes we face a game of footy, and we've all played them, where you're just outclassed, and that's what Launceston's been today. So I'm taking nothing away from North, and they're in the forward again.
Yes, it's been one of those days for Launceston, really. I guess they knew they were up against it right from the get-go, but there's another free kick, and is it going to North Launceston again?
I think it was a free kick to Launceston, but we just moved the ball ahead of the play. Umpires called it back. So North will structure up again, which they've also been very good at. I mean, you can't take in the way they've been coached. They're structuring up behind the ball beautifully, and they're not giving Launceston a chance to use any width or move the ball with any system.
Speed, the little kick.
To Wootton.
A couple of them look really similar out on that outer side.
Bedford.
The truck
forward.
Gets it forward. Hayes couldn't take the mark. And North really, that could be a free kick. That's dropping the ball. And that is against Oliver French. So Launceston with a chance to get another. Love another goal here, the Blues. Ball just flicks over the back. North's defence working overtime. Thomas, brother of. Got the kick away. That was lucky. Wasn't looking for McHenry. It was just a loose kick out of there, but McHenry just seemed to be there. To Calow. They've been telepathic today, those two. They've waxed pretty well. Calow onto the left boot. All Launceston here, so they should be able to tidy things up from back. Bouncing ball. Hayes. Is that Hayes over the footy there?
Yep. He's had a good 2 or 3 minutes to Hayes.
Yep. Ball's caught underneath, and this might just be a free kick against the Launceston player who's right at the bottom of that, and that little fella there in Woolcock. They've got a couple of real small kids out there today.
And I think we were mentioning before, Michael, I mean, under 14s is an age group where you will get a lot of variety between boys that are sort of hit that puberty stage and others that are a fair way away from it.
Well done to stick to tackle by Wootton there on McHenry. Just did not want to let him go. And he just held on for too long. The kick, Thomas, just backed his judgment there, kept going. Oh, the little fella showed Woolcock. He showed a lot of courage there.
And they've run over him.
And they can mow over him like an old lawnmower on a bit of patch of turf somewhere. But he bobs up. He's got plenty of pluck. Little handball over the top now. Here comes Launceston. Handball away was by Brewer. And a free kick will go to that man. Here he goes, wants to play on. Well, they've tried to really keep going. There it is.
Yes.
Yep, that was there, wasn't it?
Structured up well behind the ball again.
Baker, he's faded out of the game a bit, Baker, but hasn't really needed to because McHenry and Co have done well. Calow, poor kick. And that's been chopped off by Millwood.
One of the few kicks that hasn't found its mark for North Launceston, so here's a chance for Lonnie.
They have been very good. Here's the truck. Goes long, Bedford, into the pocket.
It's a 4-on-1 down there too, or 3-on-1.
Gerard, and it'll be a ball up. Yeah, they just seem to swarm North Launceston. They get to the contest so well, and Launceston just haven't been able to go with them, let's face it. Here's Baker, out of half-back.
So Baker's moved back.
Here's little Woolcock. Oh, just slips away nicely. Well done. And got the kick away. A chaos ball inside 50 might just work for Launceston, but no. Baker has other ideas. And now to McHenry. He's directing traffic and he's saying, well, come on, who am I going to kick to? And then decides just to hack it high. No mark taken there. Thought Blakovic should get there. Ball hacked out by North Launceston. And now Barker, bouncing ball off the chest of McHenry. Well, they're trying to get a bit of system here, but McHenry just keeps on chopping them up, and there it is. Just as that kick went out into space, the three-quarter time siren sounds with North Launceston 7-12-54 lead Launceston, 1 goal straight 6. We've got a mystery man who's kicked a goal. We've got Holton who's kicked 2, then singles, and also Watts has got 2, and then singles to Calow and Harrison. And the single goal kicker for Launceston is Bedford with 1. And there were some good signs for Launceston in that third term. They're under a sheer weight of numbers, but I tell you what, they're not giving up the contest. And if McHenry was injured, and maybe if Calow wasn't getting too much of the ball, you would sense then that Launceston to get some system, but those two guys are the ones chopping them up.
Oh, I think you've hit the nail on the head, Michael, and taking nothing away from the rest of the North Launceston team, and for the lads you haven't mentioned just there. I mean, those 4 are clearly a class above in this game today, and they are bringing the rest of their North Launceston teammates into the game with quality ball. Launceston trying incredibly hard, but not only are they not getting the quality supply or penetration into the forward line, I mean, some of that is also the North Launceston back line, which is incredibly well structured up and is working back to cover those places.
Yep.
So once again, we just have to reiterate the halftime message that the scoreboard really does tell the tale here. It's pretty good conditions out there. There is a little bit of drizzle, but they're playing on top of the ground. They're holding their marks, particularly North Launceston, and they're distributing the ball incredibly well, and taking nothing away from Launceston. They did a lot of work in under the packs that quarter, Michael.
I thought Wootton was good for them in that third term. Really got his hands on the footy and did it nicely. Archer Hayes had some moments in that particular term. But I didn't see much of the big fellow Thomas in that term. No. He was a little quiet.
No, Avery had the quarter off. As you see down below us here, Michael, they've got a reasonably large interchange, which means they pretty much play 3/4 of footy most weeks at Launceston, which at times can give and take momentum at various quarters, and we'll see that with the largest squadded sides in all age groups in the juniors. But Avery's back in the midfield. Yeah, you're right. Lucas Wootton got his hands on the ball a bit more. Sam Regari won't stop trying. I reckon Joe Flint's had a pretty good day down the full back line, because it's just the sheer weight of supply coming in for North. They're playing really well.
48 points the margin as we head into the final quarter of the NTJFA Under-14 Div 1 Boys Grand Final. Michael Maney and Danny Schoenmaker with you. Just waiting for everyone to get into position. Just that little bit of light drizzle. Just waiting for the siren to get us underway. 48 points the margin. North Launceston have dominated from the get-go. Launceston have been plucky, but they haven't been able to do some damage on the scoreboard. That rain just getting a little heavier as we start the final term.
Yeah, the umbrellas are out down below us, Michael, so maybe there is a bit more in that.
Yeah, just a little heavier. In goes Calow. He's tackled the ground. Kicked off the ground there by Finn Price. Would have been a dropping the ball situation against North Launceston, but the umpire said play it on. So that ball is really slippery, so it's going to be an interesting final term. Wootton just got belted out of that contest. Price just got his small kick away. Baker for North Launceston, trying really hard. Ball just kicked up, I think it was Millwood who just got that forward. Here's a chance for a little Tootle. Surely he can sneak up between someone's legs down there and do some damage.
Well, that's how he does get a lot of goals, Michael.
Yeah. He's a goer.
Yeah, he pops up like a mushroom occasionally, and you die.
Here's Wooten.
He can go the journey here, Lucas. He's a very good user of the footy.
Well, they'd love another goal here, Launceston.
Absolutely.
Good reward for Wooten too, because very good third term for him. That ball just a little heavier though. Slippery. Let's see if he can get it done. Nice elevation on the kick. Boy, that's a good kick.
The umpire did not move, Michael.
He did not. And Lucas Wooten gets his fourth of the afternoon. His first of the afternoon in the last quarter. So tremendous. 2 goals straight now, Launceston to North Launceston, 7-12-54. And here's the mark from Wooten, just sort of sitting back, a kick behind play, and did it well.
Well, dare I ask for a miracle, Michael?
You can ask for one. Whether you'll be granted one is another thing. Back in the centre. So a couple of goals now to Launceston. Here's Thomas. They've really got their tail up at the moment, you sense, Launceston.
That's a nice little outlet to Avery Thomas, and this could be another quality entry.
So Thomas goes inside 50. Here's our little man, Tootle. They just didn't see him.
No, it popped up mushroom-like.
There he is, and a good kick too. And the mark taken by Hayes. Well,
I'll tell you what, another goal, and Launceston will get a little taste.
Here's Hayes from about 30. Might just not get there. Here's little Tootle. Oh, kick is through for a goal. And I think it's Brewer that's got the goal for Launceston.
I think you're right. Caleb Brewer snuck up there and snuck one around the corner. And
well, they've got 3. 3 straight 18, play 7-12-54. And Launceston with, there's the kick, and Brewer just stuck at it. Look at that. Really stuck at it and then got it onto the boot and did it nicely.
And they've still got smiles on their faces, Michael. That's the main thing.
Yep. So, Launceston popping the question. Another 12.5 minutes to go in this final term. Ball's a bit slippery. Calow punches it deep inside 50 for North Adelaide. Gee, I'm back in the SANFL days. Here's the handball out, North Launceston. They head for the line. And it goes through the legs of Thomas with a bit fierce there on young Bryce Wright. He's only about 22 kilos, and then got close to the man on the mark and couldn't quite heave it over the top. Nice little smother. That was well done by Dylan Bird.
So at Launceston we do have I don't know if Bryce is one of them, we have a handful of boys that are in the under 13 age group that are playing up, and it's good for them to get the exposure to the higher level. So they'll be well equipped, the under 14s next year, with those boys coming back for another look at it.
They haven't shirked an issue either.
No, they have not.
Here's an opportunity here for Flint. Bouncing ball. Oh, lovely take. That was beautifully done by Speed. Got the handball away. The last goal kicker there in Brewer. Just got that forward. Here's a chance for Launceston. There's the big truck, Bedford. Just got to go below his knees. Baker, it was caught. But then got it away and almost got it back. Now can't win it again. And he's going to win a free kick here for a push. Too sure.
But all of a sudden, Launceston looks like a different side.
They do. Yeah, this will be a free kick to Thomas now. No, it's not. It's going the other way, and it's going to...
that must have been an arm chop. I can't see what else it might have been.
Must have been. Well, the rain's benefiting...
No, Calow.
Oh, Calow just floated in with the flight of the ball, then gets it long. It's an awkward kicking style, but it's effective. And the mark has been taken by Jackson Owens, who had a shot in the second term from wide out on the flank. Ran out to the right and then pushed it to the right. Not quite make the distance. I reckon he's got the journey big time here. He's about 20 metres out directly in front. And I think he might have squeezed that one through. He has.
He has.
So goal number 8 for the Northern Bombers, the North Launceston team. 8-12-60 to Launceston, 3 goals straight, 18. And Owens gets his first.
Well done to Owens bobbing up there in the forward line. But once again, it was one of the big...
Nice kick.
Yeah, it was. It was one of the big two. Here he comes, Calow. Taking ground and a quality entry. I've said it time and time again. The quality entries that North Launceston are presenting for their forwards is the difference.
I reckon he thought about sneaking out the back and just playing on and kicking that, but there are a couple of Launceston players there, and he couldn't, thought I'll go back and slot it, which he did. So, the ball up in the middle, knocked down, Bird got the handball away. Little Woolcock, or was that right?
It was right.
It was right. Baker, the handball away. Thomas and his teammate there, Mackay, is fighting for the ball against each other. Here's Tootle. Tried to get it to Brewer. Hayes just needed to bend down. Right went off the ground to Tootle. Between the two of them, they wouldn't be as big as tall as McHenry. They're standing on each other's shoulders. Oh,
Great
Thomas.
Effort. Great effort, Avery Thomas.
Great effort. Couldn't quite bring the mark in. McHenry dropped the footy and the umpire was right there. So that's nicely done by Speed. Logan Speed. Laconic. Got the kick away. Brewer might have been a bit of a falcon for Brewer there.
Yeah, look falcony from here.
Yep. Feathers and all. Out of half back. A spiral torpedo. Haven't seen many of those today. It's running past. It was Jones. Quick kick back. Regari. He's got to fight for this one now. Just reached over the top and did it nicely. And there's the old reverse torpedo. We love those. Speed. He's just dealt with by Thomas, but that was okay, said the umpire.
Yeah, it was about the same time as he kicked it. It was okay.
Gerard got it and found Bird on the wing. It's amazing. If we'd played another 14 quarters, we'd have most of these names.
We would.
And Calow, we've had no trouble with him.
No, some people just impact on the what's in front of you, don't they? And Jackson Callow's been one of them.
Oh, that was almost a goal there. Nicely read off the pack there by Harrison Sherrin. And got his boot to ball and just dribbled it away. Another behind. So 8-13-61 to 3 straight 18.
And if you were giving away the Norm Smith at the 7-minute mark at the last quarter, I mean, you could nearly dangle it around both Rolly McHenry's head and Jackson, and young Calow.
Yeah.
The impact that they've had, both personally and just bringing other players into the game.
Baker's been good too.
Oh yeah, and honorary mention to Baker. He was enormous in the first quarter or two.
So here's Sherrin. Got a call really quickly. Our teammate just dropped the footy. And that was a man who's kicked a goal in this game, and that was Harrison. Here's a shot from the pocket, and has he missed it? Is that McHenry? I think he's just got on the boot there. So another behind, so 8-14-62. 3 straight 18.
I think Joe Flint down here about to kick out for Launceston's had a very good day. Has not stopped giving up, and it's been down there in front of his fist, most of it.
Yeah, he's had some opportunities. The ball's been in the vicinity quite a bit. But Launceston have thrown a few of their younger players out there. Caleb Jones getting a run in this term. He's one of them. Sherritt for North Launceston. Here's Harrison. Slippery ball. Smart. Got it on the boot. Quick kick out of there was by Mitchell for Launceston. Up they go. Good effort by Tyler Wright there. Young Wright, is it?
Yeah, Tyler, put his body in the right spot. Avery Thomas will smother balls all day long.
Yeah, oh gee, I tell you what, Callow's got to be careful with his feet there. Here's a man from half back doing it nicely in Gerard. Ball flicks out. Just overran it. Knew what he wanted to do, but then the execution wasn't all that flash. Ball kicked down the line. Thomas for North Launceston. It's a bit of a bar of soap at the moment for the players. Umpire off the ball's picked a free kick. And who's that going to? It's going to North Launceston. So kicks it back through the corridor. It's a chance for Launceston here. Ball booted away by Finn Price. Just got it out into space, but this is where North Launceston have been very, very quick to shut anything down. Calow just loping away on the outer side. Getting a bit tired, I reckon, Calow. Just couldn't quite pick it up. Knocked it back to his self and then screwed it round the corner. Awkward bouncing ball. Clever tap on. Here's a young bloke who kicked a goal here a minute or two ago, but Flint did nicely. Now he's got a bit of time and space, and he finds the little man in Bryce Wright. Now to Hayes. Hayes has got, I think, Flint, who's run on from half back.
Yeah, well done, Flinty.
Yep.
He's worked that from the fullback line.
Yep, showed a bit of good footy smarts there, did Flint. And then a wobbly old ball. Gerard got the kick away. Flint will try and hunt this down. He's still going. Just bumped a couple of them out of the way.
I think he's risen a couple of notches, Flint. He's just really got the appetite for a bit of finish the season off on a good note.
I think he's a bit annoyed. Here's McHenry, and that's a good kick. It's been marked by the man who's kicked a goal in this term in Owens. And he's looking for someone to give it to, and he gives it to Calow. And Calow gets the journey, but not the accuracy, and another behind. 8 goals, 15, 62, I think, to 3 straight 18. Or was it 8, 14, 62 to 3 straight 18? So Regari goes out wide. Bryce Wright just couldn't get there, and over the top Bird. Bird says, I'm going this way, and then goes a different way. Calow had a couple that he could handball off to. This time it goes with the left footer. I think that's gone through.
Yeah, I think it's been scooped off the ground.
That's a goal. Calow gets the goal and says, well, that's the Clayton's goal, the goal you've got when you didn't really mean to get a goal.
I think it was actually kicked off the ground in the goal square.
Was it?
Yeah.
Well, let's have a look at the replay. I just thought it might have just gone through. Oh yeah, it's been kicked off the ground by number 16, and that is Lucas Murray. That's well picked up, Danny. Just got his boot to it. I thought that was the Calow who just sort of threw it on his left boot and it bounced through, but well done to young Lucas Murray to get his boot on it. Excellent work. 9, 15, 69 to 3 straight 18. It's been comprehensive here this afternoon on Duff TV. Kicked off the ground by Wright. Gerard, clean pair of heels, but you've got to take the footy with it. Dropped out of his hands, but it is slippery. Calow and Thomas. Oh, Calow just dodged, weaved, drove the kick forward. Who can trap it? Just staying in front of the contest was Jones. Go north again. Number 60, Alex Triffett. He's tried to keep it in front of him, and Wootton's going to get a free kick. Lucas Wootton, good kick.
Yes, hasn't stopped trying, Lucas. He's getting to as many contests as he can force himself to. But as you mentioned at three-quarter time, you just wonder what could have been for Launceston if Calow and McHenry had forgotten to come today.
Just got a player who's injured here, and it's the big fellow Thomas who's copped a very solid knock, and he's going to come off the ground. Avery Thomas. He's given everything today.
He's had a magnificent season.
Under enormous odds too. So it'll be Cooper Gleeson. Now wait a Bird.
Bird's getting better as the day's going on.
Yeah, it has.
Regari's come on full-chested.
Yep. Grab hold of him and play fair, but he's got it high. He just tried to steamroll his way through.
Good contest.
Yeah, great contest. You don't mind giving away a free kick when you're genuinely sort of really pushing through. Here's Wootton. Now needs a handle. And not getting one. Made it hard for himself. Then got it away to little Billy Taylor. Giving a run. Smart. Stopped, propped, and dropped the footy, said the umpire. Oh no, got a push. Smart.
So she's ticking down, Michael. Congratulations to North Launceston.
Siren's gone. And North Launceston are premiers in 2021 in the Division 1 boys in the NTJFA. So they win 9-15-69 to Launceston 3 straight 18. So we'll try and run through the goal kickers if we can. Watts got 2, along with Holton, who also got 2, and then singles to Owens, Calow, Harrison, and a mystery man. And for Launceston, it was a goal to Wootton, Brewer, and Bedford. I might have missed 1 or 2 there.
No, I think you've done well.
Yeah, some of them were. I think one went through there early in the first quarter that we just didn't. We just weren't able to get. But that comprehensive victory, 9-15-69 to North, and the Blues 3 straight 18. Danny Schoenmaker, your thoughts on what was a really from the get-go a pretty comprehensive victory to North?
Look, Michael. In my heart, I was hoping for more from Launceston, but in my brain, coming into the footy, we knew that North Launceston were a class above and have given us a touch-up 3 or 4 times during the season. But taking nothing away from them, congratulations, a huge performance from their big guns who brought their lesser lights into the game. And full credit also to Launceston, who never gave it up, and we're actually getting better and better. Had this game gone for 12 quarters, who knows? But it doesn't. It's up now, and as we said, we did constantly call the names of McHenry and Calow, and geez, give them both a Norm Smith, I say.
Yeah, and tell you what, not far away was Caden Baker, who was outstanding. The little fella on the wing. Zadie Smart, he was outstanding too. I thought the bloke off half-back played exceptionally well, Maverick Gerard. So they had good contributors everywhere. Tyann Thomas was solid in defence, but for Launceston, I guess Wootton was almost their best player, you'd have to say.
Yeah, I'd say Lucas. A special mention to Avery Thomas, who never gave it up, and as you said, spent third quarter off the ground. I thought Joe Flint was enormous down the back line. He was under constant pressure. And also a couple of lesser lights that bobbed up and impressed me on the day were Archer Hayes.
Yep.
And let's just look through there. Also Dane Pekalovic. Hello, look at that.
All right, that's where we just saw the North Launceston theme song, and they deserve their victory as the girls come skirtling onto the ground, and it will be the next game that will be up on Duff TV. It'll be Scottsdale on East Launceston, the girls under 14 Div 1. But it was a good win, a comprehensive win to North Launceston in the Div 1 under 14 boys.
In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians. In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians. In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians. In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where...
Welcome back to the Longford Oval. Gee, we've seen some good football. In the last match, we saw Launceston get over Launceston to win the Div 1 boys under 14. And now we've got the Div 1 girls. Scottsdale up against East Launceston. And to help me through the game is Andrew Doyle. Welcome to you, Andrew.
Thank you, Mike. Nice to be here today, and the girls look like they're ready to go out there.
No doubt about that. And one of the anomalies of this competition, they've never played each other this year, and they're going to play off in the grand final. I don't think I've ever heard of that. But
no, I don't think that's a normal procedure, is it, in
standard
football?
operating? No. But yeah, so they're feeling each other out here for the first time.
We should be set for a good game.
Okay, about to get rolling. In the middle. Just sort themselves out. that rain has just stopped for the moment. As Harriet Bingley is the first one, the big number 3, to get the kick away for East Launceston. East Launceston playing Scottsdale. Scottsdale, the Magpies in the black and white. East Launceston in the alternate strip. Kicked off the ground. Just trying to work it into a bit of space there was Ruby Hurst. We'll sort their names out and their numbers as we go along. High kick into the centre of the ground. Now a couple of girls, they've left it for each other. A lot of players around the footy. Quick little handball comes out. Umpire on the blind side there, looked like a bit of a throw. Or just kicked up in the air for Scottsdale. Out wide, Forsyth. The girls are struggling to get real clear possession. No one's really had a good run at it so far. A scrappy affair early. Or just booted forward. And the race to the boundary line, but the boundary line will probably win. And it will be a ball in. So, Andrew, scrappy to start, but
it is a very
sort themselves out.
Very scrappy start, but I think they're just getting their confidence up now.
So, up it goes. A couple of players with numbers we don't see in our program. And a little kick is away to the right. So, Scottsdale get the first score on the board. It's a behind. 12-minute quarters for the girls. The boys are a little longer than that. So from half back, Ruby Hurst got a kick early. So taken away by Bingley. Into the middle of the ground. No one can take the mark. Chance for Scottsdale. They just lose possession of the footy. Good contest on the outer side. That's been the feature so far, is the contest. They've been pretty willing. These girls, we know that they throw themselves in with a recklessness we haven't seen before. The girls really hard at it.
They're really having a crack, aren't they? They both want to get out there and win this grand final.
Yeah. Ellie Mae McDonald has been a good player for Scottsdale, the number 12. He's been, in fact, it's Sophie Maurice for Scottsdale. And there she is, just seeing that ball out.
We've been told number 24, Ruby Hall for Scottsdale's one to watch.
Keeping an eye on her. A lot of players around the footy. That might be a free kick against the Scottsdale player there for dropping the ball. And it is. Interesting kicking style. It gets the job done. Just drops a little bit. In they go. Tori Hall was in there. A couple of Halls playing today. You'd expect that from Scottsdale. Well, here's an opportunity for Bingley. Bingley runs just outside 50, gives a good old hoist.
That was a magnificent kick.
It was. It could be a free kick. Umpire said play on. So it goes out wide. Big high kick. That might have been Isabella Antipas. So the pronunciations we have to be excused for if we get them wrong. So East Launceston desperate to try and get it through. Nicely done. Taken away. That was by Sophie Maurice. She's the captain of the team. So it's a bit of a foot race here. And then kicking it off the ground nicely there was McClarty. And she's got to go back in again. Maurice is there. She's got the footy, then gets the handball away, and somewhat the umpire's blown the whistle. And probably prematurely in the end, but that's okay. Difficult games to umpire these. Stakes are high. That ball hasn't gone far enough, really close to the line. And it'll be another ball up.
It was nearly a bit of a rugby scrum there, wasn't it?
Yeah, it does seem that way. No team's been able to really get out. Bingley's been the only one that's been able to sort of get a clear break and kick inside 50 for East Launceston, and it didn't result in a goal. So we just get another opportunity here for the umpire to ball it up, because the boundary umpires will officiate, but they won't throw the ball in from the boundary. They'll hand it to the umpire. That's just one of the rules in this competition. Here's Bingley again. That kick off the side of the boot, I thought it might have worked for a little bit, because a teammate was there in McDonald. And there's a high kick, and I don't think if someone marks that, it won't be paid, will it? Yes, it is. And it's Hockley. So she goes out wide. Oh, good tackle. And dropping the ball there was Brianna Doohan. So the kick is high to a pack situation, just covers the pack in the end. And some terrific tackling. We've seen some great tackling, Andrew Doyle, in this first quarter. They're not giving an inch, the girls.
No, and it's going to get a little bit slippery out there now. We've got a little bit of drizzle coming through there, so it's going to make that ball hard to hold too, isn't it?
No doubt. A couple of girls sort of went without the footy there. So Tara Lett, there's another great Scottsdale name. Lett, I remember Ken Lett was a great player. Here's a high kick. Now Scottsdale got an opportunity here, so they'll clear it. I think that's Maurice who clears the decks. No mark taken. Ball flicks over the back. Amazingly, these two teams haven't played each other this year, so this is probably why there's a little bit of hesitancy and etc. They don't know who.
They haven't worked each other out yet, have they?
They haven't quite done that, so let's see how they sort themselves out. Opportunity here for Scottsdale with Hall, Tory Hall. Another kick forward. Who can get there? Flicked over the back to Whiting. Whiting's caught. Good tackle. The tackle's been a feature so far. They just haven't been able to get a handle on that slippery ball. It is difficult conditions out there. East Launceston might have just thrown it away, but getting it on the boot was Donglin. And another good tackle. That was by Ruby Hurst. Sophie Maurice just tracking that football for Scottsdale. She's got the headband on for the black and whites.
Nobody can really pick the ball up at the moment.
No, it's just a bar of soap at the moment for the girls, and the umpire, and you've got to give the umpire a bit of credit too, because he's letting it go, because the girls are having trouble picking that footy up. And now there's a free kick for a bit of a kicking in danger, and Sophie Maurice just threw it and hit her opponent in the head. I don't think she meant it.
No, it wasn't intentional. No. A bit of lack of attention there.
Yes, just poor execution in the end. Here's Bingley, who's been very, very dominant so far for East Launceston. Got a really high kick. They all come racing in on the footy. Here's Maurice again.
Oh, that was beautifully picked up there.
That's Hall. I think that's Hall is our young girl that we're trying to keep an eye on. Ruby Hall. Here she comes again. Yep, so we're sorry to you, Ruby, if we might have missed you a little earlier in the call. We're trying to work our way through it, and there was a throw. The umpire right onto it. So the free kick there going to Cumming. So the vice captain, Bingley, couldn't get a handle there. Hurst just kicked it off the ground, just inside 50. Oh, this way, that way. And ended up getting the handball away. There's a player out there playing in number 23 that's not in the program, so apologies for that. Ball's close to the line. It's a bit of a slow motion on the outer side, but that ball comes back inboard, and that's interesting the way that football can go. It almost went right around the circle.
It's a tough game out there, isn't it? It's keeping the scoreline very low.
Yeah. very, very difficult conditions. Bingley's got a free kick with that tackle on Alani Nichols.
Tell you what, that was a fairly hefty kick too. She's put it right up into their forward line, but it's coming back out again.
Yes, it certainly is. Oh, just thrown off the kick. That's a lovely tackle. Beautifully done in there. That tackles Rosemary Griffin. And the umpire calls for a ball up. There it is. Nice tackle.
I'm glad I'm not the stats person keeping count of the tackles today.
Right, there's been a stack of them. All goes forward again, just outside attacking 50 for East Launceston. Lucy Louise Williams, number 1 there for Scottsdale. Kicked off the ground by Maurice, the number 12. A few fresh areas going on out there. The girls are pretty desperate to get hold of that football. They can't grab it.
Just can't really get any clear ground out there, can they?
No, it's just one of those things. It's I tell you what, they're keen for the contest though. Here's an opportunity, nicely done by Alani Nichols, over the back. Here's a chance.
Well, that was a bit of clever ball work there too.
Ball booted forward. Now here's a task for East Launceston to do their best defending. Ball kicked off the ground and close to the line. That was Lucy Louise Williams for East Launceston, who had some work to do there.
I think she was lucky the umpire didn't call that deliberate nearly, but I don't think that was her intention.
No, I think she's just saying, I need to get it further away from goal as I can. And there it is. It is quarter time. And a scrappy first quarter, it has to be said, but Scottsdale lead. They lead by 1 behind. They've just kicked a solitary behind to East Launceston, who haven't scored. So it's been a pretty tight contest, Andrew Doyle, in that first quarter. But I think we started to see who are going to be the players a bit for either side.
I think there was a couple of standouts there, wasn't there? So but they're all having a good hard battle at the ball, aren't they?
No doubt about that. Alani Nichols for Scottsdale was pretty good. I think we saw Sophie Maurice did nicely. We saw Ruby Hall do a couple of good things. So it's going to be a pretty close and tight contest. And I think for East Launceston, the clear standout was Harriet Bingley. She had a very good first quarter. So she's going to have to get plenty of the ball if they're going to win this game. So it's quarter time here at Longford in the NTJFA Under-14 Div 1 Girls. It is Scottsdale are behind, leading East yet to score.
In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians. In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians.
Welcome back to Longford. Just about to get the second quarter underway. Div 1 girls, Scottsdale, the Black and Whites playing East Launceston. Andrew Doyle is with me, and Andrew, that first quarter, scrappy affair, but the girls have never played against each other, so I think tactically they're trying to work out who's who in the zoo.
That's exactly right, and look, they're having a good hard go at it though, aren't they? And that was a quick break too, so there wasn't much time for them to have a quick drink and back into it.
12-minute quarters in the girls' games as we get underway in the second term. It's a little loose kick out there. Leading in the race for the ball there was number 44, Arnold, Alicia Arnold. The kick is high. Duff TV bringing you all the pictures here this afternoon of this NTJFA competition. Here's Hall, Ruby Hall. She's got a lot of raps about her. I think Bingley for East Launceston's having a rest in this second term, so she won't be scattered around the ball. So a lot of girls want to play this game. Hall just over the top. Galloway for Scottsdale couldn't get it cleanly. The number 6 overrunning it was Rihanna Doohan. It's a famous name, Doohan, isn't it? Used to ride motorbikes.
There's a lot of famous names in that Scottsdale field, isn't there?
There is. Hall and, gee, we saw Let. And, geez, there's some fabulous names coming through the system. Here's an opportunity over the back. Oh, nicely done. She might get through and kick a goal. Or has she? No, she's missed. Let's see.
That was a bit disappointing. It was a nice open paddock there for it, right in front of goals.
Yes, just couldn't quite get through there. That was number 73 and Sophie McClarty, who tried to get through and couldn't get it done. Yeah, nice mark. That's terrific. She turned around and said, oh, oops, that's fallen into my hands. Alicia Arnold off a step. Got a bit of distance in the kick too. Flicks over the back. Here's McClarty again. Had the tackle. Oh, that might be holding the ball, I feel. It is. And I think McClarty is going to be... she grabbed that football too with a lot of gusto. She missed the shot just a second ago. And now she's going to shoot from about 15 metres out directly in front. And the cheer squad tell the story down there. Have a look at them.
The crowd behind the goals, they're pumped about that, aren't they?
So McClarty gets the first goal of this game. It's in the second term, but that doesn't matter because all of a sudden, East Launceston are 1-1-7, Scottsdale a behind. So it's just a good tackle in the end. She just stayed in the contest, Andrew.
Certainly did, and I think the umpire called a bit of a push in there with that free kick.
Yeah, and I think she sort of threw the ball up too at the end, which I think the whistle had already gone. But there's the kick from McClarty, who just kicked it to her fans.
Full of confidence too with that kick.
Well, she was keen for it, wasn't she? So the first goal of the game to East Launceston. And there's the tackling on show again. And the umpire somehow has plucked a free kick out. And it's going to Oliver for Scottsdale. Now she just trots away. Puts boot to ball. Awkward bouncing ball. Just flicks over the back in the end. So East Launceston really are defending grimly here. Loose ball in the centre. It's nicely done by Hall. She spun, then she lost the footing. She couldn't get through, Ruby Hall. And here it is. Tried to get through and got caught by Arnold. So that was nicely done. Here they go again, East Launceston overrunning the footy. And it's a little toe poke out of there. We've seen a bit of kicking off the ground today, Andrew, haven't we? It's
well, just that ball's that little bit slippery, isn't it? I think they're the players are just trying to move it on when they can, aren't they?
So East go forward again. Might have been a free kick to McClarty there, off the ball, but nothing doing. Here's Ruby Hall. So she squeezes a kick down the line. They go after it. Number 11 there for Scottsdale's going to get her hands on it, which is Shanique Tulloch. And then it just becomes a bit congested. Ball flicks out the back. Little handball comes out. Number 68, Lucy Carter. Kicks into the middle. Oh, that's an awkward bouncing ball.
It was all East Launceston out there in the middle there for a minute too, wasn't it? But they didn't really come out with the ball.
No, they didn't, but it could be a free kick going Scottsdale's way here. And he's going to Maurice. Sophie Maurice. Had a pretty good game. That's not one of her best kicks. Out to the wing. Another kick off the ground. It could be a secondary one here, but I think she just ran straight past it in the end. Arnold got slung in the tackle. In they go. Number 13, Alexis Oliver for Scottsdale in the black and white. The umpire calls for it.
I think the East Launceston girls just seem to have their confidence growing a little bit at the moment. Maybe that scoreboard ticking over for them helped them out.
Yes, well, it's in a really tight game and low-scoring game. Goals are gold for all of that, for confidence and everything. So here they go again. Another good tackle. I tell you what, they don't let go, these girls, when they decide they're going to tackle you. There's a bit of Velcro in it. They hang on. Another ball up. Ball tapped down. Big pack of players around this. Ball kicked away there by Brianna Doohan, number 27 for Scottsdale. Handball over the top, Whiting for Scottsdale. Just a little toe poke off the ground. These girls finding their way in the game, and women's football, they're very much a development year in under 14s. Just trying to work out, Andrew, how they're going to structure their game. They're still learning some of the skills of the game. Just brilliant that they can play in a grand final. They can play in front of a crowd, isn't it?
And there's a good crowd out here today. It doesn't, when you look in the grandstand there, it's quite full because there's no parking around the ground. You don't think there's so many people here, but there's a really good turnout.
There's May Wayne was there. Ball flicks over the back. Running past it was Madeline Fletcher. And that ball's been held on, and the umpire. And fantastic too. This umpire's got a bit of age about him, but I tell you what, he's loves his footy, and we need umpires. And it's terrific that they've seen fit to come and umpire.
I think he's doing a fair job out there today too.
Yeah, difficult game to umpire this because it's so tight. It's so tight, and there's been no real opportunity for either team to get forward. There's McClarty. Just got knocked off the footy. And she's caught. Lovely tackle. Charlotte Hockley thought she was away. And then McClarty has been given the free kick. Here it is. She just held on, didn't she? Look at that.
That was a really good, strong tackle, wasn't it?
Well, she's kicked a goal. Now she runs off the line, hooks that ball across the face. And now a chance for Sophie Maurice to clear for Scottsdale. She's had plenty of work to do back there, Maurice. And
there's another little tap off the ground.
Was Brianna Doohan. Umpire's blown the whistle and paid a free kick, and it's going to her opposite there. So the free kick going to East Launceston. She gets a reasonable piece of that. Ball flicks over the top. Here's McClarty, who's looked really strong in the contest, and she's actually been pinged for throwing the ball. So here's Charlotte Hockley. So she gets it away. High kick. You take that mark, you'll have done well. Gwyneth Lone. No one can really get out in the open. This game, it's a big ground, this, but it seems like it's been played in a phone box, isn't it? It's because there's always been a lot of numbers around. Opportunity was there for Lucy Carter. It was off the side of the boot. The umpire says, give it to me and we'll have a ball up.
I think the girls too, they notice the size of the ground because their kicks aren't quite as big as the boys, are they?
No, that's right. About 2.5 minutes to go before half-time. McClarty with the goal so far for East Launceston. Little handball comes out, and squeezing out the kick there was Nadine Whiting for Scottsdale. Gee, Scottsdale would love a goal before half-time. That could have been holding the ball or throwing it. So here's an opportunity here. It's going to Scottsdale, and it's going to number 18 and Bridie Bishop. So Bishop, he's got to hoist this. She's pretty close to the girl on the mark there, but she got it over the top. No mark taken. Just in a little bit of slow motion there for a second or two. And mark taken by Tulloch. Shanique Tulloch kicks it inside 50. It's a shallow inside 50. It might bounce over the back. It hasn't done. Number 36 for East Launceston's been very good. Gwyneth Lone in this term. Handball over the top, just falls in the arms of Alexis Oliver. No one can really grab that ball. And Maurice was in the middle of that. And another ball up. So time ticking away, about 1 minute and 20. Quick kick out of there by Lone. Scottsdale would love another goal. Well, they'd love a goal. Here's Lone again. She's been very good in defence. Number 22, that was beautifully done. Donlan. Little handball forward. Number 16 there, trying to go off the ground, was Blackwell for East Launceston. There's massive numbers around here. Lucy Carter finally got the ball out into a bit of space, but it's all Scottsdale. And Doohan got back, did it nicely and cleared the area. Another East Launceston possession. They built it out of there. Good tackle. As I said, that's been a feature. The nice tackle by Tulloch. Handball comes out. Another good tackle. Lone trapped it. Steadies. Kicks forward. McClarty. Oh, well done by her opponent there in Blackwell. And Blackwell may win a free kick. She has. And there it is. I think it could be half-time. I think it is half-time. Well, Blackwell really did well there, because that could have been an opportunity for McClarty to have a shot really close to half-time. But it is half-time now in this grand final of the under-14 girls. And it is East Launceston 117 to Scottsdale, just the one behind. The goal kicker in the game is Sophie McClarty. She got that in that quarter, in the second quarter. And Andrew Doyle, it's been a tight contest, hasn't it?
I think the East girls have been a little bit dominant in that quarter. They got their confidence up with that score on the board. But the strong tackling from both teams, that hasn't given an inch, has it?
It hasn't given an inch. Okay, it's half-time in this NTJFA Under-14 Girls Grand Final. So it is East Launceston 117 to Scottsdale, one behind.
In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians. today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians.
Here we are for the second half of the NTJFA Under-14 Div 1 Girls Grand Final. Scottsdale playing East Launceston. Scottsdale in the black and white. East Launceston in a couple of different colours. A bit of yellow and a bit of... I guess that's... it's not purple, is it?
No, I think it's a maroon, isn't it?
Maroon, yes, that's what it is. A bit of maroon action. So a 6-point lead to East Launceston. So no one can get it out of there. And it'll be a ball up. Sophie Maurice, she's been in the thick of things, number 12 for Scottsdale. It goes.
What's your prediction, Mike? Do you think we can get a couple of goals this quarter?
Well, I doubt it, because it's just so tightly contested. You know, the girls are just not giving anything at the moment. But a lot of players around the footy have got to scatter a little bit. Gofton's in the ruck, number 14 for Scottsdale. I'd like to see either team sort of break it open a bit. Here's Doohan, who's worked very hard in the first half of the footy, and I think she might have been called for a throw there, perhaps. Or she been held on to just after she released. No? We're not really sure. I think the umpire was looking the other way, but Doohan got the free kick. Loose ball here. Coming to meet it for Scottsdale there was Larissa Dobson, the number 30. Ball flicks out, quick kick, bouncing ball. Lone attacked it. I think it was Lone, or was that number 45 in Willis? Scottsdale would love a goal. In goes Hall. She hasn't had much influence in the game so far, Ruby Hall, has she? The number 24 just throwing the ball back. Hasn't really been able to get going. She's got a bit of strapping on those knees.
She's very heavily strapped in both knees.
Yeah. Here she is, right on cue. She might make a fool of us. She got boot to ball. It'll roll out of play. And the umpire, the boundary umpire, adjudicates that I need to throw it back to the central umpire, and we'll have a ball up. That's the way it rolls here in the juniors. Not so much in, I think, in the next game that we broadcast. It may be a little different. Oh, there's a quick shot on goal, and that was by Brianna Watson, but she gets her behind. So Scottsdale 2 behinds.
Got a bit of a Scottsdale cheer squad up there. Some of the young boys up there got their eyes on the girls, I think.
Yes, yep. Why wouldn't you at that age? All happening. High kick.
Oh, that's a good mark.
And that's Lone, I think, who's been very, very good. Gwyneth Lone. Down back. The kick. Just a bouncing ball. Got past Doohan. Number 44 is Alicia Arnold. The head over the footy, and the umpire's blown his whistle and is coming back. I think it's an East Launceston free kick, or is it? Yes, his arm signals there are. It's a little different to what I'm used to, but free kick to Scottsdale. Lanny Nichols. One for the speedsters here, off the ground. Girls haven't kicked the ball off the ground with much real intent today. Doohan might have been held without it. Quick little kick forward was by Donlan of East Launceston. In they go. Oh, that looked a bit high.
That was a little bit high.
Ball just kicked out toward the wing. Nice bit of work. here, and I think she's going to have a bounce too, Maurice. But they don't come up too much in the wet conditions sometimes. She's got a handball away. Here's Hall, and she kicked it into her...
And she's got it back.
Yeah, and it bounced back into her lap. And then the kick was chopped off by Lone, who's probably been their best defender back there. So you can tell, third quarter, really important. Lone just sits it up, high ball. And about half a dozen of them fly for that. Bingley's back on, the number 3 for East Launceston. Here's Bingley. Nice bit of check side action on that kick. Number 32 is Ruby Hurst. She bends over. Can't pick it up. That's the problem. Doohan, who's defending grandly, it's got to be said, for Scottsdale. Hurst just ran past it again. Little kick off the ground. Another toe poke by Meg Dennis. Hurst. Yes, it's a little bit, I think you said, Andrew Doyle, you said a little bit like a rugby maul.
There's a lot of grabbing, isn't there?
There is. Here comes Bingley. Now Bingley, interesting kick forward. She went check side and all of the above. Little kick out of there. It was by Bridie Bishop. And the ball has been marked at half back, so Scottsdale doing all the defending. No one can take the mark. Hurst was there for East Launceston. Now they burst away. It was Arnold.
There's a bit of an opportunity here for East now.
Yeah, there is. Well, the girl that was really dangerous for them in the first quarter that kicked the goal, Sophie McClarty, I think she's having a rest on the bench. Obviously heaps of numbers, which is just so fantastic for women's football or girls footy, that there's plenty of numbers around. Girls want to play this game. Here's a good opportunity and dumped in the end. That was a chance for May Wayne to get through, but she was dumped in the end, and that was nicely done by Alexis Oliver. So Alexis Oliver this way, that way, and then that's a dangerous kick because Alicia Arnold was able to chop it off, then got boot to ball, knocked off the kick, Maurice, and now Arnold went back in. That's tremendous work, and then she was pinged for dropping the footy. So free kick to Oliver. Kicks it high, almost a mark there to Forsyth. Couldn't quite get there. Ruby Hurst was also in there. Arnold just spun around. Now Oliver, again, the umpire calls for a ball up. So 5 points the margin. East Launceston holding on to this lead. Ruby Hurst in there trying to track the ball in front of her. Kicked it off the ground. That was a smart bit of play. Get it out in the open. I think they need to do a bit more of that, the girls. And headed for another ball up here.
There is quite a pack of them over the ball through the whole match, hasn't there been?
Yeah. May Wayne got a good piece of that. Ball flicks over the back. Just got a tip of the boot on there. As the new forward is there in number 78, Isabella Antipas. Here's Bingley. Things happen when Bingley is around the ball. Thought she might have got a push in the back. Now she lays on the footy, and the umpire says no free kick. I'll ball it up.
She's been very dominant this quarter, Bingley, hasn't she?
Yeah, she had a rest in that second term, and you could actually tell they missed her drive through the midfield. Almost May Wayne, but in that kicking action, she let the ball drop out of her grasp, and she was pinged for dropping the footy.
There was a bit of a hair pull there, and the young lady from East Launceston wasn't too happy about that.
Well, here's Bingley. They could grab her hair as well. She's got long hair that's sort of pinned back in a ponytail action. And the umpire's paid a free kick here. I'm not really quite sure what it's for. I don't know whether it's downfield for an indiscretion after the kick, but it will be a free kick and a shot on goal.
Now this could be a game changer if we pop this one through the middle.
Yeah, we didn't quite really catch exactly what had happened there.
Oh,
I think it might be touched, is it? Or is it a goal? It's a goal.
That's a goal. That's fantastic.
Wow. It's amazing stuff. Number 72, Georgina Wilson, has kicked a goal for East Launceston. And I'll tell you what, goals are hard to find this afternoon for both teams. But she got a reasonable piece of it, and
that did look like it was touched
the
there,
goal
but they must
umpire,
have been,
he's given it the nod.
it must have been behind the goal line, because it was definitely hit some hands there.
We'll see if we can get Nathan Bester. He's our arc this afternoon, but we don't have the pictures for that. 2-1-13 East Launceston, Scottsdale 2 behinds. Nathan can do a lot of things, but he can't produce a 3D image for us to find out what's going on with that. But we just have to put our trust in the goal umpire, who gave it the all clear, and that's fair enough.
And I'll tell you what, there's a lot of elation in the East girls there after that goal. That's really got them up and about. I expect another goal before the end of this half, or quarter, I should say, from them.
Well, can Scottsdale do something here? Arnold just got it onto a boot. Scottsdale repel, but they haven't been able to really get any system and move forward. A little bit of slow motion. Here's Hall. She's trying to desperately lift a team.
It was a good blind turn there, but didn't really get herself out of trouble. But
she's backed up. Here she goes. She's had a bounce. She's going to dish off. No, she's not. She's going to go for goal. It's a long kick. It's not there. It's off the fingertips. And nice defending back there by Alora Willis. But that's what Hall can do. If you give her some space, she'll chop you up.
That was a nice bit of play, wasn't it? There was a bit of a blind turn. I think there was a don't argue, and there was a bounce, and a kick for goal.
Bit of all the footy stuff in there from Hall. But 10 points the margin now. Is it 2-1-13 to 3 behinds? Just waiting for that score to come up. There it is, the 3 behinds. So the mark now taken by Poppy Cumming. Just put it out in front. Ruby Hurst. And now Bingley. Bingley has a look around. Steadies. Kicks over the top. Don't know about the kick. Should really have probably put a boot into it. Little snapshot here has gone out of bounds on the full. That was Meg Dennis, who just got it off the outside of the boot. And
look out, the players going over the fence to retrieve the ball.
There you go. That's a bit like the AFL, isn't it?
It is.
And that's silly that we should say that. I remember Isaac Smith, I think in his days, excuse me, with either Hawthorn or earlier this season, having to jump the fence and run up about 16 rows to grab the footy.
Yeah, you don't see that very often in AFL footy, do you?
No, it's just really criminal what has happened with the competition. They've done a great job to keep it alive for as long as they have, and looming like a grand final in Perth. But there is three-quarter time in this grand final of the NTJFA Under-14 Div 1 girls between Scottsdale and East Launceston. And East Launceston 2-1-13 lead Scottsdale 3 behinds. You're listening and watching to all this on Duff TV. Andrew Doyle, that goal could be so crucial for East Launceston in the run home.
Could make all the difference, couldn't it? And I think they need to keep Harriet Bingley on there. She was very, very strong in that quarter for East. And I love that bit of play from young Ruby Hall.
Yeah.
It was a bit of a shame that didn't turn into a goal for them.
Well, maybe they could think about putting Ruby into the middle and just see if she can generate something outside of the centre clearances, out of the centre of the ground. But it is three-quarter time in the Div 1 Under-14 girls in the NTJFA. It's a 10-point lead to East Launceston.
In In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians. In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians.
Welcome back. Final quarter of the NTJFA Under-14 Div 1 Girls, and it's a 10-point lead to East Launceston. Michael Maney and Andrew Doyle with you on Duff TV, bringing you all the grand finals today from Longford in Tasmania.
Looking forward to the tackle count going up in this quarter, Michael.
Well, I mean, all East have to do is just smother it up as much as they can. Here's Bingley.
Oh.
And she's been held with a footy. And here's our girl, Ruby Hall, and they have thrown her into the middle.
I think they're the two probably nearly best on ground at the moment, those two.
Yeah, well, Bingley's had a bit more of it, I guess. But when Hall's got it, she's looked explosive.
Look at that tackle.
Yep, terrific. High kick by East. Hall just couldn't quite grab it. Bingley made contact. Oh, nicely done. Spinning out was Tulloch. There's an opportunity. So all of a sudden, through Hall, being in the middle of the ground, there's dropping the footy or throwing the ball.
I think that one was a bit of a throw. Didn't quite get the second hand on there for the handball.
Yep. And the free kick's going to Gofton. So Gofton, wobbly old kick, might be okay for Doohan. Here's a chance. Just a kick across the face, but Scottsdale are in good territory here. She tries to keep it in, and that just helped her teammates, her opponent, I should say. And that was Willis. No one can get a clean ball out of there. A bit more kicking off the ground in this term. She might just have gone again. Got the kick away, and it'll roll out of play.
I'm really seeing three codes in this game. We've got some rugby tackles,
bit of everything.
Some AFL, and we've got a bit of soccering off the ground. But the girls are having a real crack.
So here's Hall, who's all of a sudden sprung this team to life. High kick, didn't go 15. Who can get their mitts on it and get it going? There's a handball of sorts. Who can snag a goal for Scottsdale? They haven't got one yet, just the three behinds, but they're in good territory here. Bingley, kick smothered. That was beautifully done by Tulloch, just to keep that in. Bingley's kick, another one smothered. This time it was Hall. Now, is that Maurice? She's caught with the footy. So Bingley doing it all. Playing through the midfield, setting goals up where she can, and also doing all the hard stuff.
It was a very aggressive tackle, that one.
Oh, slipping through and getting the kick on the ball there was Hockley. Hockley gets it out into a bit of open territory. Scottsdale desperate for a goal to put some pressure on East, because East can bottle it up. Here's Doohan. Doohan goes off the ground. Now she's got to chase after it again. And coming from nowhere with a big sprint. That was nicely done by Williams. Now sits up beautifully there for Dick, and then she just got it through the centre. Now away they go again. It's a bit of a foot race. In front, McClarty, who had a spell in the third term, so she should be fresh. She'll be ready for some body contact when that ball comes. Here's Bingley, covering a lot of territory. Gets her boot on the ball. You can sense that the crowd's really starting to lift the girls now. Here's McClarty. She's got her hands on the footy. She just gets it out of the way. Gets the boot to ball. Bouncing. Gee, there's some work to be done here by Scottsdale. Good tackle. And that's dropping the ball, is it? That's against Tara Lett. No.
No, play on, says
play
the
on.
umpire.
There's another opportunity for East. Here it goes. Could be another goal. It is. Blackwell has kicked a goal. And that's another one to East Launceston. And Blackwell just getting a boot on the ball. She's pretty happy with herself. And set up again by Bingley, who just continues to get her hands on the footy in the midfield.
Look, these girls, they really cleared that ball from right down the back line, and they drove it through the centre nicely, didn't they? And set themselves up for a good goal.
Here we go. Here's Blackwell, just turned and then had to elevate the kick and got enough on it. That was so well done. So 3 goals, 1-19 now, East Launceston. Scottsdale in all sorts of trouble. There's Ruby Hall. Now a kick from East Launceston. They can smell a bit of victory here at the moment. Handball comes out. Ball just kicked off the ground. Arnold just ducked this way, that way. Got a boot on the ball. This could be chaos. Opportunity again for East Launceston. Another one over the top. Well, lurking there is Blackwell. Oh, in comes McClarty, just with an absolute monster of a bump. Take no prisoners, that young lady, I can tell you.
I don't think she knew what even hit her.
No, she just climbed right into it. And the umpire is going to call for a ball up. I think we've got... there's a good tackle too. Follow up. There was a big bump and then a tackle. Back to live. Little snap out of there. Might have been touched off the boot. It was behind. So the game being played at one end of the ground at the moment. Scottsdale, who haven't kicked a goal, 3-2-20 to 3 behinds. And we've got half the quarter done. Almost half the quarter done. 6 minutes to go in the grand final. And Andrew, Scottsdale have got to pull a rabbit out of a hat here.
I think the girls have just got to really defend now, and I think they've got that sniff of those medals hanging around their necks, haven't they?
No doubt about that. So they go forward again. High kick. No one can take the mark. Coming out of there, spinning around was Galloway for Scottsdale. Here comes Ruby Hall with the tackle. He's okay too. No one can get clear. Get the ball out in the clear. That's what Scottsdale struggled to do today, is to get it into the clear. Gofton couldn't break through. Ruby Hall breaks the tackle, got the handball away. She's going to have to win it again. Now she was tackled a little high, said the umpire. So Hall's been able to generate something out of the middle, but unfortunately her team trail by 17 points. And 17 points in a game like this is a bit like 40 or 50 on a dry day and a really open footy. Maurice, who's tried extremely hard. Ball fell out of her hands, but booted it forward. Willis, she's tackled. And the umpire is going to ball it up. Ball's held to her. So 4.5 minutes to go. You would think that East Launceston have got this under control. All they need to do is to go stoppage as much as they can. Little kick off the knee there by Galloway. Nice bit of body work done by Beeson, number 29. Out of half-back. Here's Bingley. Needs a kind bounce. Got one. She'll try and drive it as long as she can. Going through, Charlotte Hockley. Little handball forward by Oliver. And this is just playing into the hands of East Launceston at the moment. Time just ticks away. 3.5 minutes to go. And you would think with a 17-point lead, it's East Launceston's premiership. Quickly onto the boot, Rihanna Lett. High ball. This defence, Willis and Co and Lone have been outstanding. Almost running into trouble there was Williams. Lucy Louise Williams, number 24, skirting after a Saffron Dick. And it's a little fumble close to the line. That was by Tori Hall. Or just bouncing it to the outer side. And it'll be another ball up, you would assume, as Ava Boyle does nicely in the long sleeves there. She's going to take the ruck as well. Maurice through half back. And she's mown down by Bingley. Well, Bingley, for me, she's been the one that's done the damage through the midfield. And she's been called to come back over the mark. Gee, Maurice has tried hard, so too has Hall for Scottsdale, but time ticking away. About 2 minutes to go now. Ball into the centre of the ground, no mark taken. Nicely roved off the pack and booted forward. Bit of a foot race here. Bit of body work on the blind side, the umpire there. Nice little kick forward. Here's McClarty. What can she do? There's always fun when she's around the footy. She's big tackle, and now she dives after the footy. Dived on it. She's got to get it out. The umpire will call for a ball up. McClarty, gee, she's something else up forward for them. Something you can build a good forward line around. She's back in the contest again. 68, Lucy Carter. Bingley, bouncing ball. Here's Blackwell, kicked a goal in this quarter. She's tracking it. Oh, might have been kicking in danger. She put her hand up to her mouth and said, oh, I think I did the wrong thing there. Oh, just slung off the tackle there was Alicia Arnold. And what's happening here? There might be a 50-metre penalty here, but I think it's too late, she wrote, because we've only got about a minute to go.
I didn't see what that was for.
I think just didn't throw the ball back on the full, just tossed it away. So, time's of the essence, and a 50-metre penalty in this game is so handy. Right in the centre of Longford Oval. It's taken a pounding today, and a little bit of rain around, and ground's got a little bit chopped up in different areas. But when that rain stays away, ground recovers quite well.
Got a few more games to go out here today on the ground too. So
yeah, so that little bit of light rain is falling now, getting really close to the end of this game. Bingley, another possession to her. I reckon she'll be up around 20. She's been really quite outstanding. Foot race here. And now a long kick. It could be a goal, or is it a behind? It's a behind. And that was to Alicia Arnold. Getting really close to siren time, and there it goes. A win to East Launceston. They booted 3-3, 21 to defeat Scottsdale, who just booted the 3 behinds, and they celebrate, and so they should. Hard-fought win, and they are the premiers. That's good to see the girls embracing there. Ruby Hall and also Sophie McClarty. McClarty kicked a goal, so too did Georgina Wilson and also Shakaya Blackwell. And no goal kickers for Scottsdale, but plenty of really hard tries during the course of that match. A lot of respect by all the girls. Good sportsmanship. And well done to East Launceston. Andrew Doyle, it was a hard-fought win, but they just seemed to be able to have all the answers, didn't they, when they went forward?
They just cleared it out of the packet just enough times to get those major scores on the board, didn't they? But I think watching the game, it was a very close game. They were all in the pack, wasn't it? It was just those opportunities when they got it out, and they took advantage of those opportunities.
This is the new COVID low fives. As they go through without the shaking of the hands. We'll just go through with the old low fives. There's the Scottsdale team all gathering together, and the East Launceston team, they'd be happy. They had to work exceptionally hard, and as we said right at the beginning of the game, first time these teams have met each other. Scottsdale will learn a lot from that, and so too will East Launceston. They'll learn plenty. But that's it. The grand final, won and run in the under-14 Division 1 girls. East Launceston 3-3-21 beat Scottsdale 3 behinds.